to the grand final. No! Easily the best in this region throughout this year. They are the best that this region has got to offer.
We continue on the march towards Salt Lake City here for Oceania. It's APL Kickoff Week 3, guys, and it is time to send 2 OCE teams home today. Looking forward to it. Both dressed in black because it's going to be a funeral.
I have no idea what you said, Jake, because you muted in Discord. But it's good to be here. I'm going to assume that you've done a beautiful
That's
intro.
honestly that was probably about the response I wanted from you anyway with what I said. Okay. So it kind of works out fine. But I mean, we got a good day ahead of us.
Yeah, very excited. Good to be back. The OCE has been really fun to watch so far. Some of these storylines develop, and the run through the lower bracket now is really beginning to develop. So yeah, key to jump in.
Yeah, let's go to the SAL groups. Of course, they played out, what was it, early morning last night? I'm not too sure exactly when, but big results. Nevertheless, in the group stage, Imperial Esports at the bottom of it. They're not going to be continuing on, and Loud guys continue to just struggle ever since that giant organization joined this game.
Yeah, very disappointing to see a partner team struggling the way in which they are. I think we have the bracket as well to look across that in terms of how that seeding is playing out already for SAL. Several of the teams already pre-seeded. Team Liquid Alienware and Furia already through to those semi-final positions, and they've kind of set themselves up for a strong platform, and it really does feel like it is another case of the classic top 4. The only caveat to that may being loss, being able to make a run, but NIP, that proverbial 4th team, does look very, very strong. And so that first match actually in the quarterfinals should be very, very engaging.
Yeah, of course, 4 teams getting through means for Furia, Team Liquid Alienware, they're pretty much one best of 3 away. Here is the Salt Lake City Major. Of course, if you're in the area or you plan on going, tickets available now. You can scan the QR code and make your way over for what's going to be an amazing major, considering all the changes in the off season. A good way to kind of kick off the campaign year. Good to have another major back on board as well. So it's bound to be a really good one. Of course, our attention is pretty much going to be focused on APL again today, as we've kind of gone through the little recap focus. We do have the Challenger Series to talk about as well, guys. And so Tier 2 is always going to be a big factor. Now, mind you, this is going to be a conversation which I'm not sure why the graphic's not changing, but I mean, this just stuck. Okay, well, I mean, either way, we've got Challenger Series 2.
Yeah, we have the
Hey, APAC Siege fans. With Siege's 10-year anniversary behind us and looking at the 10 years ahead, we're making some very exciting changes to the APAC Tier 2 ecosystem that will better unify what is already the most exciting league region in the world. Introducing the APL Challenger Circuit. Let's start with our format. All teams will compete in an online best-of-1 single elimination bracket with ping. Just kidding. The APL Challenger Circuit is composed of the OCE Rivals, the SEA Bootcamp Community Series, and North Rebellion. Each tournament will have 2 stages, with Stage 1 starting in May and Stage 2 starting in August. Each stage is broken down into 3 distinct phases. Let's start with Phase 1, Play-ins. Play-ins are comprised of 4 single elimination best-of-1 play days with best-of-3 qualification games. Each day will qualify 2 teams. Get knocked out? It's no stress. You can compete in every play-in day until you qualify. Next up, you ask? The regular stage will take our 8 qualified teams from play-ins and put them up against each other in a best-of-1 single round robin to decide who are our top 4 teams per region. Finally, our stages culminate in a 4-team double elimination best-of-3 bracket to decide who will be the stage's champion and take home the lion's share of the prize pool and perhaps, more importantly, Challenger Circuit points. What are Challenger Circuit points, you ask? These points are the lifeblood of the APL Challenger Circuit and will be used to qualify teams into the Challenger Series in 2027, where teams will have the opportunity to qualify into the APL, as well as the culmination of APL Challenger Circuit. the Gauntlet in OCE, the Elite Community Series in SEA, and the Rebellion Finals in North. So what are you waiting for? Start your path to pro now and sign up for the Stage 1 play-ins and start your ascendancy to becoming pro.
Oh, welcome back as we now move forward for today's action, Guz. For Oceania, of course, we're going to be touching on the other regions as well. Before we kind of dive deeper into today's action, it is the wider APAC, so we kind of have to touch on everything. APAC North, which we had the other day, which we were actually able to get a good viewing of that, Guz, which saw some interesting results and certainly some interesting games. CAG demolition job on D+ Kia, saw them go into the upper final where they won 7-1 and 7-2. The Scars LFO no-name game, that was really good as well, and certainly the Scars a little bit of a scare, the fact that it went to Fortress.
Yeah, it certainly got very, very intriguing in that particular series, but I think that the biggest talking point really has to be D+ Kia, and not for all the right reasons. Unfortunately, they really did drop the ball in that CAG matchup in that upper semi-final 2. And so hopefully they'll be able to pick themselves back up, make that run in the lower bracket, and potentially we see a rematch later on between the two.
Now we had Asia yesterday on the Saturday for APAC, as usually is the case, and no surprise in terms of probably some of these results. Let's be real, Soul's Heart too good for Unreal Nightmare. Unreal Nightmare, of course, winning their best of 3 over HL Esports earlier that day, but they're not being able to back it up, probably going in as the underdogs. Let's be real. Team Orchid, though, with a 2-0 win over the new look Elevate roster, sets them up in the upper final alongside Waitbow Gaming. We'll see if they can challenge the best in Asia. Of course, there is the 2 slots in Asia. So for the likes of Orchid, Daystar, Elevate, and Soul's Heart, those teams are all pretty much probably vying at least for that second spot.
Yeah, again, the storyline persists. It's Weibo taking on the world. They should take that slot, and then the additional one really is very much up in the air. I don't think there's really a strongest second horse in that race at the moment.
We'll go to the feature round from this day's action of Asia as well. Unreal Nightmare versus HL Esports, which was in the second map. It was in the second round, and it was a 1v2 post-plant retake. As Sunstrike gets that kill, he wants to get straight onto that kit, and Shadow is coming in, of course, to try and, well, deny. Not too much craziness about this, to be honest. I mean, outside of the fact that Shadow's on 1 HP and they cannot find a way to kill him, I don't know what they're doing. To be completely honest, this is actually probably more of a low light than anything.
yeah, probably for HL. And the unfortunate kind of development from that was it really actually kickstarted the momentum for Unreal Nightmare. Yeah. Well, the thing is, they bottled that round, and then it developed further from there against them. They went on to actually lose that series, and Unreal took the victory 2-1 as we look across at the OCE bracket. And again, to reiterate, just the one major slot on offer for these guys. Enterprise are performing as expected very, very strongly. Sure, they had that 3-map result against Anios, but they're able to seal the deal and lock back in, which was a positive for them. And so the rest of these teams looking to scrap away and try to find, the level of competitiveness required to be a potential underdog in that eventual grand final match that we're expecting.
Enterprise, by the way, they do not play today. Neither did Chiefs. So in terms of organizational support, quite a bit missing on this given Sunday. They wait for their matches next week. In terms of the games that we will be having for today, we start in the lower bracket with Rock LFO versus 6 Targets. Then we kind of go back up. Man LFO, Shy Academy still got to play their match in the upper bracket to determine who's going to go and play against Enterprise. And Team Anios, the team that surprised us last week, Gus, awaiting the winner of Rock LFO and 6 Targets.
Yeah, I think the first match of the day for me has the likelihood to be one of the more competitive. It may not have the most compelling storylines necessarily, but I still think from a raw competitive standpoint, it should be a really strong game. And then to put the cherry on top, I suppose, for the finale as well, I want to see more Anios. I think they've shown some really, really positive signs so far. Again, pushing EP, can't be understated just how impressive that was. And so they could be the team really to make that lunge through the lower bracket. And of course, that starts here tonight. We'll
go to Rock LFO first up for our match as we get underway here and a team in which hasn't always had a lot of success in the Oceanic region, Gus, fair to say, but they never stopped trying and certainly have had good moments in the past. You think back to when Machine first came in, certainly a bit rocky, but he started to find his footing a little bit. Snow, previously on that 6 targets roster, kind of leads the way now. And I think when you look at a player like ACOG, how many times probably over the last year or two have we kind of said his name and thought, well, he's got certainly potential. I think it's just all about kind of putting it all together, having a really big day.
Yeah, absolutely. The potential is there. It's a lot of it is just execution based, and I think if they find their footing and a little bit of confidence and kind of can play into the length of a best of 3, that may suit them. Unfortunately for them so far, it has been a rough beginning to kick off. I think most notably the standout for them, and unfortunately it's not necessarily a positive, is that attacking win rate. They've had the 8 rounds they've played so far in kickoff and just been able to scalp one of those. So attack is going to be a big focal point for them today, and we'll see if they're able to refine that a little bit.
Yeah, I think that if they can bring their strength, which is fragging power with Loyalith and ACOG, and even sometimes Machine can certainly run around and frag out, as Loyalith has shown us the guns.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see if he can show us the guns inside of the server. Yeah, I think they're a fair chance. It's a difficult one to get a read as we head over to 6 targets, their opponent. I mean, it's probably fair to say this is a pretty even matchup. I think you said it already in the sense that the first game today might be the closest. It might just not be the most compelling siege.
Yeah, exactly. In terms of being high level, I think expectations are pretty low in that regard. But again, I actually do respect the amount of experience that's inside of this server. It surpasses, matches of this caliber in the past, in the sense that a lot of these guys have actually now been kicking around for quite some time. If you've been watching OCE for a prolonged period over the last 12-18 months, you will know the vast majority of these played pretty well at this point. And so again, I think for Rock LFO, vocal on attack, find some confidence, find their footing, play into this best of 3, because again, it could end up being actually more so a test of endurance, in the sense that if this extends, it's all about just trying to maintain consistency for longer than your opponent can.
Yeah, I think that for this team, in terms of aspirations, it's a bit difficult to really kind of garner, because you're not probably going to make the major. You're not as good as Enterprise. You know that. They all know that. We all know that. But what is a pass mark for a Rock LFO, right? Is it just simply getting to that lower bracket quarterfinal match against Anios, being competitive, potentially beating them? But hard to probably envision that after Anios and how competitive they were against Enterprise. It's difficult when it comes to the OCE region in terms of setting expectations and goals, but I think it's just got to be about being competitive. That's the main thing. Same thing as well with 6 targets. Like, it's just all about be competitive. You've got to try and do as best as you can in terms of the matches that you play against the top teams. We've gone back to Rock LFO here, but yeah, they're in for a good day. There we go. Whoa.
Well, I mean,
they just lost a lot of color in their faces. They're back again.
I mean, it did quickly highlight some of the stats on offer for this team, and again, that had a bit of a rough opener. Again, it was that 0-2 result against Man LFO, fairly one-sided, especially on map number 1 of that series. Replay package of 6T. 6 targets came out of the gates relatively strong in their matchup comparatively. They did, of course, fall short, hence they're in this level bracket position. But a competitive 3 mapper against Shy Academy. Their map win coming across on Border, it was a 7-2 on that particular map. They're probably lacking a little bit more depth on some of the larger maps that we saw take place in that particular series, Lair and Labs notably, where they strategically, particularly on attack, found it really, really challenging to connect the dots. I think as they played into the series, they gained a little bit more confidence and experience, and these guys need as much time in the server as possible, and so we'll see how that plays out. We do actually have a very compelling story in the sense of a head-to-head for this particular matchup. The Master versus the Padawan. Snow, formerly on this team, has jumped ship. And so comparing the performance between himself and Nico, who, as we've mentioned a couple of times throughout the kickoff thus far, is currently the oldest or the most mature player in OCE and has loads of experience at this level. And so, yeah, eager to see these two go at it.
Yeah, he's got Wettables beaten by a couple of months. I'm pretty certain for Nico. Look, it's not the greatest mental to have in terms of being the oldest in the region, but he's still only 26. Like, he's not that old. He's fine. He's young, and he's playing really well. And I think that's a testament to Nico over the course of his career, never really giving up, always trying his hardest, always showing that he's willing to learn and have fun. He seems like he has a lot of fun inside of the server. And I think that's going to be, you know, a big help for them in this match for 6 targets, is having someone like Nico for what should end up being a pretty close game between these two teams. He can be a difference just with the voice of reason, with the strategy calling, etc. And the same for Snow, a time to maybe try and stand up, help Rock LFO and be a difference maker, a little bit more impact outside of finding frags. What can he impact in terms of helping the team strategically and with communication as well? And I'm sure that he'd love to get a win over his master.
Yeah, I think I'm picking up on the point there in terms of Nico and mental. That was very evident in their matchup. I quite literally think every time we went to player camps, he was laughing and joking around, win, loss, indifferent. It didn't really matter what was happening inside the server. It seemed like the vibes are really good in that camp. And so sometimes mental can be one of the more challenging components of the game. And so if they've already got that down pat, and Nico specifically can kind of keep the energy and the vibes good for his team, if they can then tap into the strategy a little bit more, refine that, then they should be able to maintain a high level of performance going forward in this bracket, and potentially again in this series, if it ends up being a grindy 3-map style encounter, that could be a pretty significant difference maker in maintaining energy levels and focus throughout that entire match.
Well, let's go to the map vetoes for this series, and where we will be playing for an elimination game. Cafe, Consulate, and if required, we go to the Oceanic favorite Clubhouse, as Cafe selected by 6 targets, Consulate by Rock LFO. I mean, yeah, probably not too much to dissect here for these two teams, outside of the fact that Clubhouse being the decider rather than the kind of map, along with say like a Chalet. Club and Chalet typically are usually picked pretty often in the region, so good to see branching out in terms of the Cafe and the Consulate selections. Yeah,
I expect this to be very grind heavy, slow style siege, again with some of the attacking woes we've seen, particularly from the likes of Rock LFO, anticipating them to start out on attack on Consulate. That's going to be a big talking point. But yeah, a lot of these maps typically very set play heavy, going to be slow going, and it's going to be very execution based and making sure those 1%ers are correct.
Well, no more waiting around. Let's get underway. It is the first round of the lower bracket in OCE for APL. Loser is out of kickoff. Winner progresses forward and plays again later this afternoon against Team Anios, which will be a task in itself. And this game, though, and this series, you know, you win this and you can probably walk away from the stage thinking, yeah, we weren't too bad. At least we got a win. And, you know, you get the opportunity against Anios. Anything can then happen there. I mean, you lose this though, guys, and it's, you know, back-to-back best of 3 losses and you're out. It's a lot harder to take something positive away from the stage.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I definitely foresee the winner of this finding the Anios matchup quite challenging. And again, I don't want to harp on it too much, but if it ends up being a close 3-mapper and is extended, they're going to go into that match pretty fatigued as well, which is only going to heighten the difficulty curve for them. So whoever wins this, if they want to stand a chance against Anios, it needs to be a pretty dominant 2-0 in my opinion. And I don't really foresee that happening, but who knows? We'll wait and see. As into Cafe we go. Rock LFO starting out on defense. Bans are Mirror, Aruni, Grim, and Glaz.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
So map pick of 6 targets, but they begin on the attack. A bit of talking inside of the server early on. Density was the highlight man last week, guys, if you recall, for 6 targets, but ultimately ended up being a loss. The main highlight coming on Ninehaven Labs with the Monty Shield clutch play. Not on the Monty to begin, and it is available.
10 seconds left.
Rock LFO was, yeah, I mean, not great last week. 7-1 loss on Lair, 7-5 loss on Chalet. Competitive, at least on the second map, against Man Esports. It's hard to really pick the favoritism tag going into this series, which that in itself is exciting. But if you did have to give it to someone, I'm kind of just edging closer to Rock LFO simply based on the matches that we saw back in the opening week.
So the castle in play here from defense. That's going to call for util clearance from the attack. In terms of the level of explosives that they do have available, it does feel a little limited on the surface, and they probably don't want to overinvest the Selma utility into that. So it actually looks pretty strong in terms of the comp here for Rock LFO. They can leverage the castle barricades appropriately. Someone's to be invested here over towards top red, which makes sense. Double repel in play.
Located a bomb.
And so it's a double drone specialist as well, the Twitch and the Brava combination. They should be able to deal with the catch here from the Wamai. Or maybe even deal with mute jammers if necessary as well. Looks like the defense is going to contest pretty long angles over towards Roshrooms. ACOG was up close and dropped, but got a kill. Finds Nico, who had the cutoff held. That's a sharp shot from him. Pick elsewhere also going the way of Rock LFO. And so it's a 4v3.
And just not at the time that you really want that for 6 targets either in the setup. You lose the Nomad, so the lack of air jabs. Those air jabs can help just kind of solidify the space that you can take on this top floor. It's all double nitrocell too for Rock LFO. They'd be very happy now with this situation heading into the last minute. You got the extra player advantage, 6 targets. Don't really have a whole lot of utility outside of 2 flashes, 2 smokes. I mean, they're quite limited now. Yeah, they've opened up washrooms. They can take these positions that we see from Orion, but you just then got to still cross, walk into Machine, forces out the shots, and then they get rid of density as Syro was able to get on the flank, got the kill. Now pushed over towards Pixel. Orion loses out to Machine. Held his position nicely as Rock LFO take the opening round. Top floor defense is theirs.
Yeah, pretty easy consolidation in their late round from the defense. Aided off the back of 2 unanswered kills at the beginning of the round. In terms of expectations then for this half, I don't know. It's really hard to assess, again, given the grindy nature of a map like Cafe at times, especially if the two teams inside of the server have proven so far at least to not be the strongest of attacking teams. They've actually been pretty solid defensively, and so I'm sure we'll see that storyline develop as well. But as I mentioned before, Rock LFO, just the 1 attacking round 1 so far out of 8 opportunities, 6 targets, 5 out of 14, so at about a 35% hit rate. Defensively, Rock LFO sit at 42%, 6 targets, 61. And so Rock LFO, at least purely based on the 1 series we've seen so far, again, how much of that you want to take, I would take it with a grain of salt, but I think that in combination with some of the historical data suggesting that they need a very, very strong half here. 4-2 is the bare minimum for me, that they can then go into the attacking half with the ability to go on and close out the game.
Early days, only 1 round. Probably don't take too much away, even from the first half, unless this ends up being, I think, anything better than a 4-2. So 5-1 or 6-0 in favor for Rock LFO would be a real big win for them in the half. A 4-2 half, though, I think you're sitting still very much in the camp of, yeah, this is going to be a close series. It will go to the second half. 6 targets will then likely do something similar. It was ACOG, though, that kind of kickstarted it all, but in the end, it was 1 kill for every single member of Rock LFO, sharing the love in the opening round. And now Density goes onto the Monty, and they lose Sorrow early to Orion. Oh, Snow trying to find the headshot angle. At least gets rid of the Selmas. Now back on the opening week for 6 targets. It was... Well, actually, sorry, no, it was last week they played. They didn't play on the opening week. They were the 1 upper quarterfinal game that missed out. But yeah, last week, Orion, I thought, had a very, very solid day out. Density had big moments. And Kybernex as well certainly had moments as well. which is always what you want to see, guys, is new names, new faces performing. And I think that's what you're kind of going to get from 6 targets, led by Nico.
Yeah, who knows how long-term this particular project will be, but I could foresee a couple of these players maybe going on and developing their talent elsewhere in future, depending on how things do shape up for this roster. Because there's definitely potential on the team. 5v3. Let's see, though, if they can convert here. 70 seconds on the clock. Loyal still lurking up above. Finds a good timing there onto Kyvanix. But is forced back by Density. The Monty able to take that space back in return. So not the absolute end of the world for 6 targets. And with that pick back onto Loyalith, surely from here forward to the round is likely theirs. Machine Isolate over towards Prep. His position known. ACOG as well. Position known. Orion can comm that. 45 seconds. Rest of the team now just needs to collect.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to play into that roam game, spread the map vertically, and it just hasn't worked. Credits to 6 targets. I think they... Oh, hang on. Machine and ACOG both just got 1 apiece. Density in Freezer... Yeah, just kind of tried to send it in a little too early, and I think it's the eagerness of the 4v2 that baited in 6 targets. They still had 40 seconds left. Oh my days! ACOG just goes nuts. They steal the round in a 2v4. That is a huge thrown round from 6 targets. A massive missed opportunity. Should have won that round. You had the Monty, you had them in sight, you had 40 seconds. You had 2 players extra. You easily could just flood together. And they just started to kind of go in one by one.
Yeah, absolutely. Look back at that replay package. Loyal did enough to then be able to fall back. And Orion at this point had information on both players. But
why is he pushing himself?
Yeah, instead of waiting for the Monty drop, it was a solo push through. ACOG had to convert and did a really, really good job, actually, to position himself and cleanly win all of those engagements, but 6 targets not leveraging the amount of control and advantage that they had afforded themselves in that round. They did all the hard work early, but unfortunately, the late round conversion was a little bit of a mismatch.
That's where 6 targets have to use a round like that as a learning moment, where you can kind of go back and say, well, what went wrong and had we not secure that round? It's pretty obvious. And those are the kind of things that you learn in scrims, and you just got to play together as a team. And maybe it was a miscom, maybe it was a miscue, but to me on the replay, yeah, Ryan just kind of went on heavy by himself. That creates the 1v1 opportunity, and you give that over to a player like ACOG, who can certainly frag out. Well, he got the back end of the round. It should have been around with for 6 targets, and it would have put them in a very nice early position to get an attack around here on Cafe in the first half. Remember, this is their map pick. So you do want to secure Cafe before heading over to Consulate if you are 6 targets. And I think Rock LFO, like many teams in OCE, just play off momentum and feeling and how they're going on the day. They can kind of rise up a couple of levels if they start well, get the momentum on their side nice and early, hitting good shots. You look at ACOG, 4 kills already, the kind of player that'll just think, yep, I'm on today. And Kyvanix will just lurk over towards Cocktail. Shots ring out from both sides as he pops the fire extinguisher and is now allowed to reposition. It is fireplace and mining for the 3rd round.
It's been a pretty efficient top floor clear from 6 targets. It's all now about converting that into pressure on the horizontal. It's a pretty spread defense at the moment from Rock LFO. An attempt to isolate here over towards Reading. And
oh, what a shot.
Okay.
So that's the difference, though. I don't think Orion's done anything wrong there. You're playing the snake, you get a ping, he's trapped in left side, you've got him on the cross, he just loses the swing. It's as simple as that. I don't think he does anything wrong there, but mechanically gets beaten. Machine did go down for Rock LFO, so even numbers. As you said, 6 targets did a decent job of getting this top floor control in a timely manner. There's still 60 seconds left. ACOG Loyal very low. So again, another winnable round for 6 targets here on the attack. It's just all about executing down the stretch, late in the round. Loyal, another tag onto him. 1 HP. Kyvanix pressuring and pushing down White.
Well, ACOG's positioning here has been really, really good. low on HP, but he allows Syra to go for the swing. He's bought so much time for his team. Pushed down 90 though, but it's being cut down. Density, the last one left. Winnable.
Well, hang on, winnable. 20 seconds. Loyalith is very, very low. Density's already shown he's got the clutch factor. The problem is the time, and he doesn't have the kit. And I love the way that Snow's playing this over towards Pillar. Safe, calculated, play the kit, force the time, 10 seconds. He has to kill and clear. He goes for the timing swing, and Snow hits the shot. And Rock LFO make it 3 straight to kickstart this series.
Yeah, good fight back in that round. They forfeited the top control pretty quickly, pretty early on, and so they had to back themselves in to win a couple of key engagements, especially over towards that reading laundry-esque position, and they did exactly that. The snake got slammed, the vert didn't quite land. ACOG bought really good time by playing and valuing his life on the Melusi as well. So a lot going right there for Rock LFO in that round. I think they'll be pretty pleased. The Melusi and now the Brava also off the board.
Look back at the replay and you can see the start here, right? He gets the ping. He got this drone as well forward, which gave him the confidence to swing that, knowing he was trapped in on the left side, but just lost the battle. And then towards the end, even here, well, 8 seconds on the clock, even if Density gets that kill, grabs kit, he doesn't have time to find the next kill, which forces him into a planting position, and therefore then likely means he can't really win the round anyway, which is just off the back of Snow playing the patience game. Sitting, tucked in, times his swing nicely at the end so that if he even does lose it at that point, they're probably still not going to lose the round anyway. 3-0 start for Rock LFO as they take out top floor, bottom floor, and the middle floor. We're going around the world. Go back to the top floor, bar and cocktail, which was their most dominant round with. You kind of look at the 3 rounds, 3 alive at the end of the first, and then 2 alive and 2 alive with multi-kills from ACOG and Snow. And those 2 rounds in particular, 6 targets certainly had opportunities, definitely in the second round. So far, the battle of the Padawan of the Master, though, is going the way of Snow. Nico yet to fire a shot.
Yeah. Oh, Zethi falls. Machine with an aggressive pick down below. With the shotgun able to net that kill. So it's another strong start to the round for this defensive unit. 6 targets have had flashes so far, but it just seems like overall Rock LFO are the stronger of the 2 so far. How much of that is purely based on the starting sides? Well, we only get an answer to that as the game develops, but it's 3-1 for opening kills so far. Density now trying to contest over towards Shop, and ACOG slammed. A response there from Loyalov keeps it still in the advantage of defense.
Lovely
Density.
angle.
Yeah.
To 3v3. Again, another opportunity for 6 targets, and with Density still up on the Blackbeard and making waves in this round. Every chance again of pinching it, but it's these last minute end of round scenarios that Rock LFO has just been a bit better at. And having the Blackbeard available to help push in towards the site, clear out maybe a position like Washroom. Well, certainly aid 6 targets, but they probably want Density gun up at the moment because he's the one hitting the shots in this 4th round. Drone over towards Stacks, does find one. Kybenix, with a minute left, will look to make his way inside of the building. Gets the air jabs placed. And now the move comes from Density in towards Rosham. Oh, he takes a big chunk of damage, but then the headshot traded by Loyalith. And then Nico will fall without making an impact again. Kybenix by himself in a 1v2. And this is where for Machine and Loyalith, you don't want to give him the 1v1s. Machine will finish off Nico with the Nitrocell, as Kybenix has got 40 seconds to navigate this 1v2, and he hits the headshot on the Loyalith, holding the angle rather than sitting back, but Machine locks in, gets the kill. Lovely angle from Machine, wins the 1v1, and it's a 4th round for Rock LFO.
Yeah, that's really good work there from Machine in terms of his positioning and overall composure to cleanly get that kill. Kai was never really realistically going to read that position. It would have been a pretty remarkable prediction if he had have pre-fired that position. It was quite an unusual play there. Machine typically you would expect to be over towards Cocktail, but Density had massive impact in this round. The Blackbeard was proving very, very difficult to deal with. Large reason why 6 targets even looked remotely competitive in this round. Just falling short of the mark. Nico failing to have significant impact on the scoreboard in this round once again. In terms of utility, he's been fairly strong, but yeah, struggling to hit the scoreboard. We know that he can at times. And so Rock LFO now have sort of reached that 4-round benchmark that I was mentioning prior, where given maybe some of their weaknesses on attack that we've seen historically, they need to have a strong base to play off. They've got that now. Anything from here, and it starts to tilt more and more in favor of them actually being able to close out this map. And if they're able to do that, being the selection of 6 targets, then it really opens up the series for them.
We head back to Kitchen. I mean, again, Cafe can play in this way, and then I think what we've seen from 6 targets does suggest we wouldn't be surprised if they go and win, you know, the next 2 attacking rounds, and we end up back in a safe position. And the other factor of this is going to be then still switching at the half. I think 6 targets very much can bring it back on their own defense. It's just critically when it gets to that 5-1, 6-0, you then left with no room for error. You cannot make any mistakes whatsoever. Nico will be disappointed with this first half. 0-4, and had an opportunity in the previous round when it was in a 3v3. Density was popping off. Loved his aggression, pushing into Washroom. Still got the kill. Just needed a little help. Machine on the clash, and he's having a good game. 5-1. Machine's a good example as well of a player coming in last year, guys, you know, sort of a rookie year at the Pro League level, and you know, taking a bit of time to adapt. But evidently, the more time you spend at this level, the more that you will improve. And Syro gets the opening kill onto Orion. That's his 2nd opening death, and it means it's 4 of the first 5 rounds that Rock LFO have had the opening kill. Just doesn't help on the attack of Cafe when you're consistently down a player.
Well, it's a force like outside Bakery, and it's straight into the clash. Supported by Gory utility as well. Nico needs to land a flush out here.
Machine is not panicked at all.
That. No, I mean, he's chilling. The only thing that forces him out here is the Nico bolts. So Nico will wait for this Goyo to flush, and then he'll lay these bolts.
Is the bolt. Machine picks up his shield and he survives. You know what? As low as he is, and he has been pushed back by the utility, he didn't panic. He knew full well. Oh, well, I mean, that's a wonderful follow-up from Kybenix. There's not much you can do about that. That is some really good utility to clear out the clash. But they're also now in a position where they may still lose the round anyway, because it's such a big stack Bakery. It means that for the rest of the defense, they know exactly where everyone's coming from. I saw the yellow ping onto Snow. His position is known inside of Cooking. So I think Kybenix wants to try and focus on finding ACOG. Now he's looking for the clear. Still has that yellow ping. He wants to leave it there, get the free kill. He's got 4. Now looking for the ace against ACOG, who does still have a nitro swing around. Oh my goodness. ACOG hits the headshot while getting pre-fired swung. He doesn't hit that headshot. He probably dies. But that doesn't matter. They win the round. It's 5-0 to Rock LFO.
Yeah, unfortunate for Kai, again in the clutch, having a really good read. That one, he's strongest of the ones we've seen so far, but ACOG is just so sharp in the clutch. It's one of his key standout features. Does a really good job there to hit the headshot, get the job done. Another messy round a little bit there for 6 targets. The Bakery flush out wasn't ideal, and even once the clash finally fell, they lost picks elsewhere because Machine did a good job to afford a bit of time for his team to start repositioning. Sari was over towards Small Bake this entire time, as you could see in the replay, and was able to apply pressure. Left Kai in this 1 versus 2, able to split them, but then gets caught. Sharp shot from ACOG. A 5-0 lead for Rock LFO.
10 seconds left before insertion.
You got Kybenix 8-5, Density 5-5, both playing really well, but Yeah, Zethi 1-5, Nico 0-5, Orion 2-5, and with a couple of opening deaths to his name. And yeah, I mean, 6 targets will look back at this match, look back at this first half and think, geez, we could have gotten some rounds. Like 3 alive, 2, 1, 1. That's back-to-back 1v1s, won by 6 targets, and yet potentially another opening kill, depending on Zethi's status. He is down, but will get revived, you would imagine.
Okay, thorn trap.
And Orion goes down anyway. Opening death again. 3 for Orion in the last 4 rounds. And Syro will rub salt into the wounds by calling him a noob. Orion, of course, was very impactful for 6 targets last week. And sets Rock LFO up now in a wonderful position for a 6-0 half on 6 targets map pick.
Heartbeat sensor activated. Surveying for hostiles.
So 6 targets now will drop down over towards red, but that's straight into the arms of the information gather from Machine, who down below on the pulse could be in a position to maybe hit a double
Nitro. Oh my goodness, he gets at least 1. You take that, and he's probably looking at this now thinking, how did I not get this guy? Well, you might just get him anyway. Machine is having an absolute wonderful half, as is his team. Rock LFO, 6-0 in the first half of Cafe.
Don't even need no conversation. The way we're moving is a situation. Girl, we connected like a constellation. 2 stars on the floor tonight. Stars on the floor tonight. It's automatic, I feel it too. It's like telepathic how I move with you. Can't no one touch us, girl, too smooth. Yeah, but one time, I could tell that our stars align. Them boys ain't there, yeah, I keep it smooth. I know you know when to. That's just something we do. And tonight's like it's just you and I. Ain't no stress, we survive. Don't even need no conversation. The way we're moving is a situation. Girl, we connected like a constellation. Where I know you from. 2 stars on the floor tonight. Stars on the floor tonight.
Saucy. I've been bogged down. Nowhere to crawl now. I be looking for a good mood. I've been trying to shake a bad day. I've been running through the rat race. Head got a case of brown now. But you looking like a vibe check. Eyes wet, let me flip that little frown down. Hit my line when you running through the town now. We don't even need no conversation. The way you moving is a situation. And we connected like a constellation. 2 stars on the floor tonight. 2 stars on the floor tonight.
It don't require no contemplation. The way we die with no hesitation. We shine just like a constellation. 2 stars on the floor tonight. Stars on the floor tonight.
I be floating to the feeling all lost. Take a risk, pay the cost, and I'm right back in this sauce. One thing I'ma make sure to do, I'ma floss. Show me who you are. She won't be playing C, she the cream of the crop. And it be like,
Well, we returned to a beatdown, apparently. I mean, something that I think we anticipated coming into this series, guys. I think we said this pretty confidently in that we probably expected this series to be even in nature. I mean, it can still be. You have best of 3s that go all 3 maps, and it's kind of a beatdown on one map and then a beatdown on the other. The concern, though, for 6 targets is this is their map pick. And so you go to consulate now, and we're not going to be entirely sure as to how comfortable and confident they will be on that map as we get the bands Grim, Snake, Castle, and Daruni. It's a long way back now. 6 straight required for 6 targets.
Yeah, the first half, certainly a grind, no short of a grind for 6 targets. They found themselves in a couple of pretty good positions over the course of the half where they failed to convert, but largely Rock LFO dominating. 5 of the 6 opening kills. Seemed to have pretty good reads in terms of game plan. They had a lot of information over the course of the half as well that they were able to leverage with either the Valk or the Pulse, etc. And util game was also very strong from them. So overall, do a really good job. 6 targets. Again, probably not playing to full potential. It's probably there to state, but I also don't think that they played particularly bad either. Rock Halfo genuinely outclassing their opposition in that first half. But now they're on to attack. Will they have the same woes in terms of finding this game or map winning round?
Well done.
Yeah, and go back to the opening round, by the way, which was every single player on Rock LFO got 1 kill. So it was a team ace. And you kind of look at where the numbers have now gone after 6 rounds, and it's, yeah, they're all pretty much equal. The difference being 7 for Machine, 5 for ACOG, and then 6 for the other 3 is like that's what you want. Like, you're never really going to get it all that often. Certainly, you'll have cases where individuals will pop off and individuals will have a quiet one. But on the average, your goal really should be to have a stat line such as that, where all 5 players are conveniently contributing at a similar level. And on the flip side, a good example, you know, for 6 targets, like Kyvenix is 8 and 6. He had a good moment. He got a 4K in a single round. Density's had some good moments. But outside of that, yeah, Orion, Zethi, and Nico had 3 kills combined for the 3 players out to 6 rounds. So you're not getting enough out of them. Now that we go defense, this is when usually it's going to be a little bit easier to kind of ease yourself in and find some picks and feel more comfortable. But you're not comfortable when you're 6-0 down. That's the issue.
Oh, Hardbridge has gone astray there for ACOG.
Saw him throw the head back.
It's never a fun feeling as the Habana and you miss the lineup. Might be able to make amends. Minute 40 on the clock then. And still 5 players on the exterior. Very natural though for a top floor attack. A lot of utility has been invested though, and Machine just drops the skylight.
Well, yeah, they just want to push, get aggressive. Machine's having an all-timer here, 9 and 2. Can he get the next one onto Orion? No, up close headshot, and Orion Nico combine 1v1. This would be a fitting way to close out this opening map as ACOG puts an end to it. It's 7-0.
Wow. I can't believe it was a 7-0. Done in a flash and able to get it done on attack as well. Really strong presentation there from Rock LFO. It's only 1 map. They'll need to show it across potentially 1 or even 2 more if it does go the distance, but that wasn't even their map selection, so they're off to a perfect start.
this region has got to offer.
Well, a surprise start to the day here for APL OCE Week 3. Rock LFO 7-0, 6 targets in a matchup that we labeled to be competitive, close, difficult in kind of ascertaining who was the favorite or the under favorite. Well, certainly the case now is set. It's Rock LFO's series to lose from here. When you win the first map, your opponent's map picks 7-0.
Yeah, absolutely. ACOG leading the charge, 8-2 at a 160 EPS, but not too far behind. Despite this low light here, was Machine 155 EPS, 9-3, having what I would probably regard as, at least in my memory, one of his best, if not best, map played at a tier 1 level. He was phenomenal, had a couple of really high impact clutch moments. Good example here on defense, on the pulse. Again, he was, a standout in the replay package, and 6 targets. They'll have to take this one on the chin, unfortunately. Nothing quite going their way. They found themselves in a couple of decently winnable positions over the course of those 7 rounds, but just failed to convert. And one of the most telling metrics of the dominance of this map in the end was that opening kill battle. 6 out of the 7 rounds in favor of Rock LFO, and a testament to their ability to convert. They weren't all easy rounds to convert, but clearly they were able to get them across the line.
This is where you see the fight back from 6 targets. You're facing elimination from Kickoff. You got 7-0 on your map pick. You've got to show something, and do so early heading into Consulate. The second map of this series, Rock LFO, you win this one, and potentially quickly. Well, maybe it won't be such a long wait for your series later today against Team Anios for 6 targets. Got to win Consulate to get it to Clubhouse, to have an opportunity to stay alive in Kickoff.
And one of the saving graces maybe for 6 targets in this map and for the series will be the starting sides. Rock LFO have yet to prove enough on their attacks so far in Kickoff. Very limited data set, and obviously we only saw the one attacking round back on Cafe. But a good tester for them here on Consulate, with momentum well and truly on their side. They should be feeling good heading into cons, and it is their selection as well. So in terms of the preparation, the game plan here, they should have a really clear idea of what they want to try and execute. And we'll see if they're able to translate that inside of the server. As for the bans, Blackbeard and Smoke in wave number 1, and the Grim Warden to follow.
Well, the vibes seem decent enough for 6 targets. I think that's where Nico really shines. He's smiling, he's happy, even though they got 7-0. There's a couple of ways you could look at it. Maybe some people would prefer a little bit more cause for alarm, but I like the fact that you go into this second map, keep the vibes high. It's a reset opportunity. Okay, first map, nothing worked. You got 7-0'd. It happens. You know what else happens is teams actually can come back and win the next map after getting 7-0'd. You know, sometimes it's map dependent, flow, and just nothing's really working. And when you kind of break down a lot of the rounds on that opening map, you had 3 clutches from Rock LFO. So if you even just swap those 3 rounds in the other direction, it's a 4-3 scoreline, a whole different ballpark. Like, it's a whole different game. In saying that, I mean, that didn't happen, and you now go to Consulate with Rock LFO, tails up. And they'll feel very confident coming into their map pick, starting on the attack first as we head basement in the opening round.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Jammer ready to activate.
Intriguing lineup as well here for the basement. Objective first up from the side of the attack. Machine, again, persisting on shields, the introduction of the sense as well. So maybe indicative that we see Rock LFO go for a more direct approach here in towards site. Roam deployed from 6 targets. So they're not shying away from playing aggressive, and Cyro probably fortunate to get away with that one. So I think he needs to be mindful he doesn't overstay his welcome too much, as the souls will be valuable through the mid-round. Well, he's on drone. There was a drone on top of that bench, so they now know Rock LFO that he's repositioned up above. He's persisted. So Machine goes to chase. And Zethi forced back.
Kyvanek's down as Haycock finds the opening kill. It's not ideal for 6 targets if you're going to be continuing to lose that metric. Back on Cafe, 6 of the 7 rounds went the way of Rock LFO in terms of the opening kills. And it starts in the same fashion here on Consulate. An early advantage for the attack. You can now really start to take some space and have many different ways to entry into this basement. Especially with Machine on that blitz. And the reaggress is not a bad idea, but you don't want to over-invest in this. Nico does get Snow through the wall, traded though by Loyalist. So even with that reaggress, they're outnumbered. And so therefore the trade game just goes the way of Rock LFO. And now from a 1-player deficit to a 2 for Density and Orion, it is just going to have to be sit basement and hope that Rock LFO fumble this.
Pretty much. Nitro from Orion deployed.
Ooh.
Does land. So Cyro and Loyal are pretty low on HP as well, and into the DMR combo here. It could be a little dicey.
Yeah, this is winnable now. That pick on the Machine gets rid of the blitz, and therefore you don't have to shoot into a shield, and then you catch ACOG on the turnaround around the angle with Loyalist, Cyro low on health, but they get rid of Orion. Still winnable for Density. He's shown he's got the clutch factor at the Pro League level. And Loyalist steps into the Razor Plume. Density can still win this with 20 seconds left. Try and find the first round in the series for 6 targets. He got tagged up. Can't probably swing that again. Great angle, great double kill. And 6 targets are finally on the board.
Yeah, again, another good clutch from Density. You can add that to the portfolio for the year. He's had quite a few already. Displaced by the frag grenade, but able to hit the swing. A really nice angle there. It looked a little volatile for Rock LFO, and yeah, unable to convert that round. Some good clutch moments from 6 targets. And they win their first round of the series. And is that maybe just a bit of a peek inside as to what to expect for this half with Rock LFO and their attacks under the microscope?
I mean, the fact that they get a round win, finally, after getting 7-0. The fact that they were able to win one of the clutches. And this is what I was kind of talking about coming into this map. Back on Cafe, there were many rounds such as that. And all of those rounds went the way of Rock LFO. If it had have happened again, the start on Consulate, it's just the demons then in the back of your mind that just make you think today's not our day. But a huge clutch from Density. Orion having a helping hand as well in that round. His Nitrocell onto Machine, I think, really changed the course of that round. The lack of shield to be able to push and aggress directly on top of them and get up close meant you had to play these more longer angle fights. Gave 6 targets the ability to kind of maneuver around, swing the angles that they wanted to swing from. The next step now, you've won a clutch. The next step is, can you get an opening kill? Can you start a round off on a positive note?
Good, you took clearance early then over towards CEO for Rock Alpha, currently posturing for this more direct hit on towards side as opposed to the map clear. Although I think they'll leave their options open. Not restrict themselves too much. Nico placing out his last Velt camera, I believe, inside of console. Lolith will lurk below on the snake. Trying to utilize that info gathering on the radar. It was a little bit limited in the last round. It did initially help with the map clear, but late round its impact was not as much as he would have liked. An interesting low position here. Zethi down below. Rips the barricade. But the air jab will prevent him from running out. Just a good little perceived amount of pressure, though, for the rest of the attack, which is still stacked outside for this CEO hit.
And Wyleth low, so he's got to be very, very careful as he moves around here. Won't have as much of a reaction time if someone else kind of starts shooting him. Be able to maybe take a hit or two and then fire back. Trying to put the pressure on from below, which you've got to be mindful of someone like Zethi. And Takeoff that got a pick onto Orion, but they did lose Machine, and ACOG's now going in for the plant inside of CO. Kaivenix hits the shot onto Loyalist. ACOG got off it temporarily. Great swing, great pressure, and 6 targets are looking pretty switched on here on Consulate.
Yeah, good plant denial. Able to hit the timing required to put pressure on that plant. And Rock LFO was a hard commit. They didn't split the push, no pressure yellow, no on admin side or up spiral, for instance, of maybe trying to hit some kind of backstab. It was a full commit. And with that brings the risk of the nitro denial or finding a mistiming, etc. And that unfortunately was the case for them in that round.
And Density should get the last kill right now.
Yep.
So 2-0 start for 6 targets. Well, they came into the game smiling and happy and confident. 2 rounds in, more of the same. I don't think Rock LFO will be stressing too much after the first 2 rounds. They probably felt like they maybe should have won the first one. Second one was just a case of CO meeting, which can, at the best of times, be a very difficult side to attack into. You kind of either have to go for that default hit, which you got so much utility that you're aware that you have to deal with. Otherwise, you go kind of admin across and try and go for a meeting hit. That takes a lot more time. You got to clear more things. Once you kind of opt for this CO hit, it's very difficult to sort of pull back from it and rotate later in the round because then you've got so little time. So it's kind of a one way or the other decided at the beginning of the round. 6 targets have been very, very happy though with the way things have shaped up to start Consulate after getting 7-0'd on Cafe. I said it before, I mean, like, you can have a best of 3 series that's close in terms of the series, even if the maps themselves are not close. It's not all that uncommon.
Now, the tertiary is where Rock Alpha really have to make it count. Yeah, it's pretty forgivable on cons in the style of head-to-head to lose your attacks into the primary and the secondary sites, but whether it be split or on this occasion over towards Expo, these are the must-win opportunities that they need to really ensure that they maximize. And for 6 targets, they'll eagerly be looking for this clean first rotation. The Blitz is back in play for Rock LFO. I like that into the Warden ban. Maybe a little surprised we don't see the Glaz deployed. Maybe for something like a bench hit, but given the like a primary hard breach here, that's certainly not on the agenda. So I do wonder what the game plan is for Rock LFO. To stack yellow stairs at the moment, so it could be some kind of flood either above or then horizontally through into site directly. Just patiently gathering information at the moment. Sorrow has information, some good info, I think, on second floor at the moment. May have even spotted Orion there on the Echo as well. That could be quite impactful. And then Machine on the Snake, he can lurk on radar and then call what the anchor setup is on the site as well. Oh, and even get the kill. So some really good reads there so far from Rock LFO. Can rappel up, and the safety of the rappel, use the radar, one of the probably more overpowered features of that gadget. Minute 30.
Oh, I thought Kaivenix was in a chance to maybe get that headshot, but credit to Snow. Quick with the trick up, and Rock LFO finally getting off the mark here on Consulate, and they're making a statement in this third round as they get an opportunity to finally get boots into the building, spread around, get active and get aggressive. When you look at a lineup such as this, it's just all about aggression, and it works out absolutely to perfection on the board for Consulate, their first attacking round win.
Another big moment for Machine today. Good entry on the Snake, and then was able to rappel up, feed information for that top floor clear with the yellow stairs stack. I like that approach from Rock LFO. And it worked out quite cleanly for them. And so with that, they've been able to stabilize the scoreline as we introduce the additional bans for the remainder of the half, and then return back to the primary and secondary sites where Rock LFO will be very, very eager to try and lock back in and win at least one of those. Now, the Snake does get taken out, so Machine targeted. And then the Goyo as well to be dealt with, which may indicate that Rock LFO will once again try and go direct when we return to the top floor.
Oh, just for good measure, just in case he comes back to life. just keep on firing. Might be like a movie villain or something. Yeah, you get the feeling this one's going to be a lot closer on Consulate. The added benefit that for Rock LFO already having the first map in the pocket means there's not as much pressure if it does kind of get down to the wire. And you get to something like a 5-5 scoreline, the more of that pressure will go the way of 6 targets facing potential elimination. A little response as well from 6 targets. They put Kyvanix onto the Vigil. As we go back down to basement, it will be curious to see how aggressive he gets on the roam, or whether or not it'll just be something like a visa hold to deny a potential entry position, then just drop hatch. Density top floor as well on the Thorn. But if I'm going to be honest, guys, based on this lineup, this looks direct hit. This is actually just direct hit.
They bring the Glaz again because of the Warden Band. Been waiting to see this. They can Thatcher the EMP. Probably they can EMP the Nitro Denial. Sorry. I like this. I think this has very strong potential, provided they have the smoke coverage against the Vert.
It also means Kyvanix density not here for this push in. But Kyvanix, never mind, does get a kill. Bot yellow, he just rotated so quickly. Density as well. Both of them just got on the move. There was too much of a stack push through yellow and not enough through the breach. And that meant the rotating Kyvanix and density, when they pushed back down, they just had 3 players essentially staring right at them. And I don't think Rock LFO were prepared for that double push down yellow stairs.
No. Yeah, just disconnect a little bit there, fell apart. Unable to leverage the Glaz over through the breach and start pressuring forms of plant denial. And then losing those battles over towards yellow, proving to be very costly. Snow in a 1v3. Not over just yet. Into a 3-man crossfire. It should be a sealed deal for the defense at this point. Snow will rotate back towards breach. Has a minute to work with.
And Nico is already aware of the fact that he's gone back over to breach. Repositions. Nico knows he doesn't want to peak this, because if he peaks this and dies, then it's a 1v2, 30 seconds. Snow's just going to be forced to run in. That's the right way to play it. If he's 6 targets, 3-1. Easy as you like for Nico and co. A fascinating round, though, considering, yeah, it had the breach potential for Rock LFO in the same round that we saw the double roam employed by 6 targets. It meant that if they had have probably flooded a little bit more through breach, or certainly more aware of a potential flank down yellow stairs, that absolutely could have worked for them.
Attackers need to
I think they just got caught on the timings and maybe wasn't expecting such a quick rush back down yellow stairs from those roamers.
So we return to top floor, and the ban of the Goyo, will that be influential enough here for Rock LFO to finally get a result across the line on one of the primary/secondary sites here on Concert? The only round win for them has come off the back of Expo Piano, and sure, if they can double down in that regard and get 2.5, it's really not too bad. But I think giving themselves an opportunity to net the 3rd would be really influential and allow them, if they can flex their muscle defense like they did back on Cafe, to maybe close out this series in a 2-0 fashion. Massive investment of utility still on the admin half of the map, and so perhaps 6 targets, very trap heavy lineup. They are expecting still that map sweep across, trying to force the clear vending, etc. Mute Mozzie combo also in play, so trying to disrupt the info gather potential as well here for the attack. I still can't help but shake the feeling that it will probably be more direct, though, from the attack, and they might try and double down for CEO, maybe try and introduce the yellow drop as well. Just have a different point of difference. The lineup is very much suggesting that's the case. Like I said, the Deimos below in exchange for the stake to try and gain information and apply a bit of pressure on the Vert as well. But initial spawn indications are showing pressure Visa side, so maybe that isn't the case, and instead they will play into the extension. Machine already getting in the face of Kai. Hard breach to try and prevent him from escaping, but he does a good job to get out.
Oh, what a shot from Kybernix.
Reloading!
Yeah, they've looked a lot sharper here on console at 6 targets. Starting to get the feeling Clubhouse will be needed to separate these two teams just with what we've seen so far in the first half, because Kybernix, it's another wonderfully timed headshot. And this round is looking like it's done already. 5v2, nothing Machine could do on the Monty. Never really got involved. Stuck over towards break. ACOG playing behind him. Kybernix, you can fall back at some point, but he's all systems go. And gets some damage into Machine as well for good measure before finally going down. But the job done in the round from Kybernix. And now to put the finishing touch on from 6 targets, it's only Machine that's left. Ryan finishes him off 4-1 the lead.
Yeah, very definitive defense there. Again, positive signs for Kai, who was not only able to escape break room, but then uses the ranged hard breach hole created through that position against the attack. Hits a clean shot on Repel. It leaves Machine on an island on the Monty. They never really got in a position to go for the util clearance that was required.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
So you're right, 4-1 scoreline, and it all comes back to this tertiary side of Expo. If Rock LFO want to have a realistic chance in going on to win this map,
Attackers have located a bomb.
they need to show some good siege here in round 6 and get this result to go their way.
Activating camera.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long way back now for Rock LFO. And similar was kind of said back on Cafe in the first map. If this goes 5-1, 5 defensive rounds in Consulate, I mean, that is a really, really good half for 6 targets.
5 seconds left.
There is a world in which that if Rock LFO pinch one here, go defense themselves, clearly maybe the map proving to be difficult for both of these teams to attack into, then things can change quickly. But that kind of starts with getting this round win. Becomes ever important now for Rock LFO to get this final round of the half. Get to 2 attacking rounds and then see what happens in the second half. Nico going for the window peek. He knows how close he was. That was certainly a real opportunity to get the opening kill for Nico. He's performed much better here on Consulate.
Okay. That makes things a little intriguing. Let's see how, though, this does develop in the round. Oh, aggressive from Kai, and he doesn't back down. Snow falls. It's the Deimos out of play. Big loss. He doubles down with the second. And Rock LFO not even allowed inside of the building, and all Kai could do was shake his head. How has he been allowed to do that?
We just haven't been able to get these shields involved early in the rounds either in this half for Rock LFO. Machine chasing over towards Yellow, and he loses that to Zethi. Outplays him beautifully on Yellow stairs. Oh, it's a round-changing moment because Orion actually died at that same time. Machine gets that kill into Zethi, and it's a 3v3. Instead, now it's a 4v2. Make it 1 with ACOG falling. It's only Loyalist left. In the half, time break is beckoning in favor for 6 targets. A 5-1 lead is a real statement. After getting 7-0'd on Cafe, they respond in this half beautifully. Dominant from start to finish for 6 targets. A 5-1 lead heading into the second half. Well, in some ways, I probably wasn't expecting this half either. This has been the series of unexpected results so far, guys. 7-0 on the first map, 5-1 in the second, in favor of 6 targets. They go on the attack now. And for Rock LFO, well, now they find themselves a long way back, and we're looking more likely that we head to Clubhouse.
Feels like it's shaping up that way. But I don't know. I feel like we still just have to wait and see. I mean, of course, we precursed the second half of Cafe with the fact that attack could be a challenge. And whilst that was cleanly converted quickly by Rock LFO, there's certainly no guarantee that will be the case here for 6 targets. They require 2 to get across the line. And we'll see how easy or difficult that may end up being. Replay package of the last round of the half. Snow got caught first. And the second, not too far behind in Syro. It's unfortunate that Rock LFO never really able to get things going on that tertiary attack. And so heading into the second half, we'll see how 6 targets are able to shape up in an attempt to convert top floor up first as anticipated, and very arid and all heavy defense set up from Rock LFO.
And there is a world in which this will end up being defender-sided and Rock LFO can get their way back into this map.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
It's just one of those kind of rare cases, isn't it, where you kind of think, well, were these map selections the right way around, or did we get it wrong? So far, it's just been pretty cruisy for both teams on the opposition's respective map pick. And that's why, like, in this kind of early start to a stage, you know, roster swaps, changes, you don't put too much value into the map veto all that much. All these teams are capable of, you know, winning on pretty much every map anyway. It's kind of once you get to the, you know, the bigger stuff, the majors, the SIs, the real best of the best teams, that's when the map veto certainly is way more important. Much improved for Nico, struggled back on the opening map of Cafe. Just a single kill, went 1-7. 5-2 here on Consulate. And not a single player for Rock LFO going positive. One of the positive aspects I kind of said on Cafe was that everyone on Rock LFO played to a pretty much similar level. Well, the downside of that is if everyone now is playing to a similar level and no one is performing, you get this kind of result.
Blinding them.
Midpoint of the round, and utility now to be dumped in by Orion from Copy. Layering in that hard bridge, trying to make this extension unpeakable for the defense. Bayora in play here from Nico as well. And Kai in a position to lurk forward through Spiral, but there is barbed wire in his way and makes that a little bit treacherous. Time ticking. Smoke from Density. Looking to layer now utility alongside Zethi to push forward. When do they hit the go button? They have time. Logic bomb. And Kai sends it forward.
Yeah, 40 seconds left. Still nothing found. This will be a free kill. Sara just caught asleep at the wheel, and 6 targets have made a very swift attack. And what a way to start the second half. Back and forth. 30 seconds though, leaves 6 targets in the best position as ACOG down by himself. Rock LFO just offering little resistance overall. It's 6-1. May as well start cooking up Clubhouse. It is going to be required. This is just too easy for 6 targets on Consulate.
Very much seems to be shaping up that way at the moment. It's, yeah, one of those strange series where dominance on the opposing map picks seemed to be the play. It was a good clear there overall from 6 targets. They laid util quite nicely, enabled Kai to be able to sneak forward in through front desk. And they're able to convert from there. Rock LFO at the death will call their tactical time out to see if they can find a last gasp here on Consulate.
Yeah, I mean, it might also be just sort of a preemptive timeout to talk about the series as a whole in some way, because let's be completely honest, I think the ability to get back into this one on Consulate is pretty slim. So it'll just be probably a case of the basics. Try and get back to basics. Can you find a way to just get a little success? Can you get 2 rounds, string together some momentum? Most likely we're going to go to this third map. It's a long way back, 5 rounds straight. Very, very unlikely. But if you show something a little bit here on Consulate, then even if you do eventually fall over, you can take some of that then going into club. What a momentum shift. And yeah, 7-0 into 6-1. Not what we expected after the first map. Basement to go for Rock LFO as the timeout expires. Look, it's not impossible. 5 defensive rounds straight. Certainly doable if you just kind of lock in. But where this game, and I guess this series has kind of been won and lost a little bit, guys, is definitely the opening kills. So we played 14 rounds for a 12-2 opening kill conversion. That is significant. So back on Cafe, you know, of the 7 rounds played, 6 of those opening kills went the way of Rock LFO. Only 1 opening kill for 6 targets, which they didn't convert. And then here on Consulate, it flips the other way around, where for Rock LFO, they've only had the 2 opening kills and only converted on 1 of them. The rest have gone the way of 6 targets. Like getting those early advantages, just giving you the ability to kind of have those mid-round scraps where you're throwing bodies at each other, but you've always got that 1 extra one in the back pocket, clearly has been a determining factor in the series. For Sheen, that's not ideal. And he's now forced back, already half health.
Loyal, the sole defender on this top floor position. Under pressure and the upside down rappel from Orion is a success. Good return to form for Orion, who struggled a little bit alongside the majority of his team back on Cafe, but 8-4 hit on Consulate. He's been impactful. He's had some really good moments. And that's his second entry kill for the map, bringing the total for the team up to 6 at this point in time of the 8. So that's impressive for 6 targets. ACOG over towards Expo alongside Syro. It's a 2-2 split here between the floors. Although Syro is investigating a potential flank opportunity here into the gridlock. That may be tricky, but perhaps he can find a timing.
ACOG showing some patience, but just not getting rewarded. No one walking into him. Snow will just sit spiral and pretty much the same kind of playstyle and may get rewarded and will. Kybernix probably not anticipating that angle, that position to be held. Brings it back to the 4-on-4. Drop down from Nico into server on the Solid Snake. Sees that it's relatively open. Allows then 6 targets to push forward. Take space. And his back hit now looks rather strong. Bomb as well for good measure. Smokes to go out, and Zethi will get active on the glass. And finds the pick on the machine. Immediate elimination. Regains the advantage now for 6 targets. Snow from bot spiral could be the difference. Syro, though, he's gone hunting as well. Immediate trade from Orion keeps them still with the numbers. Snow, his presence now known bottom of spiral. So they know there's only potentially one in sight. It's ACOG. He's above. Now they've got info on both of them. Down to Density and Nico in the last 6 seconds of the round. Snow playing this perfectly, just sitting back, waiting. Plant going inside a cafeteria. ACOG, has he got the ability to deny? No. Drop down. A little pinch. Nico losing that battle. Leaves Density now in another clutch position. Doesn't get the kill. Probably thought he almost did.
Wow, okay. Gets pinched from behind, and ultimately that's job done. Good work from ACOG up above initially, and then dropped down to find the kill onto Nico. And at that point, No, we flicked away from him, understandably so. I guess it looked like he was about to lose that fight, but with two attackers looking at him in the post, he was able to win out that little duel. And they stay alive for a little while longer. The pivot there from 6 targets and the spearhead from Nico on the snake was actually quite good in that round. I like the game plan that they would quickly employ. They knew that kitchen was safe. They could go for the plant, but it was a difficult position to then get out of. And Rock LFO did a good job to fight back.
Well, they keep themselves alive a little bit longer. A scrappy one, but 6-2 out of the timeout. Result for Rock LFO goes their way. They had to really work for it and really fight for it. 6 targets with that backside hit. Actually got some really good space off the radar from the snake. Nico just continuing with the good vibes. You win this next round though for Rock LFO. Suddenly then it's only 3 more rounds required. Looks a little bit more reachable. Looks a little bit more likely.
5 seconds remaining.
Ibedix will now take the role of the solid snake, which definitely has had a lot of influence so far here on Consulate. Machine goes on to the clash. We go first floor, Expo Piano for the 9th round.
Hard breach already into work here from Orion. And drones to follow to start pressuring onto the likes of ACOG. It's a big, heavy vert hold here from the defense, and 6 targets, understandably so, are looking to contest and flush this out. Kai as well on the snake this round, and I anticipate him to be pretty influential in terms of either assisting on the top floor clear, or he can instead lurk maybe bottom up and then find a pocket of space in the side, or try and force the defense back somewhere else. There's a repel position from him though early, and can get a foothold inside of Copy. Seems like they're pretty committed to clearing out this top floor. Oh, sharp shot. That's the Goyo down. Big emphasis now on Machine finding good position on the clash, and then the defense being able to play around that. There we go.
1 for 1. Definitely can see the fact that Rock LFO looked far more comfortable in the defense than they did on the attack. Syro, though, take it very low over towards CO. And that's forced Machine all the way outside. A wonderful little play to follow up from Machine. Creates the space, gave them the opportunity. Now it looks for the next target, which is Density. Nico close by as well, over towards Long Desk. Yeah, all they're shooting into is the clash. Nico finds a kill onto Syro.
Not a bad little pre-fire. Keeps things maybe winnable now. Nico, Density, 2 versus 3, and it's a rotation down below. But again, there's so much vert in play here. I don't quite know how they'll be able to make this work.
30 seconds left into the round as Rock LFO looking to just stay alive here on Consulate. ACOG up to 10 and 6 now. Nico just nothing really he could do against the clash. And this one is going to stay around a little longer in terms of this map. Density's great and he's got a good clutch gene about him. But 9 seconds, no kit. Clash, shield still up. Does eventually get the kill on Machine. Not winning this one. So more rounds needed on Consulate after the 6-1 start. 2 in a row to Rock LFO. They bring it back to 6-3. 3 more rounds needed and enters the realm of possibility.
Yeah. It's also the tertiary ticked off as well. Okay. Makes things a little more intriguing now in this series. But for 6 targets, the expectation will be attacking back into top floor where they were able to win out on that first attempt. They got the opening kill in that attempt. And in fact, they've actually established a very long streak now, 6 straight of opening kills. So they seemingly are putting themselves in good positions, but at least in the last couple of rounds, they haven't quite been able to convert that through the mid-round. I mentioned that Rock LFO had to try and activate Machine on the Clash, and well, they took that really to the extreme. It actually worked out really nicely to find those 2 picks back very, very quickly. Then Machine was able to play anchor work on site itself. And so he definitely deserves credit there, whether or not he was the one calling that or not. He was doing a good job to keep that utility alive, and then his team playing off that really, really efficiently. So it's slowly developing into a position where Rock LFO can push towards OT. We're still a distance away from that, though. Let's see how top floor plays out this time around.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to insertion.
What's interesting as well is the opening kills haven't really changed, guys, either. 9 rounds played, still 7-2 split in favor of 6 targets. The last 2 rounds, Orion, Kyvanix, both getting the early picks. But Rock LFO finding better ways to stabilize. So the last thing for them to really now switch in favor is, can they get a little aggressive on the defense, find the early advantages, really then put 6 targets under the pump. And the Clash ban is going to certainly be influential. We only saw it the 1 round, but it had so much influence, so it just isn't going to be available now. Admin across is clearly going to be the goal for 6 targets, though. No CO shenanigans.
Yeah. Means that ACOG is going to have to be versatile in this round to show that he is able to get the Shamika launcher shots to land in towards that admin side default plant position. And with smoke banned out, there's an increasing reliance on him to do his job efficiently. Of course, there is the backup, though, the Goya, which may have been placed there. You've also got the Echo for planting up potential as well here. Already probing site there, 6 targets. Oh, Orion goes deep with Kit.
Yeah, very aggressive. And thinking about the plant, and we'll go for it. They got the opening kill once again. Is there denial? You do have the Echo, but the Yokais are just not in the right place. A little too slow to react for Rock LFO. The pacing of 6 targets catching them off guard. Ryan got plant down, but it did cost him his life. And then 2 more fall quickly in the post plant. 6 targets. May have been able to rush in, get plant down, and had the opening kill. But they end up in a 2 versus 4, making a 1v4. The retake from Rock LFO has been perfect. Clean.
Wow.
Didn't lose a single player in the post plant retake for Rock LFO. They bring it back to 6-4.
Yeah, they've done a good job to wrangle that one back. The plant was on cam. The BBC was watched. They knew where it was going down, and while they may not have gotten the Yokai in a position to physically deny that plan, I think the amount of information that they still had on offer in the post, which wasn't cleared by a pretty hasty attack there from 6 targets, proved to be quite costly, and Rock LFO able to convert off that information very, very nicely. And so scoreline, it's now 6-4, and the only side of which 6T of 1 on attack has gone astray, being that top floor selection. So it's quite quickly now actually developing into a position where 6 targets are under a bit of pressure, and their ability now to close out the map is very much in question.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb. 10 seconds to go.
Well, surprise, surprise. 3 rounds straight for Rock LFO.
5 seconds left.
It's been incredibly defender-sided. Only 2 attacking rounds have been acquired in this map. 1 apiece. But it's 7 consecutive opening kills for 6 targets. They've now failed to convert, though, in the previous 3 rounds. So, like, this comeback for Rock LFO, the opening rounds haven't really changed. It's still 6 targets that are getting these early picks and doing so on the attack, just as they did on the defense. Which is a real big testament then for Rock LFO stringing together these last 3 rounds the way that they have. And you start to then imagine what will happen if Rock LFO get, a 5v3 or a 5v4 advantage early on. Will that be too much for 6 targets to overcome? Nico once again back onto the Solid Snake. Machine with a chance. And there it is. Their first opening kills since Machine got it back in the 3rd round. And Nico goes down as well. Logic Bomb may ring out from Density, but there's not much they're going to be able to really do with it. 6-5 is looking very likely.
Yeah, very. Feels like it's developed so quickly. Rock LFO looking really, really solid here on defense, and I don't know if 6 targets have had that clutch ability about them on attack from what we've seen so far. It's a 3v5, minute 40, little in the way of control. Maybe if Orion can get an opening here onto Snow, but even this is a very unfavorable fight. Oh, Snow might maybe giving away his position, but nope, still wins the fight.
Clean.
Diffuser down as well. This round's over.
Yeah. Whoa. Diffuse is irrelevant when there's still a minute 20 on the clock. If they can find a kill each here, Zethi and Density, bring it back to a 2v2. Ooh, little trade. That's not going to be enough, though. When you're in a 2v4, the 1-for-1 trade.
Had to be clean.
Yeah, had to be clean. 1v3 now for Zethi. He's got a minute on the Deimos. And it's less about Zethi in these kind of scenarios and more about what the other 3 defenders are doing, how they're playing off each other, what positions and angles they're holding. It's pretty simple. You do never want to give him a 1v1. Play together, hold tight angles, have the swing and trade potential for every single player. Don't worry about the kit. You don't have to play it. Don't go hunting. Zethi's got it all to do, and it's only got 40 seconds. And Siege is a very difficult game to sort of run around with 30 seconds left. Just too many angles, too many vulnerabilities. Default gets shot out, but he's positioned towards bot spiral, now known. When ACOG plays over towards Piano, but Stone Syro will play basement together. And this is just a classic case of, well, Zethi goes hunting, doesn't really find anything, doesn't even care about the kit, and now just is forced into the sprint. Does get one onto Syro, but not enough time left into the round. Had there still been about 20-30 seconds left at this point, it certainly would have been more possible, but no time remaining for Zethi. Snow gets the kill, and ever since that tactical timeout, 6-1 down, call attack, they've now been able to win 4 rounds straight, 1 more needed to force overtime. And you get the feeling that if it gets to OT, that 6 targets will know that they're on the ropes.
Yeah, it's culminating at the moment. It's building up to that eventuality. The pressure has really mounted now against 6 targets. It's the split site of choice, though, here for the final round of regulation. So Rock LFO taking a, I suppose, calculated risk here. Final round, potentially here, if they are to go astray, but they back themselves in. We'll see how this eventuates. I'm trying to throw 6 targets off here. I do wonder in terms of what the game plan is going to be for them here. They've been in the castle, so expecting a pretty heavy extension, probably some control up above with the Denari as well in aid, and I love the inclusion of the Pulse as well. Very, very traditional operator for this style of site, going as far back as to the original map, where you can get so much information. And it's going to aid with the double nitro lineup here that the defense has.
How many times, though, have we seen these comebacks fall short and ends up being a 7-5? That's going to be in the back of the minds for 6 targets here. Doesn't matter what Rock LFO have been doing for the last 4 rounds. We just win this one, and map is done. We go Clubhouse. ACOG has really locked in, though. 12 and 6, 5 assists as well. 2 counter diffusers. He's got a multi-kill for a 137 EPS. He's been the best player in the server. Both teams, clearly. Rock LFO will know, though. Just hold your composure. Play the right positions. Force them into us, and they will very likely falter. Don't have to do too much. It's been a very defender-sided consulate. Nico finds the opening kill, and it is onto ACOG, and that could have huge ramifications. The top gunner is down for Rock LFO. Another opening kill for 6 targets. The good news for Rock, those they've typically been able to deal with being a player down. But ACOG's always been a big factor in that.
Yeah, ACOG was isolated from the rest of the team, and whilst he's been really good, the risk here in this particular round is he goes untraded, and it's now mounting pressure against the rest of this defense. 6T have taken a lot of ground on the opposing side of the map. They're pressuring horizontally, both down below and above, and they've got good info as well. Oh, traded. Minute 10. 6 targets still in an advantageous position. Kai may be able to be brought back up as well, and if he is, it's a 5 versus 3, and they look like they're in a strong position to close out this map.
Yeah, looking in a very good position. Machine on the pulse with a Nitro inside server. Can he be a difference factor? Snow can get info as well. Loyalist goes down. Well, this is just the classic old case of a fake comeback. 6-1 down to bring it back to 6-5, and it all comes undone. And this is why you do not want to give up these hefty leads. 1 back for Snow. Machine has kept himself pretty well hidden and hits the shot onto Kybanix. But now getting shot in the back. Machine didn't know where those initial shots were coming from. Snow in a 1v3. Clubhouse now very much on the cards. 20 seconds for 6 targets. They don't have the kid at the moment.
Solace. He can read the plant from above.
He certainly can. He's just got to find out where it is.
There we go.
And he finally has been able to find it. Will he be able to deny in time? He will not. Shots don't land. There wasn't enough bullets in the SMG. And we are done here on Consulate. All 3 maps required in this lower bracket elimination series.
.26 is starting on a very high note. I'm here in Tokyo, Japan for FPS Day X.
We've got the APAC Cup, the 1v1 nows, and of course the grand finals of the Tier 2 North Rebellion, plus stacks of community awards and fashion shows. The Japanese crowd have been unbelievable.
This event as a whole, the location, the people, everyone's been super nice. The food, of course, here in Japan, absolutely amazing. Great to be back for a second time, and yeah, hopefully can make it a third at some point. We really need a major back in Japan, so hopefully we can get that at some point in time.
It's been an absolute privilege to be a part of this event, and certainly can't wait to do more of it in the future.
The view here is absolutely insane here in this amazing tower. We just wrapped up the Rebellion Grand Final, the Tier 2 event here for APAC North. Absolutely banging Grand Final. We were actually, Jake and I, really surprised at the quality of Siege on offer, and very excited to get ready for the Grand Final, which again should be really, really good and highlight some quality APAC Siege. Of course, yesterday, Jake and I casted a really big upset, Soul's Heart taking down Fear X. Didn't anticipate them to win that match, and they got it done in 2, which was really awesome to see from their perspective.
The Japanese crowd have been unreal. I can't wait to see if CAG can deliver for the Japanese fans against Soul's Heart in our APAC Cup Grand Final.
Trust the bomb set, they just keep doing it. I9 for a double, and now it's out of blue. And it's time to send it deep for I9. All the timing. Straight into the bomb site. He takes a few tattered bullets from Moto. Arkali trying to be the hero for CAG when his team needs him. But Didi is the last one standing. And a flawless round is one hell of a way to do it. 3 years since their last appearance on an international stage, and Solzhard are champions here in APAC.
the best that this region has got to offer.
Alrighty, so let's get back underway with this Series 6. Targets have pushed us to Clubhouse, and Nico certainly had a great time as we go through his reactions, cuz yeah, a lot of emotions for Nico in this series.
Roller coaster ride for him and the team. They're on consulate, but 6 targets were able to get the job done just in regulation. They did scathe off the 4-round streak that Rock LFO were able to establish, rounds 8 through 11 in that second half on defense, but they're finally able to crack that split side on attack and get the job done. So both teams have stilled the others' map selection, and so this best of 3 is well primed for Clubhouse, which is, at least in my opinion, probably one of the best tests in the pool as to who's better on the day. And yeah, it's been a bit of an up and down series so far, but such is the nature of this kind of matchup. And yeah, hopefully Clubhouse is another close encounter.
It's yeah, fitting that we do go to the OCE house in Clubhouse to settle this one. 2 teams that, yeah, I mean, I guess now as we head into Clubhouse, the first map ball is forgiven. If you 6 targets, you were 6-1 up on consulate. Yes, Rock LFO got on a bit of a roll, but you closed it out and everything gets reset. Now it's irrelevant. The first 2 maps to be completely forgotten in all facets, the good and the bad. We head to the 3rd and final map, a single map to determine the fate of these 2 teams here for kickoff in Oceania. Winner will play again later today against Anios. Losers, their time is done.
Rock LFO will be starting on defense. How much influence may that have on the series and their perhaps ability to gain a lead and some confidence heading into the second half, as attack has proven to be a challenge so far. I don't really think the needle's going to change all too much on Clubhouse. It might. It kind of depends. Clubhouse actually can be quite an open map for the attack, with the exception of basement. Kind of just depends largely on how the teams want to play first and foremost, but then also the bans and what actually gets taken out of play. Given all the hard breaches up, maybe it will be a little bit more open for attack. It is the Kaid Mirror off the board for defense, and then on the side of attack, it's the Grim and Glaz benched.
Which way are you leaning though, guys? The 7-0 Cafe, does that instill the confidence in Rock LFO, considering they also brought back Consulate, or the reinvigoration of 6 targets, 6-1 lead, what they were able to do? Which way are you kind of leaning, or is it still just kind of on the fence now?
Oh, yeah, it's really tough to say. Again, given neither of these teams have shown anything as well on Clubhouse throughout kickoff, it's kind of difficult to have a read as to where they're at on this specific map. Of course, one that really tests fundamentals. Oh, it's a tricky prediction. I think I'm leaning still a little bit more towards Rock LFO. If ACOG and Machine in particular can be super impactful, we've seen that over the course of the series, and of course Loyalist and Co can get on the action as well. I think they might have a little bit more depth on offer, but that's not to discount some of the impacts plays we've seen and the skill on the side of 6 targets, right? I mean, Kai's been super influential in several rounds. They've got the clutch factor of density. They've got the vibes from Nico and the depth and experience that he can offer as well. So both teams have, you know, a lot of pros on their side heading into a map such as Clubhouse. So difficult read. I think for Rock LFO, though, on defense, we need to see them stack rounds here. Basement is a critical way to get things kicked off here. It's going to be a must-win site in this series. There's really no excuse for defense to not win out on basement.
Well, the first 2 maps saw runaway leads. Obviously, on the second, it was the clawback by Rock LFO, but falling short at the end of regulation. Clubhouse can typically and usually play a little bit more back and forth. Loyalist creep down red stairs in towards lounge and looking to take the fight against Orion inside stock, but just thinks better of it. Just surveying the area, trying to scout out and get as much information as possible without an overinvest in a fight. They do have Snow up in Logi and Machine around main stairs. So it's not as if Rock LFO are just kind of sitting back doing nothing right now. They're getting an aggressive double kill from Machine. The run out kitchen to get rid of Kyvanix towards dirt was wonderful. He does lose his life, but APOC getting those 2 kills of the round. That's job done. That is a successful start from Machine and Rock LFO on the defense.
Absolutely. He dropped the Habana as well and the Capital. I would argue the 2 best operators for a basement here. They can be so impactful, opening hatches, letting utility for the execute. That's a big play, but maybe it won't matter. 6 targets have been able to at least bring it back to a 3 versus 3 with Loyalov getting caught over towards blue with bad timing. And so Rock LFO now looking to consolidate site over towards basement. 6 targets trying to prep for this potential plant. Still 3 exothermics and the secondaries available here in terms of hard breach for the attack. Double impact for Cyro though, but he's over towards church, so that won't be denied. I do fear though, in terms of the util layering for attack, it may be lacking a little bit. Just double flash, no smokes. That makes it quite tough for the job. And also 3 gas babes available for ACOG, and he'll start layering those soon.
And not a lot of time left either, 20 seconds. And as you mentioned, the gas space for ACOG, still 2 left, so he can kind of smoke out the rest of this round. Pops the Vulcan canister, like they're at that point now for Rock LFO when they know time, the biggest crunching factor. Nico walked through the flames. That meant he was low. Orion just sitting inside of the gas babe. They're trying to brute force their way, and it's not going to work. Rock LFO will take the opening round here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, good groundwork established by Machine, and then ACOG, the anchor work on site was good. I think if 6 targets have their time again, they maybe would have sent the dirt lurk in a little earlier, and then you have to take the small chance of winning that fight. If you do, it opens it up massively, because not only do you not have to worry about the anchor position, but also the util layering of the smoke canisters that were making the job and the plant essentially impossible. Of course, would have been a very low percentage fight against that dirt player, but probably would have had to have been taken earlier in that sequence of events, but not to be. And Rock LFO doing a good job to stabilize that round and not letting that opportunity slip. As I said before, and I stand by it, I think that basement here for defense is absolutely must win. If you start leaking rounds on that site, it really does compromise the rest of your rotation.
Position secured.
Razor wire ready.
In the early days, you win out basement, job done. The real work now begins though for Rock LFO on the defense. It's going to be gym bedroom and couch and CCTV. These are going to be the sites that you need to be winning just as much as basement. Basement's the one you can't afford to lose. Nico, what a swift entry though in through garage to catch out Loyalist. And then hits the second shot onto Cyro as well, re-peeking to see if he can get the trade. Nico switched on at the start of the second round.
Love a good Nico send. Again, he's been a little quiet on the scoreboard, but he just has those flashes of brilliance of time that can be a difference maker. Showing that proactivity on attack, really nice. Because they're still not job done yet. Such is the nature of Clubhouse. It can be difficult still to break down the remaining layers of this defense, and so they'll need to be methodical from here. Fortunately, with such little time and util investment from Nico is so snappy and so clean that they now have so much to work with here in the late round. They can gain information, they can dump this utility, they've still got the final exothermic, which has also been effective from Orion. So they've been able to open the entire cache site across, and Con as well. Rock LFO, triple stack second floor, no flank potential. Machine will fall in Logi.
I mean, I think Nico getting the opening 2 kills of the round really set the rest in motion. You get the extra numbers, you've opened up a lot of space, put so much pressure on the remaining defenders in sight, and then you kind of get this sort of result. ACOG low in health as well. The shot in the back, it's clean, it's flawless from 6 targets. They take Jim Bedrip with ease. It's all off the back of that double kill entry from Nico over towards Garage, and 6 targets will get themselves an early attacking round.
Yeah, I think he still can't quite believe he was able to pull that off, but sometimes that can be the name of the game on a map like Club, where you can catch your opposition off guard by going for those hyper-aggressive plays. it's very unlikely that the Rafters player, if he doesn't react quickly enough, is ever going to be looking in that general direction. So to find the first is great, and then to compound it quickly onto the second over towards Cash was, yeah, well executed there by Nico. Wasn't a particularly high risk sort of play either. Again, I think it was actually well calculated. And so just keeping this Rock LFO defense honest. Back to bedroom for round number 3. And Rock LFO no doubt will be wanting to tidy up that map extension across. They need to make it more challenging to flush out CCTV, cache, etc. Not offer those opportunities for swift entry. 6 targets, they may not even necessarily fully commit to the map clear this time around. I think that, again, especially with the versatility that Thermite on offer these days with the triple XO, there's also the strong possibility that they can go for a more Jacuzzi Logi drop-centric kind of hit later anyway.
Nico thinking about another rush in through garage. Probably not to be, and certainly with Machine on the clash now, not going to be as easy to have the same success. And third and final map of a series is when the pressure really mounts as well, but you just haven't seen that on Nico's face. He's just kept it cool, calm the whole time, and he's got a lovely live drone as well onto Snow inside the gym. Frag grenade does not quite make it over to Snow. Snow eventually finished off though by Kybernics. They expected potentially a peek over from that CC window. Syro didn't overinvest. Now they've been a kill for 6 targets though, and so far their attacks on Clubhouse are looking pretty good.
Yeah, they are. They're getting good information, being able to relay that. Jacuzzi opened in the meantime, and so that will catch the attention of Machine. Can they link up this attack with Nico? Maybe, sorry, no, Kai. It's over towards Central Stairs. Does the clash get caught? Yes. Eventually, 3 versus 1. This is really nice.
Going to take a 2-1 lead on Clubhouse attack. This is a great start for 6 targets. You have to wonder, how did Cafe go the way that it did? I mean, admittedly, there were a lot of clutch rounds that went the way of Rock LFO, but still 7-0 and then into Consulate win and starting really well on Clubhouse. ACOG try as he might. Now in a post-plant situation where you've got to clear out the balcony positions. Not going to be possible. Can't even get through the first target in Orion. 6 targets, 2-1 up. Early days on Club, but so far good signs for them. And for Rock LFO, they need to lock in quickly.
Yeah, disappointing as well when you return to a site and sure able to correct maybe some of the mistakes from last time out, but the resilience from 6 targets as well was able to shine through. They did find more entry and pressure over towards that Jacuzzi side. The clash was left on a bit of an island, didn't receive much support. It's a good little pinch there from 6 targets. And the information, but even before that, that they were gathering on side and pressuring from the exterior of the map as well was also pretty phenomenal. So 6 targets, looking like the better of the 2 so far. And a real tester now for Rock LFO, who might be able to find a bit of stabilization here basement. If I tell you what though, 6 targets are able to win this side, it really will open things up.
And this feels like the critical one, doesn't it? As you kind of said at the start, you know, prior to the opening round, you got to be winning basement on Clubhouse defense. And so far, that's all they've been able to win.
5 seconds left.
It means for 6 targets, this is the free punch now. You're 2-1 up. You go back to basement, and you know full well if you win this, 3 attacking rounds, and Rock LFO are pretty much on the ropes at that point. 3 attacking rounds on Club is just good in general. A 3-3 would be a win for 6 targets. ACOG this time is going to be the one that will play the clash. He's easily been the best player for Rock LFO in the series. Oh, caught at the window. Density, I don't think was prepared for Syro to be quite literally standing right at the frame. Opening kill for Rock LFO. That's a good start. Nico wants to go hunting in response and wasn't expecting Cyro close right. That's going to be the round. That's a freebie from Cyro.
Yeah. Yeah, basement, it's proving again to be very, very difficult to not only worry about breaking down the site itself, but even dealing with the off-site aggression here of Rock LFO. And I mean, that's positive signs for them. Able to confidently convert what will no doubt be the strongest site for defense here on club. Good positioning offside. Just
Swapping mags.
I mean that right mixture of aggression and composing themselves nicely. So much time here for the remaining members of Six Tigers to work with, but it's very low percentage from this point. And they've still failed to fully deal with the roam, Loyalist bar, Cyro on screen now, lounge, Snow as well, lurking around this first floor. Take hog elsewhere to find one. Zephy will sit outside for the late trade. And there's a minute now on the clock where Six Targets can milk the clock if they so wish.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be too upset considering this basement, but probably upset in the way they lost the round, like Cyro just being able to get 3 kills over towards Secret Lounge. Zephy maybe sensing a chance to play off of this yellow ping and can't win that battle. Loyalith hears him coming through, immediately turns around. So 2-2, but it's just the basement round win so far for Rock LFO. They know now full well for the remainder of this half, they need to do it outside basement as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's all well and good to win basement, but the benchmark will be that both teams win out basement, so you need to find that point of difference. You need to be able to win at least one of these additional sites to try and give yourself some kind of platform to then play off, at least to convert in regulation. Replay package of that prior round. It was basically just a mow down there on the first floor, courtesy of the defense. And so for Six Targets, it's about relocking back in. As you said, they're not going to be too worried, I don't think, about losing out on basement. They can now direct their efforts over towards CC and Cash, which we are yet to see play out, I believe, with the double selections of both basement and bedroom so far.
10 seconds to insertion.
Deploying Victor wire. New feed active.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, first time seeing Cash and CCTV. Still at a 2-2 scoreline round 5. This is the most intriguing part, because if Rock LFO can get to a 4-2 half, puts them back into a really solid position even after giving up 2 early attacking rounds. These are the circuit breaker kind of rounds where big moments can have big ramifications. And the winner of this will play later tonight against Anios. A long day ahead, especially considering this is a 3-mapper. The focus right now is all here on club.
Machine took a chunk of damage though over towards bedroom, so pretty aggressive on the extension horizontally here for the defense. May look to actually progress forward here. Oh, he considers it for a moment. It's double logi stack from the attack. Who can hold their nerve? Loyalist also main stairs. It's pretty high risk at the moment from both teams.
Reloading. It's density that gets the opening kill onto Machine. Play the window. 90 seconds. You've got the extra player advantage now. Machine, who started so hot back on Cafe, has just cooled off a little bit as the series well and truly has progressed, which has meant ACOG's been the main man for Rock LFO. Ryan, on the flip side, started really cold and certainly now making an impact here on Clubhouse. More drones to be sent in for more information. Kyvanix playing at the breach. Air jab to go out. They know full well that ACOG is over towards rafters. Nico also may be thinking about a potential pinch. And ACOG will go down. Kyvanix doesn't need the help from Nico or anyone else. He gets finished off by the shock drone of Density. And a 2-player advantage heading into the site execution point of the round.
Oh, Cyrus steps up though. The clash is posing problems, but it's traded by Nico. 2v4. 6 targets in the advantageous position. Flank.
Loyal gets 1. Probably might feel as if he should have been able to get 2, but funnily enough, now playing behind the clutch shield is the attacking team. Snow battling towards top red. Hits the shot onto Kyvanix. 10 seconds, and now the pressure falls back to 6 targets because they're still going to get the kill onto the ground. Snow knows he can kind of fall back, force them to push into him. 5 seconds left. Lilith inside a cache. Density going with the plate inside a CCTV. Easy kill onto Nico. Density hasn't got the time. Oh, the edge jab maybe does give him the moment. Never mind. Pistol from Loyalith connects. Huge round win for Rock LFO. They were susceptible there in cache and CCTV.
Oh, that was one of the messier end rounds we've seen so far. The attack there of 6 targets, finding it so difficult there to identify and actually execute upon the win condition that they wanted there. I think obviously the flank made things a challenge. They were tossing up. Do we plant? Do we go for kill? Eventually, very late, they go for the plant option. Right around here, Loyal posing problems. Density with the diffuser doesn't go initially for the plant. Then Nico gets caught out. As Loyal had already pushed forward. Air jab, arguably they're saving his life as Density shoots above him. If he finds that first kill, the 1v1 actually probably favoring him there with the DMR in hand, but that was a very real opportunity for 6 targets that I think they'll be quite disappointed they weren't able to convert.
Well, another big round, though, still to be had due to those early attacking rounds gained by 6 targets. Still one more puts it at that 3-3 half. They get to then go defense in the second half.
5 seconds to go.
A critical 6th round for both of these two teams. Rock LFO just trying to break even, get to that 4th defensive round. Set themselves up to have a buffer going into the second half on the attack. Been a very competitive clubhouse, though, as expected. And a fascinating series. Oh, what an angle from Kyvanix. Peppered it the first time, then kind of doubled back. Sorry, they're in a good position to get the trade. So 1-for-1, immediate trade. But the Ash getting rid of the tuber out, I imagine is happier days for the attacking team. And a chance at the breach. Cyro does get downed. Good spray control from Nico. And 6 targets again with another player advantage, but it didn't help them in the previous round.
No, it didn't. And the clash is still standing as well. As Army, triple Kiba in pocket for Snow. If he can deploy this utility as well, he might be able to at least force out some of the explosives here from the attack. Still holding firm over towards this cache side at the moment. I think slowly we're going to see them filter back though and rotate. Machine looking for information. Spots Nico. He has the diffuser in hand. But yeah, he's rotating out. Machine probably has relayed that across as well. And it probably ends up being a jacuzzi into gym finish here for 6 targets.
I'm reloading.
Okay, LFO just going to try and bunker down now and trust the process with the clash and the Azamis that they can provide enough defensive capabilities. ACOG will probably play the more aggressive role on the Thorn when it comes down to the execute.
Keep us secured.
Snow's doing a decent job considering it's a 4v3 to still have had construction locked down for as long as he did. Now opts to give it up. And the time has been a concern for 6 targets. A couple of rounds here on Clubhouse may be again. You got the extra player, but 40 seconds as it starts to dwindle down. I'd like to see them find a way to start the execution phase around now, rather than in 10 seconds time. It's 30 seconds now. Like, they've got to pick it up. And Snow finds an angle onto Zethi. It's falling apart for 6 targets here.
Yeah, it feels like such an important round to win. 20 seconds. It's a con stack from the attack. Time ticking.
They've left this too late. Now you have to rush into sight. Lovely clear though from Density. Almost getting the kill onto ACOG towards Logi as well, but he falls, and now down to Nico. 3 seconds. There's no backup plan. There's no time to go for a res. There's no time to change strategy. That's it. It's 4-2. Rock LFO hold strong, down a player for the vast majority of that round. And they win 3 rounds straight to take a 2-round lead heading into the half. Well, I don't know what that halftime vibe music was, but it certainly doesn't match the intensity of what this series is offering, guys, as we enter the second half of the final map. It's a do-or-die elimination game that's going right down to the wire. 6 targets now go defense. They could only get the 2 attacking rounds, and they got those early on inside the first 3 rounds and just couldn't get another, which puts Rock LFO in a better position. They go into the attack, yes, but they got a little buffer in terms of the scoreboard.
Yeah, certainly. It does feel, though, that the failure to win and maybe that additional attack could prove pretty costly. Just the time management on a couple of these occasions could end up ultimately proving quite costly. Credit to Rock LFO, they're able to stabilize. It started to look really good, I think, for 6T when they won rounds 2, 3, the double re-attempt over towards Gym Bedroom. And it very much seemed like it was guiding towards an outcome where Rock LFO were only going to be able to win out basement, and that would have been a pretty precarious position to find themselves in, but that was not the case. They were able to correct course with the lead heading into the second half. It makes things very intriguing in the context of this series. We'll see if Rock LFO have the same expected woes, though, here on basement. The opening site choice, as expected, for 6 targets. The bans for this second half: Grim, Snake, Kaid, and Bandit.
Don't forget, directly after this, we go back to the upper bracket. Man Esports versus Shut Academy. The winner of that will play Enterprise next week in an upper final. And Annie also waiting the winner of these two. get the feeling this will be a pretty much 5-stack from 6 targets. And the Zethi and Kaiminix want to try and play some kind of roam. I mean, the fact that Zethi's over towards pool, yes, Kaiminix is main stairs, but this is a pretty common position to be. Might give this one peek attempt and then we'll look to fall back down. He swings out of the corridor, and that is a very ambitious play. Zethi, though, immediately there for the trade as the cover, but he too takes some damage. Now, Legion for Ying. Loss of the Ying, certainly not ideal for the late round execution, but he also will no longer be generating these goo mines. Speaking of, stepped on by Loyalith.
Yeah, that may actually favor the attack slightly in the sense that now ACOG may have more freedom on the blitz. Although definitely not optimal losing the Ying. I think on the balance of everything, it probably is still slightly in favor of 6 targets, but it's pretty minimal.
Reload.
Elsewhere, Loyalith down. So the attack not being given much of an opportunity to kind of prime themselves for this push. 6 targets continue to layer pressure and make it a very awkward attack.
He is back up and get to work with the skeleton key to further open up these floorboards. I mean, still 2 big pieces of the puzzle for Rock LFO. Up the blitz for the late round entry, the Capital for the utility as well that can be layered with the frag grenades of Snow. Nico just took a big chunk of damage. I would imagine that was from Loyalith inside a kitchen. Gets him just below half health. Concern for me, though, is again the time, and we saw this back in the first half. Just a lot of late round executes for 6 targets, left them little room on the attack with time. ACOG wants to push through blue. 20 seconds. Again, we're going to get down to a late round execute. And Snow, though, at least opens up with the kill over towards blue. Machine does fall, so does Density. Still the player advantage with Rock LFO. And Nico Zethi low on health as well. Same with Loyalith and ACOG. Pistol's good enough, though, from ACOG. Only Nico left. Got to go and grab that kit, though, for Snow. Very winnable right now for Nico, but then beaten out by Snow. He grabs the kit, gets the kill, and the Padawan shuts down the Master.
Yeah, I got a little nervous there with so little time on the clock, and then the Razor Bloom landing. But able to make it work, and that is a big round for the attack to win out. Very impressive that they've been able to get that result across the line, and very disappointing for 6 targets who were disruptive on defense and did a good job at maintaining quite a bit of pressure over the course of that round. But Rock LFO were able to get it done. It prompts the reattempt here, which is understandable given how strongly defend decided this side it really should be. But my word, that is a significant round win. That could well be the ultimate difference maker in this series. Rock LFO have done a phenomenal job there.
Spoke about in the first half, you've got to be winning basement defense, and well, as you said, that could be a difference maker now. Rock LFO in the first round of the second half, straight away on the attack, take out basement, 3-round differential, a nice buffer. It's a repeat attempt from 6 targets. It kind of has to be at this point. You lose it again, you may as well then probably hang your heads a little bit at 6-2 down. It's going to be a long way back. Must win for 6 targets. For all intents and purposes, tournament on the line here in this 8th round. And Loyalith finds an incredibly early kill onto Kaiminix. There's a second time now that Kaiminix has died on basement early on. This is even earlier, though. That's a swift entry from Loyalith. To be fair, probably catching Kai off guard in comparison to the previous round, guys, where he opted for the main stairs pressure. This time the pressure was brought to him. But with double shield and an extra player, this basement side is no longer a fortified defensive side. I mean, it's vulnerable now.
Yeah, absolutely. Zethi has gone aggressive, though. Second floor. So there's flank potential on offer here. All 5 members up. No one sitting drones. Logic Bomb not raining out. So his position should be pretty well masked. And there's a big reliance on Zethi now to find probably at least 2 picks. Just has to find the right window, the right timing here, not leave it too late, obviously not go too early and then get caught. Asking quite a bit of Zethy here. 6 targets. It feels like their best win condition now at this point is that flank.
Oh, the logic bomb doesn't help. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't help. That's a well-timed logic bomb from Loyalith. Forced Zethy down and into the fight. Jeez. A bit rough in the chat for poor old Zethy, but you know what? He gives it just as much as he takes it. And now, a minute left. Need this kill here from Nico. Dimar does connect onto Snow, gets him to half. But now sees the Monty has dropped down into sight. Loyalith, another logic bomb will ring out, push down main stairs. Rock LFO have got the numbers and they're going for the plant. Density has been downed as well. It's all falling apart for 6 targets.
Ooh,
Machine does get downed though, and that will be a good denial. This is still a round that is alive, but Nico and Orion need to hit their shots.
Finished. Good dislodge. Orion 1v3.
Plant now going down from Loyalith. Orion, you've got to get on the move. And he just cannot find anything here from this position in blue. Into Arsenal. Machine will get finished off. Playing behind the deployable shield is ACOG. He's got his own shield. And it's ACOG that then holds the angle and gets them to match and series point 6-2 here on Clubhouse.
Wow, I did not expect it to play out like this. Double back-to-back attacking round wins and on basement. It's been devastating for 6 targets. It's the site that is a must-win, and to lose it twice back-to-back has really got to hurt. And I think Nico's face probably tells the storyline here for 6 targets, that he knows this game's probably now over.
Yeah, he agrees with you, I think, with the little head nod. Yeah, 4 rounds straight. At this point, you pretty much can't really go back basement again. So they go gym bedroom. 4 rounds in a row required. As we go back to the highlights from the previous round, well, we didn't even really get the kill scene of Kyvenix and how he went down so early. Nico did his best, but yeah, that nade completely just dislodging him.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb. 10 seconds left.
Obviously, we saw the 6-1 lead that 6 targets had on Consulate. That ended up being a 7-5. It did showcase that there's always that capability of the comeback. 6 targets need 4 rounds straight to force OT. Not impossible on Clubhouse defense. I mean, if there's going to be a map where you can, at least in this region, do it, it certainly can be Club, but it doesn't bode well that you lost basement twice to begin the half. I think it's also fair to say, you kind of look at the wider picture, Guz, in terms of the series, the 7-0 beatdown on Cafe, the comeback on Consulate, and now the lead on Clubhouse. Rock LFO has been the better team. They've just got to now finish the job.
Yeah. We'll be ruthless from this point, and we'll see if they're able to get it done cleanly with potentially what would then be 3 attacks in a row on Club, and I think that would be a nice addition to their resume. Ooh. That's a very aggressive peek, my word.
Stop
from
peeking.
Kai. Kai's been very eager to attack early, and it hasn't worked out. That too from Nico, also falling short of the mark. Rock LFO with the advantage once more. Kai continues to overpeak. Yeah.
It's a low percentage swing, right? So you're at the window. You're trying to shoot a small pixel target on the roof, but he's looking at a window position where your body frame is so much larger and in a set known position. It's just that it's not the right swing. He'll learn from it. They'll learn from it. Zethy lets out a bit of frustration onto Cyro. But all of the real talking has been inside of the servers. Rock LFO get the job done. They eliminate 6 targets from Kickoff. It took a little longer than maybe they envisioned after the 7-0 on Cafe. They got blindsided on their map pick of Consulate. They were 6-1 down. They brought it back to a 7-5 loss. But then 7-2 here on Clubhouse puts an end to this series. They'll move forward. They'll play it again later this afternoon against Imanios. And it's the end of Nico. The Padawan beats out the Master.
Yeah, look, I think they've put a really good cherry on top of this series. The way in which they were able to close out this third and final map, the big talking line and talking point, rather, I suppose, for Rock LFO heading into this series was the attacking woes they faced in the first series here in Kickoff. And the squad historically struggling with attack today, though, it was arguably the big difference maker, especially here on Clubhouse. The way in which they were able to confidently basically wipe the floor, to be frank, on the last few rounds was really, really impressive. And I think we've probably seen enough, to be fair, in this series to now say that the best of three at the end of the day, there's potential in that for these guys to actually show something and to be quite competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they'll give it their best try. They'll know that going up against Team Anios isn't going to be easy after what they showed against Enterprise. But if I was going into that series from the perspective of Rock LFO, you know, Anios and Chef Jeff, they're the kind of team that they'll play up to their opponent just as much as they can kind of play down to their opponent. So I think that for them, it's like, well, yeah, they were great against EP, but maybe EP took them a little bit lightly. Maybe EP didn't quite play at their best. Maybe that match and that scoreline and the map taking, etc., was a little inflated, and we've got every chance that we can beat Chef Jeff and co. At the end of the day, that team, that Anios team, they failed to even make Pro League last year. Of course, that was without Chef Jeff on the team. So really, the gap shouldn't be that wide. It shouldn't be that massive. And so they'll probably take some confidence, especially after being warmed up earlier today, going into that series to come. We are waiting to try and get an interview set up to close out this first series of the day. But guys, moving after this, we do have the upper bracket, which should be fascinating in itself with Man Esports and Shy Academy. Man Esports, maybe on paper, the team you kind of look to suggest they should get it done, but who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? That could probably be, could honestly be our motto going forward, right? The only thing that really is a certainty at this point is Enterprise being the strongest by quite some margin, but it does feel like there's some serious talent developing behind the scenes. Men have looked pretty good. Shy Academy have had glimpses, I think, as well to look competitive in that matchup. And yeah, I'm excited to see how that one does eventuate. But I guess, again, more so on this particular series, credit to Rocket getting that job done. We do have the map summary actually for this particular series. So let's have a look across at that. A recap of Clubhouse, Jake, which went by in a flash. I still can't comprehend just how quickly and abruptly that this series came to an end. Basement defense felt like a certainty. Not only did Rock LFO win it first time out, but then they backed it up second, and basically at that point it was match over.
Yeah, I think where the surprise kind of came from was after the 3 rounds, it was 2 attacking round wins for all 6 targets. So you kind of then think, well, we've got a game on our hands that they're able to go and get the 2 early attacking rounds. So from there, you're thinking it's going to be a game. And yet you don't expect then what ended up really just happening, which was 6 rounds consecutive to Rock LFO off the back of that start from 6 targets. So the whole time you think, well, this is kind of playing out as expected, where it's 2-1, sure, but then we get to the 2-4 half. Okay, let's see how things go. Then it's just 2 attacking rounds on base, and then yeah, all of a sudden you think, well, this is done. We got the interview ready with Machine, and it's great to see. I'm expecting to see the bright lights. No, where's the bright lights, Machine? Have you turned off your lights?
I have my room lights on, so it's not too bad. It's not overexposed this time.
Yeah, so what is the deal with that, by the way? You're not obviously just playing fully blinded the whole day.
No. It's just the webcam's really bad. It's just very bad in low light.
Okay. Well, like congratulations. Congratulations on the win. First up, obviously you got a long day ahead. You'll play Team Anios later today. But what were some of the takeaways from the series? Because it was a strange one. The 7-0 on Cafe, but there were a lot of clutches. I don't think it was like a traditional 7-0. I think a lot of the rounds were close. And then obviously Consulate, they kind of probably blindsided you a little bit, go 6-1 up. You bring it back. So bringing it back, I think we saw the timeout is Alive is the coach. And what was kind of said there to then get you guys on a bit of a roll again on Consulate, but ultimately falling short?
Kind of just to tell you, play our game. We weren't really playing our game in the attacks. We were playing terribly, missing steps. It's just is what it is. Look to fix that going into the next couple games. Yeah, defense is really good. We played our game, played together, played off each other. So much better than the first half. Yeah.
I guess, of course, looking across to that next game against Anios, what were your and the team's key takeaways from that EP match? Obviously, they looked fairly competitive. Was that maybe a case of EP taking them lightly, or do you think that they're going to be a serious threat in that next match?
They'll be a hard team to go up against, obviously. They seem pretty strong. I think EP may have underestimated them a bit, gone a bit easy, but hey, we can only play our game against them, so.
Last thing before we let you go, Machine, of course, you've been playing for quite a while, but last year was your real first foray into the Pro League level. What have you kind of taken from that year coming into this year? Because it seems like you've upped your game.
Just being a little more comfortable, changing roles a bit. Started IGLing stage 2 last year, so it was a little bit of a learning curve for me, getting more comfortable now with it. So
that's good to hear. Well, hopefully we can chat again later this afternoon, shall we?
Yep, look forward to it.
Best of luck in your series against Team Anios as we move on to the schedule for today. Again, we've got an upper bracket match to get through. Man LFO versus Shy Academy. And then as we alluded to, Rock LFO will play Team Anios later tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. It was good to hear that from Machine. Obviously, he's continued to refine his game, just highlighting him quickly as an individual today. Probably one of the better performances I think we've probably seen from him in totality, right? He went 23-19, posted good numbers. Entry as well for him, 5-2, which was the highest net for the team as well. So credit to him, also taking that leadership duty as well. So I'm quite excited to see them against Anios, and hopefully we see a competitive Rock LFO.
All right, well, we go to the break. You can see it on your time in about 13 minutes. We'll be back for Man LFO and Shy Academy.
Come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. It goes deep. Shotgun. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
he gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Neski gotta go.
A few seconds, stick it, Nesk, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down BC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necroc's the final defender against Vertical, the ace. Absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
Necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
He gets it just in time! It is Impact Norman! They are the best that this region has got to offer.
Well, a short little break as we get back underway here for APL Kickoff Oceania Week 3. We turn our attention to the upper bracket. Mare Esports versus Shy Academy, the winner to take on Enterprise next week to even get that opportunity. And an opportunity in itself for one of these two teams, guys, to really get that chance to test themselves against the best. But it starts now today. We'll go to Mare Esports LFO and have a look at their roster. Again, I think there's an opportunity for them to be considered probably the favorites coming into this, but after the last series, who's to say?
Yeah, I think this team has a very real opportunity to have impact today. Again, they're pretty experienced, actually, at quite a varied amount of levels for this particular team. And so you combine that with the actual individual skill that they have on offer. I don't really question their skill or their experience. It's more so going to be the level of coordination and synergy, really, that they do have on offer. And we've seen good glimpses of that. Rock LFO, they were confidently able to get that result across the line, 7-1, 7-5. And so here against Shy Academy, they probably go in as, I wouldn't say like super strong favorites, but I think they'll be in decent footing to take this series, you know, quite confidently.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're a team that's got a lot of potential, but have also been around a while now. And in terms of can they take that next step is the potential more than sort of where we've seen a lot of these players over the last year or so. And I think if they can reach the highs that we've seen from them, yeah, maybe they could have a really, really good stage. And who knows what could happen against that Enterprise. You really just got to get yourself into that position to even have a shot. That's the main thing. So I think that if they can get there, they can have some fun with it. And a little bit like Anios last week, where you've got nothing really to lose anyway. We got a fun little custom graphic, though, to look at here, guys, where we've taken two individuals that have been around together quite a long time, Hunter and Pluto.
Yeah, these guys have been kind of brothers in arms, as the graphic suggests, for quite some time. And statistically, they've both gotten off to a really good start here, respectively first and second on the team. Again, it is just the one that played, but they were able to really assist in getting that result across the line. So, yeah, expecting these two to get off to a strong start in this series and hopefully propel their team forward. Let's have a look across at their opposition, of course, for today. It is Shy Academy, and it's kind of the band of misfits, I suppose, to some extent. But again, it's another team, maybe not quite with the same well-rounded experience as Man LFO, but they still have some heads on this team that are really, I think, quite disciplined and mature. Kaken to lead the charge, Reelers and Shot not far behind, and then those on the wings have been able to have some impact as well so far.
Yeah, they had a really good matchup against Six Targets last week, where they won the first map on Lair and then got absolutely beaten up on Border to then respond on Matt Haven Labs, where they got a 4-attack half in the first half, which set them up nicely going into the second half, eventually closing that 7-4. You're right, I think, in the sense of the band of misfits, if you will. Kaken is now very much an old head in the region and has been around a long time. But a lot of these guys have. Reelers and Shont have shown good quality over the many years, where, again, it's always been a case of good players, just never really the ability to really compete with a region that has always had at least one or two powerhouse teams. That's been the difference. As we head over to the Vetoes, though, Guz, I'm imagining we're going to go Lair, Consulate, and Cafe.
Yeah, you already saw the tracker, so I don't know why you're even bothering to try that trick, because I saw it as well. Yeah, so the maps are a little bit more intriguing in this particular series. You see the likes of the Chalet don't make it through. Labs as well, a bit of a staple recently, and OS also will be taken out, but it's, yeah, large scale maps largely here for this particular series, especially Lair. And so that's going to test the attacking capabilities of Shy Academy, I think, quite a bit. Consulate, narrow passageways, that's going to be difficult to break down. And then Cafe as well, you think about the exterior battles on this map. So I'm expecting this to probably lean quite heavily towards defense, which is typically the case in this kind of match anyway.
Well, as we head into lead, both of these two teams played this map in their first matchup, funnily enough, and won in different ways. Man Esports, they had a 5-1 half against Rock LFO on the attack of Lair, and on the flip side for Shy Academy, they had a 5-1 half on Lair, but on the defense, which is usually more common occurrence. So it's going to be quite a fascinating first match to see which strength is going to prevail, the defense of Shy Academy or the attack of Man Esports. Fun one. Let's get underway. No elimination at stake, but both of these two have still got a loss in the back pocket if required. Lower bracket would await the loser, but not elimination. You can win and you play Enterprise next week in an upper bracket final. Even just getting that chance and getting the opportunity to play against the best team in the region, learn from that, and then potentially get another go at it is something that is very, very much useful for either of these two. Defense first up for Man LFO. So kind of funny that the team that attacked better on Lair last, or I guess for them 2 weeks ago, starts defense compared to the team that did better on defense last week, who now start on the attack. The band's Monty Blackbeard. It's a double shield band, double hardbreak trend with the Kaid and the Bandit.
Yeah, probably then shaping up to be a lot of emphasis in terms of late round denial here. There's going to be little to disrupt hard breach from the attack, and then also there's going to be quite a few battles exchanged in some of those choke points, and then in response, because of the lack of shields, so those that can stall that space are going to be very valuable on the side of defense, hence why we do see the Tachanka and the smoke straight out the gates. And that will be in response to the likely default hit here on offer, but the versatility of the Tachanka means that you can actually space out either side, even if they go for the R6 back hit as well. I like the addition as well here of Beers on to the Warden, with the Glaz available, the Capital also in play. He can position himself as a valuable anchor throughout this round as well.
I was just looking at the previous bans for both of these two in their first respective games. Yeah, men LFO really just don't like playing against the shields. They banned out the Blackbeard and the Monty on Lair, and then on their second map of Chalet, they banned out the Blackbeard, Monty, and the Blitz. They actually didn't get a chance to even showcase their third ban on Lair because it did finish in a 7-1 victory for Man Esports. Academy on the other side only banned out the Monty once across 3 maps. That was it. That was the only shield ban. So that is going to be something to keep an eye on. And Sean and Shy Academy will probably have done their homework and realize, well, we might only get 3 rounds with this blitz, so we may as well just bring it from the get-go.
Okay, early from Sean. Pretty uncontested already over towards Mez, so he has good space and layering pressure now onto the defense already pretty early on into the round. Shy Academy will be pretty happy with this early result. Doesn't stand for much if they can't then activate the hard breach and start posturing for the plant, but it's at least something to keep the rest of this defense honest. And it means that Beers as well is pretty occupied here under quite a bit of pressure. The blitz into the Warden, though, doesn't quite mix. Util clearance is good, though. The Rotary making things challenging for Beers, and Shy Academy able to find at least the first 2 elements, finds 1 back in the meantime.
I think Biz did a decent job there. I know he doesn't get a kill, but he just kind of held things up. He was a little bit of a nuisance to deal with. Nice kill onto Elements, though, to play him behind Sean. Kaken very low on health. Sharky can't hit his shots, though, and down to just Hunter. Still winnable, though, for Hunter. No Gas Babes left, but considering the health margins of Kaken and Arcanum, never mind. It's going to be pretty easy in the end for Arcanum to hit that shot. Finds the angle. And Shy Academy will take the opening round, and they do so on the attack.
Yeah. Look, it was, again, really just a good tempo play there by activating the blitz early and getting control in through lobby. They were able to flood and overwhelm positions like the Warden, for instance. And so Man LFO did fall away at the seams pretty early on there, but a lot of that was good util placement from the attack. And again, good positioning from the blitz. And so played out in a little bit of a different fashion than maybe anticipated off the back of the bans, with, you know, the hard breach denial capabilities taken off the board. Probably expected it to be a little bit more slow and structured there, and maybe that was part of the reason why it did catch that defense out, because it was anything but.
A really good set play. So it's Shy Academy off to a good start here on the opening map of Lair.
5 seconds to insert.
It is their map pick. So, I mean, off the basis of the previous series, though, I don't know how much we really put into the map picks on a day like today. Sean, once again, will bring the blitz. I think you could make a pretty comfortable guess that Man LFO will ban that blitz away after the 3rd round. They already have a history of just banning the shields anyway, and if Sean and Shy Academy are getting success from it, well, it makes it an even easier decision. The basement for the 2nd round. Man LFO, when they played this map of Lair, they only had 2 defensive round opportunities. They did win both of those. Of course, one of them on the top floor. They're attacking half. That was so good as Hunter finds the early kill on Tirani. That's a wonderful shot at the window. Much better start for Men LFO. Rush in now from Shont. Beers tried to turn around to catch the timing on the pistol play from Shont. He just mistimes it. Shont has got at least a kill back, and so far the blitz has been very valuable for Shy Academy.
4 versus 4. Elements still up above, though, could probe and cause a threat, especially against the Shy Academy lineup, suggesting that they'll want heavy vert control. In the meantime, over towards Yellow Stairs, Sean's been able to gain ground now and transitions that in through Warehouse, and much like the last one, may start posing a threat in towards site. Another 1-1 trade. Can Sean go for plant here? Maybe. Baits out Util.
The Gas Babes are just pushing him out of that plant opportunity. A flash has been avoided there by Hunter. Still has 1 Gas Babe left, but over a minute. Shy Academy can control the tempo if they like. No first floor control at all for the defense, with Kaken still in security. It offers a point of difference here for the attack. Sean once again just covers his feet so quickly when the threat is there. Arcanum headshot. And now the trade to come through from Pluto. This might force Kaken down, and certainly forced Sean to pull the pistol out. I mean, he's been doing well so far with that. Kaken has now dropped. He's now basement as well. It's playing behind Sean. Play together inside the last 30 seconds. They do have kit, but arguably going to need to find these 2 kills. Elements can also get info on the Soulless. Kaken's desperately searching to find something. Out of possession, got the down onto Pluto. Might not fully be aware of that. A shot goes to the plant inside of the smoke. It's actually going to be the revive from Elements onto Pluto. And then immediately Pluto just steps up, headshot onto Kaken. Sean then got off the kit. He was about half a second away. Got the pistol kill though onto Pluto. Forces the 1v1. Needs to chase him down with a pistol. Elements hits the headshot. And we are tied after 2.
Wow, that was a very chaotic round. Sean was alive for so long in that round, despite being the one to spearhead that attack initially on the blitz. He valued his life nicely. The rest of the team tried to play around it. We saw a good late push from Kaken as an example, but it whittled down to a 1 versus 1, and Sean unable to close that gap. Here it was, 50 seconds. It started to look pretty good. The res was quite impactful as Pluto then immediately responded with the late trade onto Kaken. Credit to Elements here. He does a good job in spacing out the shield, created that distance, and was able to get the result.
You just get the feeling there might not be a lot to separate between these 2 teams. Maybe a very similar level. So the clash being brought now from Sharky. Shot will go to the blitz one more time, and you would imagine should be the last time.
5 seconds to go.
Probably has actually been the most impactful operator that we've seen out of the attack for Shy Academy. So Man LFO will have a pretty easy decision made for them. We get Bunks and Briefing not electing to go back to the top floor just yet for Man LFO after they lost it in the opening round. We want to see how they go on the tertiary site first. And Beers is going to be the one to watch for me. 0-2 start guys, but again, in both of his deaths, he's offered probably a point where he could have gotten something. I don't mind the idea of the flick turnaround shot. Again, shot in the previous round. If he hits that headshot, it's a wonderful play. And in the first round, he held good composure as well on the Warden. Didn't get rewarded, but yeah, as long as he keeps that same mindset, he could have an impact in this half.
Here's the sense.
Gonna go with a quick hit.
Shallow plan.
Yeah. Too easy.
Okay, there's no coverage.
There's
on the horizontal.
no coverage at all. Like you're dead to Beers, but you're also dead to the guy above from Sharky. So
okay. He's just dead. Beers?
Oh, is he?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he is. Oh, this is a strange attack from Shy Academy. I guess in some ways, when you go for this sends direct play to try and block off the line of sight, the RIUs, it's an all or nothing play. And when it doesn't work the first time, you kind of have no choice but to probably just try and stick that plant down and hope for the best. I think very rarely do you see that play be successful, only against teams that are unsuspecting of it. Against the best teams, the top-down clear's usually the best strategy on Bunk's Briefing. Going to give Van LFO a 2-1 lead. They'll head into the ban phase as well. Arcanum does get a kill onto Beers. I mean, they could have just done this from the get-go. Elements with the advantage against Arcanum finally shuts him down. He's got 5 kills in 3 rounds. Good start for him. Kaken yet to get involved here in the 3rd round, and now left with a lot to do. Acquires the kit, thinks about the plant, forces out the spray from Elements. The Power of the Solace just gets free information as to where that plant potentially could go down. Kaken drops the kit, picks it back up. He's playing some shenanigans.
Yeah, it feels inevitable at this point that Kaken will fall. A bit of a half-baked attack, and it doesn't quite work out. Kaken fakes it for yet another time, but man, LFO are able to collect good work from Beers on site. Does a good job to deny those attempts and stay alive.
It was Sharky who denied the first one.
Sorry,
Beers was going to, but
yes, denied the second.
That's the thing, though, is that it's insult to injury because you died to the guy above anyway, which is typically what you want out of the ROUs, is to be able to not just help with any horizontal pressure, but also because they're so tall to block off potential sightlines from above. But then Beers was going to get the kill anyway. Like, he literally just walked up to him. There's just no one covering for the direct, retake. It's a strange round. We'll watch it back here. Like, where's the rest of the team? Like, look at this.
Well, they can't see that. They're blocked by the sense themselves.
No, exactly. But, like, he doesn't even get... Like, Beers is not even the one that got that kill, but he was going to.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it is just really, a case of probably being a little active on the defense and swinging and giving a chance back to the attack until finally was shut down. Nothing really that Kaken could do there. The Blitz ban, no surprises. The Clash ban makes sense considering you don't have any shield bans yourself, so you kind of have to force the Clash ban. We saw it in the previous round played by Sharky. You just can't go into the second portion of this half with the 3 shield bans and allow them to play the Clash. You're just going to set yourself up for disaster.
5 seconds to insertion. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
You see me? They are getting in position. Throwing an F-Naught. Reload!
So we return to the top floor. The Blitz off, Clash as well. So the shields have been decimated on this ban phase. Last time we saw Shont gain really, really good ascendancy and control over towards this main stairs position early on, and that's no longer going to be really a high percentage option now for the attack. It's probably going to have to lean back towards a more old school ops side, chip away at the util with the Kaid and the Bandit bans, and then try to draw out as much of that denial util, of which there's quite a bit. Double Nitro, Tachanka as well. No smoke this time around, and maybe that alleviates a little bit of pressure, but it's still going to be a struggle here. If you're the attack of Shacademy, you want to be trying to chip away at this defense and drawing out that utility as soon as possible. The longer you leave it, the stronger this defense hold gets. They do have the additional element here, a bit of back pressure as well, so anticipating that to split the attack a little bit. Doesn't necessarily have to be, and it won't be a full stack upside, which is obviously a wise idea, as Elements almost gets caught there. A little bit awkward. Last time out, they did a good job in clearing out this position from Beers. Aided, though, by the Shont shield. They don't have that this time around, and so Beers will be a little bit more comfortable in holding that anchor position. As I say that, though, there is some main stairs pressure now. Don't mind this at all.
Good kill onto Beers. Trade it immediate, though, from Element. Switched on, and a good shot onto Reelers. Element 6-1 has been a difference maker so far for Man LFO after they succumbed in that opening round. Kaken, though, gets rid of Sharky. That's the Tachanka off the board. That's a big pick. A little trade down onto Elements, but they lose Rani. Pluto shuts down Shont. Kaken with it all to do. He's got 50 seconds to clutch a 1 versus 2 with no utility left for the defense. He does actually have a drone in pocket, along with the Selma. 35 seconds. Kaken low on health. He is, of course, very cautious with his positioning. Pluto just giving him absolutely nothing. The brothers in arms. Just playing tucked in, knowing the Kagan will take his time. He's trying to force them out, not even close to the kit. This round should be done. Man, LFO will go 3-1 up. That's just wonderful patience from the two defenders.
Yeah, pretty confident response then back on the top floor. And I think that the blitz ban there is certainly helping out. Yes, there was that mainstays pressure late, but it just made this clear here a little more stalled out, a little more displaced. Elements did a really phenomenal job. Good prone off angle initially, gets the second and was able to have continued impact throughout that round. And then also well disciplined in the 2 versus 1 to not over-present opportunities there to Kaken, who had a good read himself, but just was not given those ones. And so can't really fault him for not being more competitive in that clutch attempt. Back to basement. 3-1 scoreline. And so far, this match is kind of just developing at the expected rate. I don't think we've seen enough to really make too many assumptions as to how this one will develop further. I think for Man LFO, they'll be looking to find success here at basement, and then it probably then all comes back down to dorms, which was particularly underwhelming from Shy Academy last time out. And if they can refine that, maybe win it, then yeah, it makes for a very tight contest.
You know, it's kind of just back to the script for Ben LFO after the blunder in the opening round. I remember as well, they were very good on the attack back on week 1 of this map. The Shy Academy cannot really allow this to play in the conventional sense. They themselves, though, were quite good defensively. Hunter, I thought he was maybe going to get timed on the swing. The barricade was there, though. He was always safe. Oh, Nitrocell for Man LFO in this round. They're playing somewhat aggressively on this first floor and not just opting to fall back. I mean, it is 2 minutes on the clock. You don't want to give up too much space too early. And so they just play the stairs positions now. Honestly, Shy Academy have done a decent job, and maybe at the hand of the snake and Arkin with potential air jabs. He's going to use a second one now to just take as much control of this first floor as possible and just force them back into these tucked in stair positions, back towards basement. Let then Kaken on the sledge open things up towards Armory. Well, they haven't netted a kill. I think this has been a decent attack so far for Shy Academy.
That's a really strong mirror position from Hunter. Although the attack's been able to split and activate that Habana now, so that's some good work from Shy Academy, and now dislodging that particular position. Hunter commits.
Oh,
Shamika launcher though. Oh, that was not ideal. And a team kill from Sharky. Uh-oh.
He's dead anyway.
Yeah, probably.
That's a good little stack push from Shy Academy, and there wasn't really much that Pluto, Elements, and Beers could do to help out Sharky and Hunter, and that's given them a spot into the site now. Well, the trade game can certainly go in towards the attack. Oh, Elements got his Yokai stuck, couldn't get out in time. He'll be disappointed with that one. And then Rani had him covered. Shy Academy, that was a wonderful attacking round on basement to get their second attacking round win. Really well set up. Good teamwork, good utility usage, the layering of the nades to push him back down to the stairs, and then the flames as well. Really helping them clear that mirror position. Now 3-2, 1 round to go in the half. You just get the feeling this is going to be a real tense series.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers. seconds to go.
Well, it seems to be shaping up now to be actually quite a fiercely competitive game. But again, this dorm site is going to be very, very interesting. Last time out, of course, we saw the failed sense play from Shy Academy, and whilst it hasn't necessarily been banned out, they're going to refrain from going for that once more, and I guess that's probably understandable given that it did fall short of the mark last time around. They do still have a bit of utility that they can use for a similar-esque kind of play. You can activate the Capital smokes, for instance, cover lines of sight, etc. And you have the Grim Bees as well to maybe try and disperse those deep on the horizontal dinar. But consider top floor still to be a must contest. We didn't see much of that at all last time out, and I would envision that we see a little bit more action above here from Shy Academy.
Well, Elements with the opening pick of the round. That's a good headshot onto Shot. Gets through to the Grim. No Kwan Hive Launcher available for the remainder of this one. Active on the defense for Men LFO, and Beers will double down on the first floor. Shuts down Rani. No Dokovi. Compliments him with the NS. Beers says thank you very much. That was just his second kill of the half. Might just pick up the confidence going into the second half. And Men LFO now looking like they'll get to that targeted 4 defensive rounds unless Cake and Arcanum. Sandreels. Oh, this is just an absolute beatdown to close out the half of Men LFO. It started on shaky ground after losing the opening round, but they were able to nail home the advantage by the end of the half. A 4-2 lead heading into the second half. Well, happy days for Men LFO at the end of the first half. You saw Sally there just briefly, guys. I think you would have been pretty happy with their response after losing the opening round on Master and R6. Certainly would have raised a few alarm bells a little bit when you give up that site to the attacking team in the opening round, but they stabilized really nicely. And certainly off the back of just finding early advantages, being able to get 4 of the last 5 opening kills. They started to probably get better really as the half went on, outside of that one round in lab in round 5. That was only their one big loss, I think, and then to close on a flawless note is a really good sign as well for them. So 4-2, and for Men LFO, again, back in the opening play day, they had a 5-1 attacking half on Lair. So it's going to be interesting to see if that same attacking prowess is going to follow suit into the second half now. The bans, Kaid Bandit, and along with the Thermite Monty.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
So we return to the top floor. As anticipated, the band's, yeah, somewhat similar. Focus on the hard breach denial just to try and ease and alleviate some of that pressure for the attack to not have to worry too much about that causing problems. The elimination of the Thermite as well is an intriguing one here from Shy Academy. Thermite now with 3 exothermics, relatively strong, pretty well versed and multidisciplined now. Not just useful in terms of exterior hard breach walls, but also can be a little more versatile again in opening hatches, etc. And that comes into play for basement. And so by restricting some of that utility, you can try to slow down the attack at least somewhat. In terms of the composition from the defense, Shy Academy out of the gate electing not to go the Tachanka route. Instead, they will bring the Echo. So they do have the double form of plant denial in that regard. They also have the Nitro as well from Kaken. So we'll see how that looks to play out. The Blackbeard, though, that could be the ace up the sleeve for this attack when you think about pushes through main lobby or the Blackbeard's ability maybe to contest the likes of the green side push, etc. If Shark is able to utilize that shield correctly, it could be quite powerful. On the topic of hard breach, that's the primary that was up of ace taken out. Question mark in chat. And Pluto gets caught. I don't know if Pluto's tried to either sneak into side or caught holding a passive angle. Either way, though, it's advantage to defense.
Good start for Shy Academy. This is going to be the one site that you would imagine even from NLFO will be difficult to crack. It'll be the other sites where I think they'll have probably more success. Second opening kill for Arcanum as well. Has been their best, 7 and 4. It's got a 130 EPS. What this does is just slows things down as well. You lose hard breach. Opportunity to open up mask is gone now as well. Obviously, there's the battle towards Mez. Beers will fall. He's having a rough game at the moment. Arcanum gets involved again. He goes 8 and 4 now and leaves Hunter and Elements with a lot to do in this round. Very difficult. 2v4s are always possible. We've seen that alone today, but a Master and R6 having to push into site makes it closer to very, very low odds. And more damage from Kaken into Hunter with that shotgun as the glasses were activated. I think Elements is just at the point now where he's just hoping someone runs across his screen or makes a misstep. Or Hunter does catch out Arcanum. He was low, but hit the headshot anyway. Vendetta out now for Elements, and suddenly a little bit more likely. If Shy Academy go for a throw, Rani went for the peak. Luckily, though, Shont was there for cover. Gets the trade. Leaves Hunter now in the 1 versus 2. Knows where Kaken is, and should have the idea as to where Shont is located as well. And he's got Kit. 15 seconds. Spray's not landing. And he knows now he's in a position where he has to either go for the kills or go for the plant. He went for the first one, didn't work out. And a good start to the second half for Shy Academy.
Yeah, pretty clean. A little scary at the end. Typically can be like that with the Deimos still remaining, but overall, yeah, pretty good work there to be able to stabilize the round. And again, this led, it continues to seesaw back and forth. These two looking very competitive at the moment. I think the matchups are lending itself to that. And so it's actually been quite enjoyable to watch so far. In terms of standout players, at least for Lair, across these first 7 rounds, big shout out to Elements, who's currently sitting on a 180 APS, gone 11-4. Not sure if that's entirely inclusive of round 7 yet, but he's posting big numbers. And whilst there hasn't been a massive standout performer for Shy Academy, Arcanum's also been hitting that scoreboard well, and positive entry 2-0. So both teams having some good glimpses at the moment. Basement, can this be a big determining factor for both teams? I like LFO. They're not backing away though from leaning into the shields, it seems, this half. Is the Blackbeard initially for Sharky back round 7. Early selection here onto the Blitz for round number 8. Now, of course, that's pretty high risk into the Warden, which was as well shown in that last round. And so I wonder how that's to be utilized. Kaken doing a very... I vividly remember him doing this exact same setup previously as well on this position, so... Probably looking to fall off down blue, maybe try and, you know, force or slash bait a Warden in as a bit of a trap here play. See if it works. I anticipate the shield is probably going to be used for map clear as opposed to a direct, but there is quite a bit of drone work actually over towards basement side warehouse at the moment that I'm seeing the attack flick, so maybe that's indicative of something direct.
Ooh. Oh, what a shot from Arcanum. Another opening kill from him. They've only had 4 in this entire map. He's had 3 of them. And there's Hunter on the box. Sharky wants to start maneuvering around the map on the blitz. Elements wary though of the first floor pressure still there from Kaken and Rani. Arcanum shot down by Pluto. That's a big kill for Man LFO. Shuts down the best player for Shy Academy. Sharky can't time the shot into the back from the blitz. Elements gets rid of Rani as well. He's 12-4. Lost his life, but numbers prevail. Man LFO have really opened up this round now. Down to Sharky and Pluto. Reelers and Kaken are so low. For all intents and purposes, as that first Nitrocell misses, this is Man LFO's round to win. And Pluto hits the headshot. Kaken does still have a Nitrocell, but so low on health. And with the blitz in play, this Nitro has to connect. It doesn't. It got shot out. And Kaken is now in a very tricky position. Glass is activated. He absolutely shits on Sharky. And now in the best chance to clutch this, he cannot though.
Poor.
Did you think he won? I think he thought he won for a second.
I was looking across at my spreadsheet, so I can't comment on that, but wow. Again, another very tight, close, competitive round between these two. We see, once again, the blitz creating space, causing damage, and making life tough for those on site. Unable to retain life in the late round. Taking the perfect counter there at the end, got the first. And then really snappy to be able to find the trade as well. Kaken has these really good moments at times, and that's another one on display.
I think it was actually more of a frustration clap more than a I've clutched it clap, but still 5-3 Man LFO scraped by. You'll take it any way you can. They get their first attacking round in the second half, a 2-round lead. Kaken's so close to clutching that.
10
And
seconds
of the 3 consecutive opening kills for Arcanum for Shy Academy, only one of them has actually converted into a round win. So he's setting them up, but they just haven't quite been able to bring it home late in the round. 4 kills from Pluto in that round as well, by the way, and wins the 1v1 against Kaken. There goes 10-4, Elements 12-5, and those two have been sensational for Man LFO. Bunks briefing for the first time in the second half. This is going to be the test for Shy Academy on the tertiary site. 3 nitros, 4 impacts. Explosive belt is at full capacity. Arcanum is actually going to be the opening death this time rather than the opening kill. And that's a big hindrance now for the defense. But a big nitro cell from Sean shuts down the rampaging Elements and got some significant damage into the Blackbeard of Sharky. Hunter falls to Reelers, and finally Shy Academy can show poise in the middle portion of a round. Kaken 2, and it gets them 2, and Shy Academy flip it. They get the opening death and then 5 very quick kills.
Bang. Very, very snappy. And yeah, I mean, well rewarded the way in which they were able to set up that particular round. It just adds another layer of interest in this particular first map. And if this continues going forward, we are going to be in for a long best of 3. it does feel like as the map rather develops, they are getting increasingly better reads on one another. We do see the Mirror now and the Grim also taken out of play. I think the other number that I'm looking across at that's pretty intriguing for this matchup as well is the conversion rate in this series. It's 5-4. So of the 9 rounds played, only on 5 of those occasions has the opening kill successfully being converted. Again, kind of plays in tandem with the survival stat we're seeing, where in a lot of these rounds there's only a couple of players left. There's a few exceptions to that, but generally speaking, we're also seeing a lot of early kills as well within the first minute, or very close to it as well. So both teams have been very eager to take these early fights, and I think it's testing a lot of the problem-solving skills late round, where we're seeing a lot of these situations where it's like 2v2, 3v3, or equivalent.
10 seconds remaining.
So yeah, we're just seeing these guys tested at the moment. The quality of the Siege has been quite impressive to watch. We return to top floor then for round number 10. Do we see Shy Academy equalize this scoreline successful last time out on this site?
Reminder, this is Shy Academy's map pick it on defense layer. In best position to retake the lead soon enough. Get the job done here on Master R6. It's 5-5 and having a good chance to run this lead down and eventually take it themselves. Four of the last 6 rounds, though, the opening kill has not been converted. So a lot of the round-defining plays have been in the middle and the late. Here's Arkaden with another opening kill. It may have been the opening death in the previous round, but it did not matter. He does lose his life, though, at the window. Shot will fall as well at the same time. That's the Tachanka dead. Oh, Man LFO are shredding them here on top floor.
Jeez, I did not expect this.
They have one player inside the building.
Yeah, it looked really good at the opening there with Arcanum finding the opener onto Hunter, but the response has been very swift from this attack, and it's been pretty low risk and low investment as well. Like, they have so much utility now that they can work with for the remainder of the round. They have elements who can freely lurk below on the Deimos as well. This looked grim for Shy Academy. Nitro also unimpactful. Diffuser going down, no ability to deny.
Ronnie gonna try and make a last-ditch effort, but he's too late. Plant goes down. Both are very low. It's looking like it'll be a match point scenario for Man LFO. Kaken got one. Ronnie lost his life. Kaken's gonna have to do the impossible. Post-plant, it's got about 30 seconds. Pulls out the shotgun, but a good fallback over towards bot main from Elements. He's not over-investing and pushing up into Kaken. And Sharky shield up. And no, there's no way that Kaken can win this. Too many angles. Pluto swings. He was low on health as well. 2 map points for Man LFO on the map pick of Shy Academy. As they take top floor, don't get it twisted. This still has a chance to go to OT. Defense less strong. Will they reinvest into a repeat on Master and R6 is the question now posed to Shy Academy.
Yeah, that top floor.
They're going to go lab.
Yeah, that hurts. It's an awkward position now where you can't... I mean, you could reattempt, but you probably do want to keep trying to switch it up here.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
No success though last time out on this site for Shy Academy. Man LFO in a good position now. If they're able to close out Lair Consulate, their pick up next. How much that accounts for? Well, probably a little bit limited based on what we typically see in this region, but I think it's still fair to give them the respect that they deserve heading into that second map, that they would be touted as pretty firm favorites to be able to close out the series. So let's jump in then. Match point round. Oh man, LFO able to get it done right here, right now. It's been a pretty big reliance on both Elements and Pluto in the fragging department so far. Again, they've been well facilitated. They've been well facilitated, though. I think in terms of the shield play from Sharky's been quite good so far. The info gathering as well overall has been good. And yeah, Beers maybe hasn't been able to hit the scoreboard necessarily, but he's been flexing onto, you know, what he needs to still have impact with a lot of the utility-based ops so far.
Yeah, and again, on the flip side, Arkham has had the last 4 opening kills for Shy Academy until Sean just went and did that. Kaken lost his life, though, at the hands of Pluto and Elements. Well, it's the Pluto and Elements show, but then 2 quick kills back from Arkham and Reelers. And this round is almost done. We've only played 50 seconds. Sharky now by himself. It's a strange old basement site. Sharky versus Sean and Reelers trying to just run him down through lockers.
Oh,
and Reelers, though, there for help. And Shy Academy stay alive here on Lair.
Well, that was quite literally the definition of blink and you miss it. 50 seconds into the round and it's already whittled down to a 1v2. Again, playing in nicely with the stat that I was kind of alluding to earlier in terms of that opening engagement typically being within the first minute of the round or close to it. And that round was one of the more extreme examples of it. Maybe Shy Academy thriving a little bit more in the early round chaotic nature of that round. But now's the real test that they go back to the top floor. It's been won out successfully on a single occasion. They lost it out, though, back in round 10. And if they are to push it to OT, they need to find it on the 3rd attempt.
I mean, typically, you'd probably back in Shy Academy to close this down. Master and R6, keep it compact. Don't give them the ability to find kills from the exterior positions, which is exactly what happened last time. And funnily enough, though, they got the opening kill. Yeah, Arcanum found the first pick at the 2-minute mark. So then it's a 5v4 defense Master R6, and you go and then lose that round the way that they did. To me, that just suggests that Shy Academy themselves could have played that far more defensively. And you would imagine based on this lineup and after what happened last time, that will be the case. They drop the Tachanka, they bring the Echo this time, so Sean can also get some extra information.
Swapping mags.
And the heavy emphasis on Elements and Pluto, like, they just cannot be going down in fights. Like, they need to be getting at least 2 kills each if you think Man LFO are going to win this round. As much as they're being aided by the others, they're the ones getting the kills. They need to stay alive.
Oh, more probing down below. 15 kills for Elements, and now plays a key role in this round in trying to unlock some Mez control, or if he selects, can transition below. He has 3 death marks available. It feels like the attack is waiting for him to try and unlock a bit of pressure, and then others can activate elsewhere. Oh, but it's Hunter to find the first. Okay, didn't see that coming. Beers as well.
Oh, Beers as well.
That's the trigger point.
And it's not even the 2 key fraggers. Kaken is down on the floor too. They've done it again. They've started to get Mesanops control, and it's all over. Sean by himself. The lone Echo. There's nothing he's going to be able to do from server. He drops. Doesn't get a chance to delay with the Yokai. And it's going to be a 7-5 victory for Man LFO on the map pick of Shy Academy. I'm not too sure what's going through the mind of Sean right now, but there's nothing you can do to win from that post-plant position. A bit of help from others, and in the end, a full team effort for Man LFO as they steal their opponent's map pick. A 7-5 victory on the opening map of Lair sets them up nicely in this upper matchup.
the best that this region has got to offer.
Well, certainly a fun one on Lair. Back and forth, guys, was the name of the game there. In fact, actually, after the first couple of rounds played out, from round 5 until the end of it, it was just 1-for-1. No real separation, back and forth. But the standouts very much for Man LFO, Elements and Pluto were sensational. Arkham tried his best for Shy Academy. And I think in the end, a pretty fair scoreline. But the bad news for Shy Academy is that was their map pick.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate nature of this result for them. But you're right, it very much was back and forth, both in round count, but in terms of just a lack of trends really being established elsewhere, outside of more like the server-wide stats in terms of, you know, the opening kill time, etc., and the lack of conversions, which was applicable to both teams in terms of opening kills going forward. The only other standout really was actually the multi-kill potential from Man LFO. As you alluded to before, Elements and Pluto absolutely popped off, even Beers with a 3k to kick things off. And you add on top of that, an Elements clutch, Pluto clutch, etc. Those were the big difference makers. They had two players that were performing at a very high level inside of the server, and Shy Academy, decent team-wide effort, just lacked in a couple of really key moments, those close moments where it didn't go their way, hence why it was a 7-5 in the end. Now, look, as we've seen time and time again, winning the opposition's map pick, not the be-all and end-all. We're not going to count Shy Academy out from the series, but it does put them now in a pretty compromised position.
Yeah, I mean, especially learning the lesson even just from our last series that we played where, you know, sometimes funny things can happen and teams just end up taking each other's map picks. It's not, again, uncommon by any means. And there were good quality signs from Shy Academy, I think, on Lair as well to suggest that, yeah, they're going to be more than capable of going into the next map and still giving it a red-hot crack. I mean, a 7-5 victory clearly suggesting that there wasn't a lot separating the back and forth nature. It's really just kind of that early burst, really, that we saw from Man LFO. That was the main determining factor, which is kind of funny because it was Shy Academy that got off the best start possible, attacking round on top floor Lair, and then it was just 3 straight from Man LFO, and then that was it. And then from there it was just back and forth. So we'll see what the console is going to bring for us in our next match, which again, it may be the map pick for Man LFO, but I don't want to be discounting Shy Academy at all. They still did a lot of really good things. Arkham was great in terms of getting opening kills. He went 4-2 in that department. Reelers 2-0 as well. So that was certainly one element where I thought they were quite strong on there. If they could bring that to Consulate, which Consulate is a map where you can certainly dominate in that area on both sides, attack and defense, and get a lot of those opening kills, and on a really big map as well, you can benefit greatly. The biggest downside for Shy Academy was they didn't win a single clutch, and they didn't have a single player get a multi-kill round at all. So in terms of the raw fragging power, the power of Elements and especially Pluto was a big difference between the two teams.
Yeah, and they were playing key operators of our Elements. I think most notably there on the Deimos, his ability to apply a lot of pressure early round, gain information, make the vert difficult to contest for the Shy Academy defense was very much a standout. And then Pluto as well, on the side of defense, he had a very versatile map pool. So that versatility is going to be important on a map like Consulate, and Man LFO will be looking to replicate that result here.
Alrighty, let's get into Consulate, the second map of the series. Again, it is an upper bracket match. The winner will play Enterprise next week in an upper bracket final. The loser drops to the lower bracket from here onwards. Big match coming up, Man LFO and Shy Academy moving to Man LFO's map pick of Consulate. Excited to see if we continue to get this back and forth style that we got on Lair, or if one of these two can really kick things off nicely on this second map, get out to an early lead and hold strong.
Yeah, I'll be eager to see how Man LFO are able to perform on attack, and if they can just kind of hack away at a few of these rounds, grind away, and give themselves a cushion to play off. I think Consulate can lend itself into being pretty versatile for attack these days. There's quite a few different options that you can try to deploy on pretty much all the sites. And I expect that these teams, I respect their depth. I think they'll be able to experiment with those as the match does develop. Second floor first up, the bands as well, Azami, Mirror, Monty, and, well, the Elements target there. Deimos is naturally very, very strong on this map, but identifying that he was particularly impactful back on Lair, and so Elements will now need to pivot onto something else for Consulate, at least to begin.
Reload! Setting Vulcan. Device set. Well done.
And Man LFA may not have played Consulate back on the first week, but it was the deciding map in their series. So even though this is their map pick today, and it wasn't last time out, it was still part of the pool. So comfortability for them is definitely going to be on the higher note. Whereas for Shy Academy, they banned it last week against 6 targets. Picked Lair as well, again 6 targets, won that 7-5, this time on the wrong side of it, losing 5-7. Release for Shy Academy, they begin on defense here on Consulate, which is now officially the most played map this stage for OSCAs. Fun little stat.
Have all the maps been played?
They have.
Yeah.
Consulate sitting at a 58% defensive win rate.
Sounds about right. So the Solar Snake on Repel, again, a very, very powerful tech that can be deployed on that operator. Honestly, quite surprised that you can use it from the exterior of the building like that, because it is so strong. You can gain information from relative safety. Oh, well, there's the risk of when you enter the building, as Element's almost getting caught there. Takes a chunk of damage, but fortunately for him, not a headshot through the wall, so he'll survive. Ground now taken over towards admin side and Coffin as well. Sharky will identify the vending shield hold here, and they'll look to you to dump that position. Hunter to catch the rotation off, but as we can see with the benefit of outlines or the lack thereof over at the shield, it's already been vacated by the defense, and Shy Academy now need to play the backline for a pretty prolonged period of time here. I think Man Alpha and their time management this round and their clearance and their pressure has been quite good.
Yeah, the only downside is probably the health of the Blackbeard and certainly Elements as well on the Snake. Swing attempt from Pluto. Doesn't connect towards Long Desk. Only 1 gas babe left for Sean, and there's 60 seconds in the round. Arcanum does have a Nitro available as well, but the utility for the defense is starting to dwindle. Rani's going to play a lovely position here at Long Desk. Doesn't probably get the benefit that he was hoping for. Gets pushed out of that position. More space being taken by the attack. Realist with a nice double kill though onto Hunter and Beers. And puts Shy Academy in a very good position until that shot from Elements, and Rani falls to Pluto. The dynamic duo from the opening map are going nuts again. Pluto getting a second. Kaken pushes into sight. Elements can hold, wait for Pluto. They can push together, but Kaken gets the freebie. Didn't realize how up close Pluto had got. Didn't matter. What the hell are they doing? Just wait. Oh, they've given that one to Kaken on an absolute silver platter.
Yeah. Good work there. Kaken played it absolutely perfectly. Gets well rewarded. The filter effect, though, onto his position was a bit of a yikes. So they'll be looking to shake that one off going forward. It really should have been, with all the groundwork that had been established, should have been a pretty straightforward round conversion there for Man LFO. I'm just getting a little overeager there with their bigs.
Why is Elements? I mean, you know what? Fair play to Kaken with the fact that he plays the crouch position perfectly so that he doesn't... If he's standing, he's just obviously dead. But by playing the crouch position, because of then that swing from Elements, he gets the 1v1. Even though he's in the middle of sight, he gets the 1v1. Whereas if he's standing, he's just going to get instantly traded. Probably dies to Pluto immediately. And so therefore, for Elements, why are you swinging in that position? Big clutch for Kaken. And you can see what it meant to him as well.
Yeah, I'll see if that knocks the confidence here of Man LFO, or if they're able to shrug that one off. I think, again, they should feel pretty comfy in how they're able to take the map control, but like a conversion there will hurt. Good opportunity, really good opportunity to tick off the primary attack, and we know how influential those can be as the rounds begin to stack over the course of a map.
Spec you active.
Roam here on the Solace of Reelers. Arcanum on the opposing side of admin as well, so extended across the map. Academy. And Alpha trying to cut these crosses, and Element's able to get some payback. Reelers with somewhat of an overpick that timeout. Probably looking for a bit more information than just the raw kill, but Element does a good job in catching it.
Yeah, he got the opening kill in the first round, did Reelers, so probably a bit of a heat check moment. Gets shut down though. Logic Bomb rings out. Arcanum again has just been very solid for Shy Academy and gets rid of Elements on the Jackal. It's like an operator name that doesn't get called out all that often these days. Trade 1-for-1, Sharky and Arcanum both taking each other out. Leaves it in the 3v3. I think you're pretty content with that though if you're man LFO. Getting rid of the Solace and the Vigil, removing a lot of that roam pressure, knowing full well now that Shy Academy are pretty much going to have the remaining 3 in sight. Yes, you still got 2 Nitro Cells to deal with. And not ideal to lose a player of Elements' stature, but you get the hacked cams as well. Pluto's still alive. You're going to Logic Bomb, a couple of flashes, but into the Warden. It's a pretty even 3v3 heading into the final minute.
I think the playing into the Kaye without Emps is going to force the back hit, and Shy Academy should be able to read that. They'll be good enough to know that back hit's the only option. Garage can't get opened up. You just have to be careful of the yellow lurk, but
push down Spiral and Server.
Yeah, they'll focus their attention rearward pretty quickly here.
But Kagan falls to Beers. So the back hit will be the play for man LFO. And you're right in the sense that Shy Academy really only need to keep their focus on one side, but now it's a 2v3, 35
player
seconds.
advantage. They'll send someone yellow and they'll split the attack, or even vert, which is what Hunter will do now.
Playing the time nicely as long as they maintain good pace. Hunter a little slow of opening up the floorboards here over towards Expo. They have been stalled out a little bit. Sean is low on health. A runner across the doorway works. Rani and they're both dead. Okay, well, they had the numbers, and that to me just looked like the classic 3-2-1 go.
Yeah.
Yeah, well played from LFO. Really good round. They're on the board here for Consulate 1-for-1. We continue the back and forth from Lair over to Consulate.
Yeah, some good heads up stage there at the end. Beers did a good job in isolating Kaken and then giving them that advantage, just free them up a little bit more to send back above to split that attack a little bit so it wasn't overly one-dimensional.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
So credit to him. Shy Academy electing to go to the tertiary as opposed to the repick, understandably so. And we'll see how they go about defending the vert up above, contesting the front desk horizontal. And what man Alpha would like to do, they've once again dipping into the shields. We've seen Sharky lean heavily into them. In fact, the last round out where he played the Thatcher has been the only round so far he hasn't played shield. He essentially alternated between the Blackbeard and the Blitz back on Lair. And so with just the Blackbeard and Blitz available here with the Monty Band out for Consulate, I expect we'll probably see that trend begin once more where he flips between the two.
I mean, the early signs, though, right now is man LFO looks switched on. They probably should have won the first round. Kaken with the 3K wins a 1v3 clutch, especially the 1v2 at the end. Could have easily been a 2-0 attacking style for man LFO on a defender-sided map, at least in the Oceanic region and how it's played this stage. Sharky will go for the Skylight drop, top yellow. Imagine off the back of the information that they would have gathered. Logic Bomb rings out from Beers. And Sharky's just not really hearing a lot and just runs into the meat grinder. Yeah. I don't know what to make of that.
Didn't quite work out. The Element's probing here is dangerous. He's going to say get info on sight, but Shant, he wins that fight in the meantime. Goodness me.
Spin that mouse, Beers. He doesn't know how he's lost that battle. They still got the yellow ping. Great shot from Shant. They're just trying to put as much direct pressure into the side. Elements has been able to clear him, though, at the bomb chassis. 1-for-1 trades again. Leaves us into 2 versus 2. It's been hot and heavy to start here on Consulate. F not might. Still, you can spot Reelers just in time. Headshot from Pluto. Gets through to the mine. Leaves Arcanum against the dynamic duo who have started hot again here on Consulate. Elements and Pluto. Already 10 kills each. Arcanum has to shut them down one by one. There's a minute left. You don't have to take these. Oh, you got the down onto Elements as well.
1v1.
Well, he's not going to let him crawl through the doorway. Oh, what a shot from Pluto. I'm not going to lie. I was about to say that Arcanum, I think, had him lined up perfectly. Pluto hits a wonderful headshot. Man, LFO will go back-to-back rounds, and their start so far in Consulate bodes well. Could have easily been a 3-0 start, if not for the clutch from Kaken. They're looking good.
Absolutely. And yeah, you take that one out of the equation, it would have been a very, very strong start. But still, they're showing good versatility on all the sides. I think that their approach to all of the objectives has looked really well consolidated. They're working well as a team and kind of hitting the right notes in each round, which is a comforting feeling for them. Now, the bans for the remainder of the half, Denari and Blackbeard. So if we had to say, she'll probably likely be the Blitz. Shot hit an amazing shot on site in this round. Unfortunate one for Beers. And then Arcanum up above on the vert. Highly impactful. And I tell you what, he was a fraction of a second away from winning that fight. Just better reaction time there from Pluto on the swing.
Yeah, but good reaction to also get that kill onto Elements through the beams. I mean, that's not an easy shot to hit. Set himself up to be in the best position possible to win the 1v2. This is the numbers right now. I mean, like, so Elements and Pluto have got, well, Elements have got 21, Pluto's got 20. The next highest kills, this is across the series, is Beers with 7. For Man LFO, that is a staggering goal. Whereas the side of Shy Academy, 15 for Arcanum, 12 for Kaken, 11 for Shant, and 10 for Reelers. Like, you got 4 players double digits versus 2, but you're losing the series. Rani is really struggling at 3 and 13, 0-1 on the entry, and a 40% cost. He's not really been able to have the involvement he would like in this series. But the recipe is there really for Shy Academy. If you can find a way to shut down Elements and Pluto, Men LFO are vulnerable, very vulnerable. Easier said than done, though.
So the attack trying to isolate Arcanum. Oh, it almost works out for Elements. Here again, from this rappel, we're able to find that ping and now see that Arcanum has rotated back across. Pluto getting live droned up Spiral. There's some playmaking potential here if he could find a good timing, especially on the Nook. Second drone to follow. He'll call out the fending play.
Oh, this is a good lurk.
Oh, Pluto.
Oh.
Doesn't win the duel, but something to keep the defense honest.
Got rid of the Vulcan canister as well. Popped that nice and early. Razor Bloom was triggered by Sharky. And not what you want as the Nook as well. Now you're low on health. Just that lurk factor. You're not going to feel as confident and comfortable moving around the map. So probably now puts a bit more onto the shoulders of Elements in this round on the Solid Snake. Higher angled position on long desk for Rani, but he's going to be thinking about changing this up. He's got Realist for company. Human stat done by Hunter. The push coming through from Man LFO. Looking to clear out vending. Yeah, Pluto's just in the sit and wait position as Hunter finds the opening kill. Pluto's going to be careful, though, because that long desk position is double watched. He did go down to Reelers. He probably wanted to get in on the action, but did so a little bit too soon. Sharky now pushing in as well. Rani very, very low as Reelers got beaten up over towards long desk. Good push from Sharky on the blitz. Charging on up. Gnarly little impact, though, from Rani. Gets a big kill, but he's by himself, trapped, and Man LFO make it 3 straight. It's a sense of deja vu. Should Academy win the opening round? Man LFO make it 3 straight? It's Lair all over again.
Yeah, just another good little wave attack there from Man LFO. Sure, Sharky goes deep with Diffuser, but because there's been so much pressure mounted elsewhere and they are clearly communicating in a really good manner at the moment, it was pretty simple and straightforward to trade that out and convert the round. Good patient attack. It was a little slow going, but it was more so just the nature of the objective and the setup. They weren't really actually being, stalled out because they weren't making plays or clearing utility. So really good work from Man LFO. They've now got a significant lead on attack. Collins replay package of that prior round. I love the good early pressure here that was established over towards top spiral. And sure, it didn't quite work out in the end. What that allowed, though, was for the likes of Sharky to get active and others to lay utility and then create all of that space off the back. So a well-formulated attack.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds remaining.
I mean, the concern really for Shy Academy is the fact that Consulate has had really good success in defense in this region. Of the 31 rounds played, 18 won on defense, 13 won on attack, and you're 3-1 down on your defensive half. And the nightmare scenario is again continuing the fact that Elements and Pluto are just dominating. And then throw in the good shield play from Sharky, who is happy to just sacrifice his KD, play the ultimate support role. And Beers and Hunters getting some crucial kills, and well, yeah, it doesn't bode well. Kaken can't get anything with a Nitro. It just feels like it's falling apart now for Shy Academy in just even the little areas. And that's forcing Reelers and Arcanum to probably think, do we have to get aggressive here?
Reelers drops. Looking to garner information outside of the garage breach, but the majority of this push is on the opposing side, and with the EMP onto the Electro Claw, that should be pretty straightforward. Good util management from Hunter. And there's already pressure now mounting in towards the objective, and once Sharky is able to get in there, this is looking a little dangerous for Shy Academy.
And they've left Beers at the breach as well.
Yeah, good pinch pressure.
Arcanum knows he needs to be impactful on the bot spiral push down as Pluto gets the opening kill onto Cake, and no Warden, so no glasses now for the smokes and the flashes available for the attack. Sharky falls to the natural cell of Shant, but the immediate trade from Pluto, slipping from Reelers, though, is very effective. He gets a double kill, but then just running around to the corridor. Elements is ready. He gets them both. Reelers and Arcanum. Yeah, Reelers made an impact and got the 2 kills. But credit goes the way of Pluto and Elements again. They're just so quick and switched on. Nothing Runner can do against the rampaging Pluto. Make it 4 straight for Man LFO, who are now 3 rounds away from booking their place in an upper bracket final next week. They are this close.
Wow. Yep. They're looking like they're in a commanding position at the moment. It prompts a timeout from Shy Academy. Do they have what it takes to dig deep and start a bit of a bounce back effort here? It's 4 in a row for Man LFO. And I can only imagine that the messaging from Sali here is to just keep at it. You guys are playing really well. I think their game plan that they've looked to implement is working nicely. They're playing the fundamentals well. Splitting these attacks nicely. Everything feels like it's in sync as well, which is a testament to the team. So, especially when you consider round number 1, which was off the back of, yes, a good play from Kaken, but largely a throw from Man LFO. I think their ability to recompose here and play really well off the back of that is to be commended.
it just feels like the resistance is a little bit broken now for Shy Academy on Lair. It's just kind of holding on for dear life with the back and forth round wins. But again, you know, kind of when we came into this map, and I'm sort of trying to frame where a lot of the success for Man LFO is coming from in terms of Pluto elements, multi-kills, clutches, getting plant down. Like, a lot of these elements were all going the way of Man LFO. There was nothing really for Shy Academy. The rounds that they were winning, which they were, there wasn't a lot really to it. They kind of just won some gunplay fights, or they maybe got a pick onto Pluto or elements early. So a good example is back on Lair. Twice Pluto had the opening death. Shy Academy won both of those rounds. So you taking away, you know, pretty much 50% of the firepower of Man LFO with one of those two going down early. Clearly, Shy Academy's win percentages up on Lair, but they haven't done that at all in Consulate. You know, credit to Elements and Pluto, no opening deaths so far, so they've stayed alive. They've been impactful. They've both already had a multi-kill each. Pluto with a 1v1 clutch. And the most damning part of this is for Shy Academy, the one round they won was a cake and clutch. It's been an incredibly dominant attacking half from Man LFO, forcing Realist for a jump out, and it works. Shuts down Sharky. Big play for Realist.
Yeah, that's really nicely played. The benefit of the shotgun being that obviously you don't need to ADS, and given the jump out change, it's one of the strengths of that particular play style if you execute it correctly. And by taking Sharky off the board, that's going to alleviate quite a bit of pressure. The blitz has been impactful. So that's good work. Okay, Man LFO maybe lurk though back into positions of power. We see Hunter service stairs, and Kaken does fall.
Oh, double Razor Plume was set up nicely. Catches Beers off guard. He goes down. Will get brought back up, but there was a lot of little setup from Reelers that he put earlier into the round as Pluto 2 falls. Yeah, Kaken did fall, but Shy Academy maintained the advantage. Welcome to the match, Rani, as Pluto says.
So minute 30, and they have the snake, so they can still look to gain information, but in terms of breaking these crosses, it's going to be tough because you can't naturally play for trades. You need to somehow try and create favorable fights and win them in a straight-up fashion, in a heads-up fashion. So this will be tough. They have a couple of flashes they could maybe play off. Lack of explosives, though, should mean that the nail is in the coffin for this round, barring some kind of big solo play, whether that be like Elements up Spiral or Yellow or something. It feels very low percentage from here.
Yeah, and 50 seconds left doesn't really leave them with now too much time. They need to start figuring it out right here, right now. Elements towards Spiral. If he can win this battle, clear out a way through Spiral, it could unlock the round for them. Just a 1-for-1 trade elsewhere. Beers goes down to Rani. Hunter got a kill onto Arcanum, though, and it's suddenly a 2v2. Gun into the wall. And I think that might have distracted him. Rani was just sitting long desk. That's a big kill from Rani, and Shont gets one too. Well, that's at least a good way to close the half for Shy Academy, but they do still find themselves playing from behind. A 4-2 lead for Man LFO as we swap roles. So a big first half from Man LFO. They get the 4 attacking rounds. They go defense now, set themselves up nicely. Their map pick, they're in cruise control. They do drop the final round of the half. And really, the best round that we saw from Shy Academy, it started off with the realist jump out, which got rid of the blitz. And that really kind of set the rest of the round up.
Yeah, big round and a big half coming up. We'll see whether or not Shy Academy have it in them to fight back here on attack into Collins at a deficit. It's going to be a pretty challenging task. Double shield ban as well to compound that pain for the map clear. And there'll be reliance on blitz from Shant in this half. Defensively, Azami and Goyo, they'll be off the board, but that's pretty par of the course. Top floor to follow. And yeah, I'm curious as to what's maybe been discussed over the course of that 2-minute break, particularly from the side of Shy Academy, as to what they want to do heading into the second half, whether or not the state of the game, does that kind of change their approach and their strategy at all? Maybe not. Could just be a case of backing them and their systems in for this particular half. But
well, they're going to only have 3 rounds with the blitz. They know that. We all know that. Man LFO just banned Monty Blackbeard blitz every single time when they're on defense. Every single map, doesn't matter. And that's what they've done so far. And so, you know, sometimes when you think about blitz plays, there's a couple of ways you can, of course, play it. But if you ever did think about having a fast attacking round strat based off of a blitz, it can't be used after the 3 rounds have expired in this second half. They kind of have to bring it somewhat early. And then that's in itself, when you're 4-2 down, the questions that get kind of posed. So it'll be curious to see how they play around the blitz for the first 3 rounds. And then knowing full well, they're not going to have the blitz. And so they'll have to have essentially 2 sets of strategies because of the shield bans from Man LFO. Oh, this could be good from Beers if he times this nicely. He's just waiting and waiting, and the patience pays off while he doesn't get rid of the blitz. Shot is low, and he got the kill onto Arcanum. A lovely set play from Beers. And this round is over before it even begun. As soon as they tried to drop down top yellow, they're just met with so much utility and pressure. Kaken and Shot, of course, fighting as they possibly can, but low on health. And while they only got the 1 kill, what do you do here for the next 2 minutes? Oh,
okay, traded.
Yeah, I was gonna say, lovely pistol shot onto Beers. Kagan has pulled off a 1v3 clutch though on this map already before. This one should prove to be quite a bit more difficult. Lion scan goes out. That's the last one he has available. No drone in pocket, no frag grenades either. Funnily enough, won his previous clutch from this position inside of meeting, but this time it's a whole different ball game. Doesn't have the kit, needs to push, needs to find the positions of these defenders.
Walking into a 3-man cross.
He's playing this well because he's essentially just trying to see, does someone pick a doorway? Does someone make one step a little too far on a peek attempt? And then that gives me a 1v1. But no one makes a misstep at all. Man LFO back to regular programming for them after losing the final round of the first half. They get back into the winning position and they take a 5-2 lead from here, setting themselves up for a spot in that upper final. If Shy Academy do lose this, it'll be a lower bracket position awaiting them next week.
Yeah, clean work from Beers in that last round. Massive nitro over towards yellow. Doesn't allow that position to get flooded. The Banshee alongside the barbed wire playing a supporting role in that round. Shy Academy tried to go for the full commit and it definitely fell short of the mark. Top floor though, losing that a little more forgivable. I say that, but in the same breath, it is also the context of this matchup, given how the first half played out. You're going to have to win it at some point, so perhaps later on they can correct that, but for now it's down to basement for round number 8. The blitz pick to persist.
5 seconds to insertion.
Maybe I'll see a similar kind of push to what Man LFO actually deployed, with majority on the back hit, and then you can work reelers on the main breach for the split pressure.
And you've got to be winning these rounds now as well if you're Shy Academy while you still have the blitz available. So first go at it, failure. Now you've got 2 more opportunities to use this blitz. So even if, you know, Sean can have success on it and they win the next 2 rounds, it becomes 5-4, then the blitz is gone. And look, I mean, the blitz is not the be and all. It's beatable, as we just saw in the previous round, and they can win without it. But it is going to be something that's predetermined in this second half in terms of that ban will come through. So if you do want to use it, if you do feel like you need it to help facilitate these entries, you've got to make the most of it now. That's better. But see, Arcanum can make that entry because he's got a bit of help from Sean on the blitz. So you won't have that in the next couple of rounds after the next one. Advantage for Shy Academy. It's all about now making the most of this. Again, information for Sean on the blitz. Nothing Pluto can do but shoot the shield. And the blitz play allows them to already be in this server position. They're going really, really quickly here.
Just about patience now at this point. Probably trying to draw out a little bit of utility. 3 gas babes, nitro. Shy Academy don't need to be too forceful at this point just yet. Hunter, though, is able to pluck 1. Okay. He's done a good job over towards that pillar position. And while he is beat out, there's not really much that the attack can do just yet. Sean, frontline, security, finds the kill onto Pluto. Reelers as well.
Good back hit. Here comes Elements, though. Got a bit of damage into Arcanum, stuck in towards security. They lost Pluto, so it's all onto Elements now to clutch up alongside Hunter. Oh, what a headshot. Huge control of the SMG from Hunter. And now can allow Elements to get some pressure in from behind. And he hits the shot onto Reelers. Well, this could be the nail going into the coffin. Arcanum knows he's pinched. He's got to try and push, take the fight with at least one of them. Hunter was low, 30 seconds. And Elements is on the move. Good shooting from Arcanum to open up more lines of sight and try and take this battle. Rather than just opting to go grab Kit and stick it, he is trying to put the pressure onto Elements. Now goes for the Kit. Now trying to find the position to go for the plant. But Elements is on the move. He's reading this perfectly. Elements is already up close. He's at the pillar. Now, Arcanum, you have to go for the kill. But Elements plays that perfectly. What positioning? He's wondering, what is he doing?
I think they're both just as confused as each other. But for different reasons. Match point, you're right. Wow, Man LFO have really shone through here on this second map. Did not anticipate such a, what may end up being snappy 2-mapper. Overall, their team play has just been absolutely on point, and even in these kind of advantageous positions, Shy Academy are finding it so difficult to get over that final hurdle right here, 4-2. But the flank unaccounted for. Elements has continued his good run of form. And then Hunter's done a really good job to stay alive as long as he did. And gave Elements just the perfect opportunity to hit another big play in this series.
So 4 opportunities for Van LFO to close this out, and deservedly so. They've had the best patches of play. They've had the 2 best players. Just hasn't worked out for Shy Academy here on Consulate. Lair was far more competitive. Maybe a missed opportunity for them on that map. 4 rounds needed on the attack Consulate. It was done by Man LFO in the first half. But after this round, the blitz goes away as well. And it doesn't help that Arcanum is already down to half health this early on into the round. Who has been a real standout for Shy Academy alongside Reelers. Sean's had some good impact plays. Kaken has always been good in the clutch, but outside of the clutch moments, Kaken has been quiet at times. And Reelers goes down straight away. The snake dealt with already by Hunter.
Good start. Can Shy Academy try and find a response in this particular round. It seems like they're eager to head the blitz up above, try and contest this vert. And Alpha being disciplined though, not over peeking into this. Echo providing info, and it's the assist onto Hunter.
Yeah, I don't see how you win in this one now. Elements can get involved. They've taken, again, the repositional space over towards this hallway. Can't clear out vending, so that's forced the attack back down to just shot and Kaken. And it looks like it may be flawless, and indeed it will. Man, LFO make quick work on Consulate. It's a 2-0 series as they progress to an upper bracket final versus Enterprise next week. For Shy Academy, they go to the lower bracket.
Good work there for Man LFO, a 7-2 in what ended up being a very, very, very quick series for them. Just overall, honestly, the teamwork that these guys displayed was great. Sure, you look at the numbers and you're going to be walking away thinking, oh wow, this was just an Elements and Pluto farm show, but I genuinely do think that the teamwork, the drone work, the utility usage across the board from these guys was great. Round 1 was definitely a low light. If they could have that one over, they would, but from essentially that point onwards, they played really, really well.
Yeah, solid series for Man LFO. Elements Pluto leading the way for their team. By the end of it, they combined for 55 kills between the two of them. 31 to Elements, 24 to Pluto. And a solid performance. You know, it's interesting as well for those two. They didn't even really dominate on the entries. I mean, the 2-0 for Elements, 1-2 for Pluto, with those two coming on, or those two opening deaths coming on Lair. It was actually Hunter who was predominantly the one involved in a lot of the opening engagements for the side of Man LFO, going 4-4. Unfortunate for Shy Academy, but they did have some okay moments. I mean, Kaken in the clutch. We saw Arcanum have some really good moments too, where he was involved in, like Hunter, a lot of the opening engagements. Went 5-4 in the end. 4-1 for Reelers too in the opening kills. He had 15 kills, so did Sean. So, I mean, you can kind of walk away with your Shy Academy and think, yeah, maybe on a different day we could have either won or been certainly even more competitive on that second map. But 7-5 on the map of Lair, which obviously was their map pick. They probably maybe would feel as if they could have done enough to win that one, and then who cares really then about Consulate. I don't think there's a massive gap between the two teams, but where there was a massive gap was very much the likes of Elements and Pluto, and certainly Elements when it came to the map of Consulate, as he went absolutely nuts with an 18-4 performance, over 200 EPS, is always something to be noteworthy. We've got our interview coming up with Beers to chat with us after the win for Man LFO. Beers, congratulations. You're into an upper bracket final versus Enterprise, but I do have to ask, how easy is it for you when you can just sit back and watch Elements and Pluto do their thing?
Good. They're killing them all. It's easy for us.
Good work today, mate. I mean, straight away, we'll look at the next game. Obviously, that's probably going to be more of a talking point than that one. EP, are you guys confident going into that one? Have you seen enough weakness that you guys can be competitive?
Yeah. John, Hunter and Sally hard to work, so I think they'll be able to pick them apart with the dub.
Cool. What about for you guys as a team coming into this stage? What were the goals that were set? And I guess, are you meeting those goals now, considering you're in an upper bracket final?
Our goal is probably to win the kickoff stage. We're one of the teams that stayed together, so not really many excuses. We have had a few role changes and then Elements come in, obviously, but I think we can do it.
And last one before I let you go, but obviously, as we've been speaking about, you got Enterprise next week. Do you just go into that entirely focused on yourselves and what you guys can do, or do you put a bit of work into what they've been doing so far in Kickoff?
No, we'll just play the rounds in front of us. Not rely too heavily on prep, but yeah, I think pick them apart. Got Hunter, he's the best RGL in the region, so be good.
Anything you want to say, Beers, before we let you go?
Yeah. Reelers 2-0 against him. Can't stop us.
Alrighty, that's it. That's all. That's it. I'm expecting more from you.
No, just leave it at that.
No
I'll see you guys
Paul,
next week
no
for the
Shan,
interview.
none of that.
Oh, shout out Shan, obviously. An OG in the
come on,
region.
mate. I'm doing it for you at this point.
Shout out Nikki. That's another one.
Ooh.
Shout out Michelle. I'll leave it there.
All right, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Beers. All right, let's move on to our schedule as we've got Team Adios and Rock LFO coming up for our next game, which certainly will not be starting at 7 p.m. That's for sure, guys. It's going to be starting pretty soon. And it does mean for Rock LFO back into the server for them. They've had a small little break. Watching along the Man LFO game, or at least preparing for Adios, but excited for this one. A lower bracket game with a lot on the line.
Yeah, they'll probably be thankful actually that second series didn't drag on all too long. Maybe cut their prep short, but honestly, they probably had enough of an opportunity to reset without getting too tired sitting around waiting. So you're very, very eager for that next matchup. It should be a really good one to close the night.
All right, well, we're going to head to a break. When we do come back, we are going to be seeing Adios and Rock LFO fight for their tournament life.
Come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that will be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tick. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh, got another one for Solotov. Information from the Bees. He goes in. Shotgun. W7s. They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant. That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
he gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Esky gotta go.
A few seconds, stick it, Ness, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael. Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
get you down. Gonna make it stay just fine. 이대로 모자라지도 넘치지도 않아. Cause I got my collection. 따뜻한 물에 bathe. 향기 가득한 로션 촉촉해져. My cocoa bomb. Oh, I don't care what they say. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, say it.
He gets it just in time! It is Impact Norman! They are the best that this region has got to offer.
So we come to our final series of the day, Guz, and it's a big one. Team Adios, who showed really good poise last week, even taking a map off Enterprise, certainly going as the favorites against the Rock LFO team that's going to be playing their second series of the day and had some really good moments in that series. But it did go 3 maps, and I think they definitely come into this as the underdog against an Adios team that showed a lot last week.
Yeah, let's have a look at that Anios squad as they continue to make waves here in OCE off the back of a successful up and coming, I suppose, trajectory from the back end of 2025. They made it through to the SILCQ and were able to turn some heads and raise some eyebrows in that particular regard. Strong start over the course of this bracket, 2-1 over Chiefs, and then unfortunately a 1-2 loss against EP, but that too was a very respectable performance, and it was kind of like a good check as to where EP may be at. I sort of walked away from that series thinking that EP were probably better off the back of this result, where they were forced to actually lock in and play well, and we certainly saw that, particularly in the closure of that series. It ended up being a pretty swift 7-0 on the third map, but still a lot of good takeaways for Anios over the course of that series, and it has very much cemented them as a dark horse throughout this bracket, who can probably now actually go into matches maybe not with the dark horse label, I suppose, maybe even as the favorites, as is the case for this head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they've got to be the favorites just based on what we've seen in Kickoff so far. And Chef Jeff, I kind of said to begin this stage, I'm never counting this guy out again. He's just got the ability to rise to the occasion. But I do wonder if there may end up being a hint today of rising below to the occasion, and in a sense that, like, there are some teams that can kind of play up, and I think that they're a team that can do that, play up to the strength of an EP and really bring the most. They know they're the underdog, they know they got nothing to lose, etc. But what happens now when you're the favorite position? What happens now when you are in the position where you've gained this notoriety, you've played well to start the stage, and you are now the favorites? Can you rise to that occasion? Their opponents, Rock LFO, again played earlier today, and yeah, mixed kind of result matchup, I think, for them, where they were sensational when you think all the way back to the opening map, 7-0. And yeah, obviously there was a couple of clutches in there as well, guys, but 7-0 is still 7-0. They won 6 of those opening kills. They had a flawless, I mean, everything that could go right went right for them. And then you had a back and forth consulate where obviously 6 targets got out to a 6-1 lead, but then they brought it back and then dominated on club. The standouts really were ACOG. 28-13, he went 2-1 on the entry. He had a great day. And then Machine and Snow with 23 and 22 kills were really good foils as well. So I thought that they put in a really solid performance, and I think they'll feel confident coming into this series that if they play their best, they can knock off Chef Jeff and crew.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think some of their hard hitters were doing some really good, probably most notably ACOG, at least from what we've seen in the past. He was very, very strong in that particular match and had impact. But for me, the one that stood out is kind of coming out of nowhere to have significant impact in the match was Machine. He did a really, really good job. He's now at the point where he's been able to obtain a lot of confidence and experience at this level, and as he was sort of talking about in the interview, it's just a matter of comfort for him. A couple of different role changes, taking on the IGL responsibilities as well has been a learning curve for him, but it seems like, yeah, they found some good footing as a team, and sure, they might not go into this match necessarily as favorites, but they're not, I don't think they're worlds behind. There's still a world in which they can win this match. It's not impossible.
The most important interview that we had, though, was clarification around Machine and the bright lights. He just simply just turns his light off, and then it just apparently the rest of it just goes on his face. But when he turns his room light on, he looks normal, and we get to see the most of him. We get a little example there too. I swear he's listening or something there for a second. But yeah, so he had a good interview, and Machine's, as we spoke to him in the interview, last year was his first real foray at the Pro League level, and I think there was took a bit of time to probably get up to speed, and he kind of said it himself, a couple of different changes, IGL, etc. So excited to see his form continue. Obviously, his second series of the day, and the question really is fatigue or warm-up? Which way do you kind of break it down, Guz? That's the big one, where you've got two ways you can look at it. You're warmed up and you're ready to go, or it's going to be a long day and you're fatigued.
Yeah, and here is kind of an example of that over the course of SI 25-26, and in fact, actually over the course of the last 4 invitationals as a whole, no team has lost multiple series in a single day. That's a whole different level to NO's kickoff bracket, of course, but it's still a bit of a fun fact to demonstrate that, yeah, playing first isn't necessarily the biggest of disadvantages.
We saw on APAC North, actually, on Friday, the team that was in the Rock LFO position, they won their series, of course, ultimately then lost the follow-up series. These things happen. Map vetoes, and where we're going for this series, it'll be Clubhouse, Chalet, and Fortress. Damn, I got it right again.
You must be 5 seconds ahead of me somehow. My feed's delayed. Yeah, I really love this map veto. Clubhouse, Chalet, stock standard to kick it off, and then Fortress is the wild card, and I think that very much sets the stage of a series where Rock LFO just need to try their absolute hardest to push it to the third map, where it should be a little more even kilter in the sense that it's a newer map, there's a bit more to be explored. Anios shouldn't necessarily have as much sort of just natural synergy on that map because of the newness nature of it, so Rock LFO, they've got to go all in here on these first 2 maps.
A little similarity to Friday, though, guys, with Fortress being the decider. If you recall, Scars LFO, no name. Fortress was the decider, and it ended up being very difficult to attack into. Super Defender sided, Scars winning out there. We'll see if we do get to Fortress, if it will be required or not. For now, it's Clubhouse. Team Anios versus Rock LFO. From the high highs for Anios last week, taking a map off Enterprise and feeling like they can mix it with the best. And, you know, we kind of left that broadcast thinking, could this be a potential grand final rematch on the cards later on? Well, you got to get through the lower bracket, and you got to get through teams like Rock LFO. So it's still a long road ahead for Team Anios if they are to get back and have another crack at Enterprise. And it starts now. Otherwise, if you lose this, then that map win against Enterprise means nothing because you'll be out of kickoff.
So the band's good to go. Kaid, Bandit, Grim, and Ying. And so that's actually going to significantly alleviate some of the hard breach troubles here, considering what is still available. And instead of electing to take the hard breach off the board, we do see those execute heavy operators dealt with. That is naturally going to make some of the power position clears, most notably rafters, a little bit more challenging, but I don't think Anios will be too displeased that they can get to work on the hard breach, and then elsewhere they'll be able to activate the likes of the shields, etc. I think they'll have more than enough depth to play around those bands. Now, as for this opening round, it is down in towards basement, and the composition and early positions here from LFO suggesting it's going to be a roam and peel style of defense.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, I do wonder how, I mean, and this is always the curiosity side of things as to for Rock LFO, will it be the fatigue or will it be the warm-up? You know, are they ready to go? I mean, fortunately for them, and I think it's a small factor, it depends on the series in between. How long does it go for? Does it, you know, extend it for an even longer day? Plus their series in general going the 3 maps. So you played a 3-mapper, but you only then waited for the 2 maps, which went by relatively quickly. So it's not like they've been sitting around waiting for that long. But by the time their series finished, as we may have a potential rush here from Anios, like you go have something to eat, a little bit of prep, a little bit of warm-up. Oh, okay, that's aggressive from Syro, though. Catches off Wizard, completely unaware of the fact that there was a player inside Kitchen. The rush will come through. Chef Jeff taken low, but into Arsenal along with Shaz. Pistol out to try and catch someone in the hallway. Logic Bomb activated from Proxy. And Anios looking to take quick control of the basement site. As ACOG falls, he was the big heavy hitter for Rock LFO back in the first series. Easy kill for a Razor. Syro not aware of the retake. As Proxy just sits outside Secret, Shaz wants to commit for the plant, and he can get it off. Never mind. No, he can't.
Oh, shot from Machine. And Loyalist as well. Machine in the meantime was able to survive the damage that was sent back his way. And up above, Snow finds the kill in through Secret. A rather chaotic end to the round there, but yeah, some good work there from Rock LFO.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for basement on club, if you're Anios, you think, well, why not? See if we can catch them early, go for a quick hit through dirt. And what didn't help, though, was when they lost Wizard inside of Locker. And this is a really good heads-up play coming from Syro. Obviously, a Razor got the kill back, but then at that point, it's 3v3, kind of a bit of a scramble. The attackers are quite split, and a good retake from the defense. They'll be very happy that they were actually able to win that round because of what Anios were doing. Anios went for something, and they were able to shut it down. That's a really good start for Rock LFO. Look, it may be defense, club, basement. You add all those elements in, you say, well, yeah, you probably should be winning that more often than not. But I think for what Anios tried to do in that round, that's a good sign for Rock LFO. They go gym bedroom. And Anios aren't going to be too fussed either because it's basement club, and they're attacking. And they're just going to try and go for something. Didn't quite work. That's fine. We move on.
So bedroom then for the follow-up, and an extension cash across. The clash will be an intriguing addition this round. We've seen Machine double in it quite a bit. I presume he'll post up top red and then peel back across. And there should be enough traps elsewhere laid out by the Thorn to minimize the effect of the back hit. As for the attack, it's double primary hard breach again with the Grim and the Ying ban. Hard breach is going to be pretty straightforward here for the attack. Not going to be a big concern. A lot of it's going to be in terms of how much util they can layer for displacement and for execute later in the round. Loyal with the Zoto over towards CCTV to stall that out for a little while longer as Con's now opened up. And this means that the defense is kept honest over the course of the round. There's quite a lot of perceived pressure around the map. You need to be really mindful that no one's being able to lurk into the map or post up in a cross position. The defense needs to be hyper vigilant. Wizard with the defuse in hand. He's over towards that central roof position up above this jacuzzi breach. Although the shield into the clash, that's not going to mix well for the attack. Loyalist finds the first. And Machine is doing a good job stalling out this jacuzzi push and relaying that information.
Well, they're trying to send it up together with the timing, but Proxy was a tiny bit late. And Syro got a team kill into Snow there as well while all that was happening. Leaves it in 2v2 now because ACOG's on the floor. So that just messed things up for Rock LFO. When they were looking to be in a slightly better position, that team kill has left it equal. And Wizard can get the plant down inside of Jim. Syro gets him off it and gets the down. That's a big play from Syro and timed it perfectly. Wizard was very close to getting that kit successfully down, but even if he had of, I don't think it would have mattered too much. Rock LFO respond again in the second round after Anios continue to try and bring pressure, play their game, play their style. Rock LFO got the answers twice.
Yeah, they sure do. They're doing a good job at the moment. Anios' timing there in the last round was not too far off the mark. Eventually, they were able to identify how to deal with the clash, and they did so, but unfortunately others elsewhere fouled in the meantime, some of those longer angles over towards Con, etc. So positionally, Rock LFO doing a good job, again, despite the hard breach being available and it essentially being impossible to deny, outside of a couple of fringe cases, that they are doing a good job at positioning accordingly off the back of that. I've loved the utilization of the clash so far. I'm probably anticipating that to be unavailable after this round. We'll wait and see, but yeah, credit to Rock LFO. They're executing upon their game plan nicely here in the first couple rounds. May take a bit of time naturally for Anios to kind of just warm up a bit, but
10 seconds left.
I think once we see Anios play closer to 100%, that's when the real test begins.
Well, I mean, you say that, I don't disagree, but I think it's just a case of Anios 2 rounds have tried something, 2 rounds Rock LFO have been able to kind of cover it, and so that's really all it is. So maybe then for Anios it'll be sort of a reflection point now where they go, okay, maybe some of the rush plays aren't working, maybe we need to try and just break them down a little bit longer over the rounds. Like you look at the opening kills, 2 minutes 23, minute 45, the rounds are kind of ending pretty quickly, especially the clubhouse sake. What doesn't help as well is in both instances when Anios are trying to do something, it's Rock LFO that are getting the early advantages, getting those early kills. Wizard in the first round, Chef Jeff in the second round. And it's meaning they're kind of playing behind the 8 ball, but they're the ones that are trying to set the tempo. It just doesn't quite fit. Rock LFO look pretty switched on right now, and this is Anios's map pick. Not that I don't think that they could win on Chalet. I think, again, the map veto stuff isn't really going to probably play too much of a factor. And funnily leaves us with then Fortress as the real unknown in the third and final map if we get there. But I think a round like this will actually benefit Anios more. A bit more time spent just getting into the right positions, deal with CC breach, get comp pressure, all of these things that the checklist stuff they should be pretty good at. Loyalist though, big room, and Eraser finds the pick onto Snow. Well, there you go, a bit of patience. You find an angle through the doorway, you find the pick. There's the first opening kill for Anios in the half.
Solid start.
Reloading.
Still have to contend with the cross from ACOG and Machine as well. Top red stairs.
Oh, did he just miss that lurk timing on Loyalist in Lounge?
I'm not sure. I thought he saw him. Is that why he's reacting over what's secret? Either way, they're looking to aggress. 50 seconds. Trying to flood deep into the site here.
But they've got to figure out how to get past Machine. Like, not a lot of access to top red on the longer angles. There you go. That smoke helps. Machine's pushed off a little bit. So now they can hold the gun over towards top red, cut off one of those rotated players. Roxy, good kill onto ACOG. There's one up close. Catches out Machine. Wasn't aware of it, and only Loyal is left. Anios, this is much better. And this is kind of how I envisioned them playing coming into the series. That looked far more controlled and calculated in terms of what they wanted to do. Far more measured on their attack. They didn't rush. They didn't try to do anything overzealous. It just kind of played the site and the round as it probably how it should be played out.
Yeah, it was a nice little pivot there from Proxy. He found that window and kind of took it upon himself to find that window of opportunity and was able to execute upon it nicely. Hit the one on ACOG, who, to his credit, actually had a good read on the breach being held, which was some good game sense from him, but loses out on that fight, and then it helps unlock the rest of the round and ultimately lead to a win for Anios. And so they've been able to at least find one on the initial rotation. Basement, another essential free punch for them. Very tricky to envision attacking teams breaking down this site all too frequently.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
And we'll see for Rock LFO what kind of approach they want to go for, at least based purely on composition. Quite trap heavy from them. You've got the Frost, Ella, and Denari. And so anticipating a lot of fights on the fringe and on the entry of the map here for the defense.
Yeah, but also maybe still mindful of potential rush because of the clash ban, and not banning the blitz away means that for Anios, they may actually look at this and think, well, we can rush this. They might not expect it, and they don't have a clash that we're going to rush into. I mean, the rest of the lineup maybe not fully suggesting it, but like the kitchen control dirt play, which is kind of what they tried to do last time. The lineup that they brought here can do the same thing. Obviously, don't have the Dockerby anymore because that gets banned away. So you're forced into making that change. You don't bring the sledge. Maybe it's not needed. But it's still largely the same concept. If they want to play it the same way, they can. Especially when you consider Rock LFO have got a large contingency on the second floor right now. It's only one player in sight.
ACOG tapping away at some of that drone economy. He's been pretty successful in that regard. Anios are committing to the map clear. Full top down. Jazz can make space with blitz. But Loyal, well, he's uncontested and will take off the head of Chef Jeff.
Even has the time to sort of laugh at him in chat. Oh no, not going to catch that angle. Shaz very much wary. Good start again, though, for Rock LFO. And so far, all the opening kills have been converted into round wins as Loyalist finds a second. He goes 6-1, questioning Shaz's play on the blitz. A Razor gets tagged up over towards Bart. He's going to get aggressed by Saro, pushing over from main stairs, and they're going to make quick work of Anios in this fourth round. On the verge of taking a 3-1 lead, as Loyalist has confirmed the bedroom position is still very much theirs. Wizard and Proxy outside of the building, and with a very difficult task ahead of them.
Well, good grenade, but an even better shot in response from Loyalist. And a couple more for good measure.
Just in case. And
you can never be too safe.
You can never be too certain. Nothing Wizard's going to be able to do now other than try to deny the flawless, very solid round from Rock LFO. Anios wanted to play into the roam game, but the roam game has come out on top massively. Loyalist 7-1. I always find it fascinating when there's someone who's the last alive and they get called out for baiting, but like I don't understand how he's baiting when Chef Jeff just dies for Shaz gets caught outside of the balcony. It's got like all of the deaths had nothing to do with Wizard, but Wizard gets called for baiting. And I know they're joking. I know they're just, you know, playing the mind games, but it is always fascinating. Kickoff to finish it off. Timeout immediately requested, though, by Team Anios. Not happy with this first half. 3-1. I mean, it is Clubhouse. They're attacking into it. It's not the most uncommon. It's actually very common kind of scoreline right now, heading into this timeout.
Yeah, again, I think it's fair to view basement. You don't wave the white flag, but you see it as a bit of a free punch in terms of the attacking side. A little expectation to actually find results there. So I don't mind that they called attack timeout off the back of that. Really try and lock in for the next 2 rounds. Formulate a plan to get this one across the line in terms of reaching a respectable benchmark. Even if they win at least one of the next couple of rounds, it's probably not shaping up to be too bad for them. I think the more concerning fact is probably just Rock LFO overall have deployed a pretty aggressive game plan at the moment, and I think the way that they've been able to spread the map and force a lot of these ones has actually turned out to be quite favorable for them.
Started with Loyalist and he carried it on. 7-1 start. 2 opening kills. Syro with a 100% cost as well up to this point. 1-0 in the entry, 4-2. Just adding in extra help alongside Loyalist for good measure. It's funny though, because in the previous series earlier today, it was ACOG was the star standout with 28 kills. Just 1-3 to kind of start right now. That's what you want. You don't always want to be the one who's dropping the 20 to 30 kill bomb. You want to believe in your teammates that they can do it as well. And so far, Loyalist is the one doing it.
5 seconds remaining.
And case in point, for Proxy, we think back, I think for this Anios roster, he's probably the one who was fragging out quite heavily last week against Enterprise. Certainly wasn't by himself. It can't just be Proxy. You need to get more out of Wizard, more out of Eraser, certainly as well. So out of the timeout, Anios will know 2 opportunities to get 1. Gym, bedroom, 5th round site choice. Again, pretty heavy utility brought into the round for Rock LFO. Razor Blooms from ACOG, Griswold Mines from Loyalist. Double Nitrocell, many impacts. The Zoto canisters from the tuber out.
Get ready for the breach.
Pretty easy on the breaches, and Shaz goes down to snow.
Oh, I think that was just an impact through strobe onto the jacuzzi bulk. Okay, that's, I mean, pretty opportunistic, but a nice little heads up play from him gives Rock LFO an advantage once again. Are things starting to unravel here for Anios?
Well, they have. Shaz has not really been able to have the shield impact that we typically see from him. He's a very good shield player. And so far, he's played nothing but Blitz except one round where he was on Blackbeard. And he's 0-4. He just hasn't been able to have the impact, help out to facilitate these attacks. Well, that's unfortunate timing for Machine. He'll watch that one back and think, are you kidding me? It's the old classic, hold the angle, and at the last second, you flick away, and then you're dead. It's happened to everyone. And Proxy getting the down onto Loyalith, but traded immediately, and funnily enough, by the Razor Bloom of ACOG, and leaves Wizard in a 1v3. As Rock LFO on the verge of getting themselves a 4th round, accidentally popped the fire extinguisher. Saro then pops him. Well, it's a statement start right now from Rock LFO. They look warmed up, certainly not fatigued, at least on Clubhouse. The map pick of Adios, they are looking solid, rock solid.
Yeah. Finding it a little difficult to read the body language of Anios. I'm not sure if they're still just focused or shell-shocked or what's going on at the moment. Looks pretty quiet, though, across the board. Probably some mounting frustration over how a lot of these rounds are developing. Don't know quite what happened there for Machine. But either way, into the final round of the half before the role swap. It's Cash and CCTV, which oddly enough has been the only site that Anios have been able to win. They went conside last time, stalled out by the clash over towards top red. We saw Proxy go for the swing through Kennels late. I expect that dynamic, though, to be a little bit different here for the final round with the clash banned out. Although the expectation is probably still conside, I imagine, with Grim Ying off. Although maybe they try and brute force Garage. They can bring the Capital, maybe clear some util with Twitch. It's certainly possible.
Final round of the half, and well, it's not a must-win territory for Anios. 5-1 deficit on your map pick is not ideal. 5 straight opening kills converted into round wins. Loyalist now with 2 multi-kill rounds. There's not a lot to look at right now for Anios and say, yeah, they're doing this right, or they're getting this to go their way. They're getting dominated in the opening kills. Their one and only round win was, of course, this site, though. So if they can do it again, 2-4 is more than fine. And this is what I'd probably like to see for Rock LFO. Can they bring some of that aggression that we've seen on the other sites to Cash and CCTV? It can be difficult, but it might come through from someone like Loyalith. Lurking bot main stairs on the Souls can get a lot of information, deny a lot of drones. Saro as well over towards Secret. And it's shaping up to be a very similar round, isn't it, for Anios in terms of this con control. They'll try and get that doorway, get someone to have gun up, watching towards top red, see if they can find a pick. You get that pick, and then you can flood site. Siro, and see if he can catch someone now. Proxy is over towards Kennels.
Oh, he got delayed. He missed the vault prompt.
No. If you miss the vault the first time, you don't go out the second time. Funnily enough, there was a Claymore there as well.
Yeah, bit of a misplay, but the ball shut down. In the meantime, comp pressure now mounting. Anios able to get that exothermic off. Stalled out momentarily by the final Zodo from Snow. Proxy contested down below from Lounge is a big fight. Oh, Loyal does not commit.
Anios know they got the numbers now, and then Snow will fall, and it is shaping up to play out almost identically to the last time we played this site until ACOG got that kill from Rafters, and now wants to aggress in towards Cash, knowing that the flood is coming. Oh, Shaz gets taken very low. Wizard's the one with the kit, getting that down inside of Cash. Pistol kill for Shaz, first of the half. Talk about the right time. Plant will be successful. And Loyalith immediately goes down. Well, it's deja vu on Cash and CCTV for Rock LFO, which kind of leaves us at the half 2-4, par for the course for both of these two teams. Not a lot separating them in the end. Rock LFO just not able to really offer the same level of dominance on Cash CCTV the way that they did on the other sites. The Machine's not going to give himself anywhere near enough time to be able to clutch this in a post plant. And so Anios will get to the much needed second attacking round as the half comes to a close.
That'll seal it. Nothing Machine can do. It's a 4-2 scoreline in favor of Rock LFO.
Well, it's all groovy here in the opening map. 2-4 half leads us really into the second half, with the expectation now being for Team Anios to get to work on the defense. I think that's fair to say. A bit of a shaky start. Certainly, I think they wouldn't have been too happy with a lot of the rounds that played out outside of the cache and CCTV sites. But now that they go defense, this will be lock-in time for Chef Jeff and the boys as we get the bands Monty, Grim, Kaid, and Bandit.
Yeah, replay package of the final round of the half. And it was, yeah, a pretty successful attack over towards CC and Cash. The only side that ultimately was successful for Team Anios. Rock LFO now with the hope that they can find a little more varied success in terms of sites for this particular half. Again, it's basement first up, so expectations remain low to kick off this half. And we'll see what kind of defense is to be deployed here from Anios. At least early impressions will be a moderate investment. Off-site, the likes of Jacuzzi will be reinforced off. Gym opened up. The mute in play to deny information as well. And then the mirror intriguing inclusion will hopefully bolster on site on the off chance that Rock LFO do find some opening towards the objective. Wizards should be pretty well primed to try and deal with that.
Chef Jeff keen to get a little cheeky here, or at least just deny some drones. But otherwise, the consensus really for Team Anios of this round is to just play 5-stack basement. Yeah, I like that, Candela. It just allows Low Left to drop oil pit, deal with this mirror window. So good teamwork right now from Rock LFO. So far, so good in terms of the checklist.
I don't think they have much interest in going after this round.
No. That's where the droning for Rock LFO is so important, to just really signify that they know full well, yeah, it's 5 stack. Let's pick up the pace. Let's start getting to work really quickly here. Make the most of it. We don't have to worry about lurkers. No one on the second floor that's going to push down behind us. Not playing the scope pulse or anything like that. The one concern probably actually is the lineup that they brought, though. And, you know, it's a lot easier to play this 5-stack basement when there's no sledge, there's no buck, there's no ram. And these floorboards aren't going to get torn up as much. Snow, though, finds the pick on the Shaz. Well, it hasn't been the best of games right now from Shaz. And he's going to find his second opening death in 3 rounds. And leaves Rock LFO in a really good position over towards blue. Like, they can actually... Well played from ACOG to eat the most of that Nitrocell. There's 2 more available. Drop down as well inside of the smoke. Chef Jeff catching Syro. Classes were activated. Proxy does fall to the pistol of ACOG, and he got a second. So after eating that Nitro, he goes pistol up on the next 2. Loyalist is down. And it's not exactly as if Rock LFO are fully healthy. How about another pistol? ACOG doesn't confirm the kill, though, onto a Razor. He played that nicely inside of Arsenal. And a 2v3 awaits for the last 40 seconds as the Machine can drop Moto, gets rid of the default camera towards the hallway. He'll get flamed out. He can't push in to Church just yet.
Chef Jeff, 1 versus 3. 30 seconds on the clock, and all 3 players of Rock LFO have taken a chunk of damage.
He's just got to play time here. Hope that they walk into him. Church is open, but he does have the walls opened up that he can swing, look into it. A Loyalist has already crossed, and Chef Jeff not aware of it. And then Machine over towards bot main side. Plant will go down, and Chef Jeff gets caught by Snow. 3 players there for Rock LFO in 3 separate positions, and Chef Jeff couldn't get an angle on any of them. Really well played. He was surrounded, and that is an attacking win on basement. Perfect start for Rock LFO. Not going to script at all there. A little concern on Chef Jeff's face.
Yeah, starting to now wonder, Anios out of answers here on the opening map of Club. I don't think it really curses them too much in the context of the series in its entirety. I'm sure they'll be able to fight back quite well on the second, but doesn't quite feel like they've got the same spark inside of the server that they've become renowned for over the last few months. Rock LFO are playing some very structured, pretty straightforward, simple siege at the moment, but they're executing upon it really well. Good example, as you were mentioning, right, the post-plant positions, but even before that, like the U2 layering in through blue, the Ying to help get oil pit control. Like little moments like that are allowing them to leverage the shield of the Blitz nicely, to gain pressure, to flush out the defense. They're not allowing Anios to get particularly comfortable in a lot of these rounds, and good demonstration there on their first attack that translates across, well, first to attack, but also secondarily to basement as well.
So Gym Bedroom, and a pivotal point now for Anios on their map pick and facing elimination after what was, you know, a decent amount of success last week, taking it up to Enterprise. They would have walked away from that series feeling as if, hey, we went that far. We can get them in the grand final, but this was the problem with dropping down to the lower bracket so early. You got to win this, then another one, just to get to the grand final. Deimos, Snake, Glaz, Blitz. Oh, it's so much aggression in this lineup for Rock LFO here for Gym Bedroom. You can get Machine out into the balcony. ACOG will eventually look to push through Breach. You imagine Loyalist try and maybe get into that main stairs position along with Snow. They can certainly filter up rather than through. Sarah just holds the angle for now outside Jacuzzi.
That's a lot of information from the Snake. So Snow will look to relay that across, and then it's up to Rock LFO to decide where they want to best contest first. Machine with smoke in hand, he'll look to activate Glaz on the exterior. was maybe trying to find something there through the Logi drop, although that smoke's not really hit the mark. Elsewhere, Cash still being defended pretty aggressively by Anios. They haven't elected to peel here. Instead, they'll play the cross. Razor needs support from Con.
I like this hold for a Razor. ACOG needs to be wary, and he is. A lovely push again from ACOG, playing the blitz so well in this second half. And Proxy falls to Loyalist, who gets the double-digit kills. And it's all coming undone for Team Anios. Nothing on the Nitro from Chef Jeff. Wizard, though, an impactful kill onto Cyro, wanting to push through the breach. Probably just went too early. They had a pinch potential if Cyro just waits for the rest to get through Con and start putting pressure onto Logi plus the balcony. But he just goes a little early. And then Wizard catches another one onto Machine. He too falls in the same position outside Jacuzzi. A bit of a mismanagement here, and somehow ACOG again and Loyalist, they push together to find the double kill towards Stash. Wizard blinded. What a round from ACOG on the blitz.
Yeah, that was really nice. He had to go for the heads-up play and commit. I'm not entirely sure if he knew that it's 2 up close, but either way, he backed himself in. And it's kind of one of those plays where if he dies there, you could probably question it and be like, what is he doing running into 2 and exposing himself? But on the flip side, where you execute it nicely and critically, you also have Loyalist there as backup. Man, it looks so clean. Really good job in unlocking that round. And unfortunately, the pain for Anios is only compounding here on their map selection up first. I'll go down to basement, try to bunker down here on the favored site, but it's starting to feel like this first map has already been determined.
Yeah, I mean, 4 straight is difficult even on Clubhouse defense. And what would even be more concerning for Anios then is Chalet follows this. And I think that's going to play to the strength of Rock LFO. You know, pose the question, fatigue or warm up. Well,
10 seconds left.
one team looks certainly warmed up and the other one looks like they're ice cold.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Big change up in attack, a repick for Rock LFO. They'll bring the Solid Snake, they'll bring the Candelas, and with the Ash, they've got a lot of firepower in this round. They've brought the Buck. I don't think they'll do anything silly in terms of looking to rush. It'll be certainly a case of getting that kitchen control, open up the hatches with the Habana, let the Buck open up the floorboards, but then play aggressive on their entry in towards the site, looking to take the fights. Entry through strip. It's the same play really for Anios here, where Chef Jeff will just kind of linger main stairs, fall back, 5 on site. Triple Nitro brought for the defense. This is a very quick clear though for Rock LFO. Snow will easily be able to do a lot of damage with the skeleton key to the floorboards.
Yeah, it's not going to take too much longer for this attack to confirm that it is indeed all 5 down below, with the Snake clear above and some drone work elsewhere. The Valk potentially poses a threat though, seeing a couple of those cans being flicked by the defense currently. There's one garage, one bar, there's another one kitchen I believe as well. That's still fully active, and with no IQ on the board, I think a lot of these are going to go unchecked. More than likely, they're in some really good positions. So that will leave the attack potentially vulnerable to the triple Nitro lineup here from the defense. Seems like they've been pretty successful in their vert, at least so far. As in the meantime, ACOG with Diffuser, he'll rotate Oil Pit's side, so they may look to link up blue in the end here, or through secret. It's not necessarily going to be a commit down the kitchen drop, but as I say that, ACOG actually does rotate across, so that probably actually plays into the hands of Anios a little bit more, again, with the wealth of information that they should have at their disposal in these positions with the Valk. Anios have, yeah, no shortage of a read here as to what's going to take place, I don't think.
I think the Blitz would have really helped them in this round, though, heading into the last 40 seconds of around a 5v5, just to be able to push in, clear a position like blue. Not sure.
Oh, shot out.
Yeah, that's pretty easily read. 2 more in pocket, though, for Chef Jeff and Razor. Rock LFO, though, are just going to say, well, we're going to send this into a gunfight in the last 20 seconds and hope that we come out on top. That's really all it's going to come down to. Throwing some flashes. Jeff's going to have to get the glasses activated. They already are. Kendala from ACOG again throwing in towards Church. It's got one more in the pocket. 15 seconds. I don't think this kit's going to go down. This is just going to end in an all-in brawl heading into red time. Oh my goodness. Oh my word. Rock LFO have just decimated on the entry. That is so clean, so clinical. Wasn't expecting that at all. Anios just got ripped to shreds at the end there with 10 seconds on the clock, 5v5. Within those 10 seconds, within 5 seconds, that was all she wrote. A 7-2 demolition job on Clubhouse. The map pick of Anios is stolen emphatically by Rock LFO and head into Chalet. Their map pick, one up in the series.
'26 is starting on a very high note. I'm here in Tokyo, Japan for FPS Day X.
We've got the APAC Cup, the 1v1 nows, and of course the grand finals of the Tier 2 North Rebellion, plus stacks of community awards and fashion shows. The Japanese crowd have been unbelievable.
This event as a whole, the location, the people, everyone's been super nice. The food, of course, here in Japan, absolutely amazing. Great to be back for a second time, and yeah, hopefully can make it a third at some point. We really need a major back in Japan, so hopefully we can get that at some point in time.
It's been an absolute privilege to be a part of this event and certainly can't wait to do more of it in the future.
The view here is absolutely insane here in this amazing tower. We just wrapped up the Rebellion Grand Final, the Tier 2 event here for APAC North. Absolutely banging Grand Final. We're actually, Jake and I, really surprised at the quality of Siege on offer, and very excited to get ready for the Grand Final, which again should be really, really good and highlight some quality APAC Siege. Of course, yesterday, Jake and I casted a really big upset, Soul's Heart taking down Fear X. Didn't anticipate them to win that match, and they got it done in 2, which was really awesome to see from their perspective.
The Japanese crowd have been unreal. I can't wait to see if CAG can deliver for the Japanese fans against Soul's Heart in our APAC Cup Grand Final.
Trust the bomb site, they just keep doing it. I9 for a double, and now it's out of blue. And it's time to send it deep for I9. All the timing straight into the bomb site. He takes a few tattered bullets from Moto, Arkali, trying to be the hero for CAG when his team needs him. But Didi is the last one standing, and a flawless round is one hell of a way to do it. 3 years since their last appearance on an international stage, and Soul's Heart are champions here in APAC.
region has got to offer.
Well, a dominating performance from Rock LFO, guys, on the opening map. And it was Team Anios's map pick as well. 7-2. Not a result that we at all were expecting. I don't think we would have been sitting here shocked if it was a Rock LFO win, 7-5 or OT or anything along those lines. But 7-2. Anios has got some work to do going into Chalet.
Yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment. I don't think that the end result in terms of map winner was particularly outlandish at all. But Rock LFO genuinely being able to find another gear in this matchup. Team Anios, again, maybe suffering from the lack of warm-up best of 3 or whatever the case may be, looked far more flat-footed in response. And Rock LFO just across the board were absolutely nailing both their defensive setups were really, really clean. And then I think more so on attack, where they were able to just completely obliterate their opposition. Their ability to set up executes and then to have the synergy to pull off really late round plays as well on a couple of occasions was, yeah, quite impressive. So I think there are a lot of good signs for them on that first map. And the question will now be, are they able to translate that across to the next map of Chalet?
Oh, you would imagine Chalet is the perfect kind of map to play into the strengths of what we just saw from Rock LFO. So we'll look at the map summary, because you look at the opening kills, 9 rounds of Siege played, and it was a 7-2 split in favor of Rock LFO. And funny enough, we actually got the full 100% completion on opening kill conversion. It doesn't always happen. There's always sometimes 1 or 2 that goes the other way, but yeah, fully converted on 100% of the opening kills. So if they can continue to do that and dominate the first kill department going into a map like Chalet, they're going to be very difficult to stop.
Yeah, totally agree. Chalet, you can really snowball attacks. So maybe the slow wind won't be the play. Maybe they can pick up the tempo. But either way, the fortunate thing is we will get an answer pretty soon.
So into Chalet, second map of the series. It is a lower bracket elimination game. Anios, as I continue to say, were great against Enterprise last week, but they now face elimination from a rock. A big rock, a solid rock, but a rock that dominated on the opening map of Clubhouse. Their map now of Chalet awaits. And yeah, I mean, Loyalith was absolutely insane in the opening map. He went 12-3, 2-0 on the entry at 157 EPS. I thought Snow was really good as well, 78% on the cost. And yeah, Anios now facing potential elimination, must win Chalet, and then must win Fortress, the unknown wildcard map at the end of this series if we get there.
Yeah, I think for me that's probably one of the takeaways is we don't really know what to expect on Fortress, at least from a Rock LFO perspective. I suppose, yes, you could take away the EP result for Anios. I said that was very positive for them, 7-5. In the context of that, though, how good was EP actually on Fortress? Like, there's a lot of unknown kind of variables because there's so little data to reference, but I still wouldn't want to be taking my chances on Fortress. But the unfortunate thing for Anios is that they will have to, if they are to go on and win this series, and even to get there, they'll need to show some resilience here on Chalet. The bans for the first half, Glazing, Malusi, and Denari. So big focus on traps for Rock LFO, and then Anios trying to mitigate some of that execute heavy utility, leaving both hard breach and shields up for grabs. And I don't think Rock LFO are going to shy away from that all too much. We saw the blitz back-to-back rounds, at least on Clubhouse, and we might see elements of that, probably a little more site dependent here on Chalet to kick things off.
Yeah, but what Anios really need to be doing here on Chalet defense to begin in the first half is bring the pressure, play the windows, don't be scared to take the gunfights, try and take away the strength of Rock LFO. And if you kind of just sit back here and allow them to take map control and get into good positions to get the early picks, evidently, as we saw on Clubhouse, they'll go and do it. And funny as I say that, but Shaz on the castle has blocked off a couple of the windows, so over towards bathroom, it has been fortified. And Proxy's one to watch as well. Very clinical last week. Probably didn't really have the game on Clubhouse that he would have wanted to have. 7 and 8 wasn't bad, and technically was still the best player on the team for Team Anios. So it's all collective, but see what happens here in the opening round of Chalet. We go top floor, bedroom and office. Only got to see the 3 attacking rounds from Rock LFO on Clubhouse. Obviously won all 3.
Interesting little setup here from Snow. So he's looking to cover the LOS with his own ROU so that he can contest bathroom window, but it doesn't seem like Rock LFO are eager to play off that too aggressively, at least initially, and Anios certainly aren't peeking into it. Bit of a standoff at the moment. More utility being deployed here. There's every world in which Snow still gets pre-fired through that. We'll wait and see. Diffuser now progressing forward in through Solar, but Proxy finds the first.
Yeah, it's big for him, big for the confidence. Anios are going to need him to be a big fragger here on Chalet. Shaz getting a good pick on the machine as well. Good start for Anios. They haven't had to do too much right now. Just got to hold on. Well, Proxy gets caught, shot in the back. Didn't realize the hole had opened up close. Big shotgun from Wizard. If he had lost that fight, they could have easily been overwhelmed. Love the little choke point setup that they've got over towards Piano. Lilith has sent one over. Got a tag into Chef Jeff. Double stack. Oh, got the player below. Shaz was prone. Thought he was in a good position. Lilith switched on. 30 seconds. He is now very low. Snow won his battle against Wizard. Down to Chefy Jeffy. We know he's built for these moments. Snow and Chef Jeff both identical HP. As Chef Jeff is creeping on over through bedroom. Snow in bathroom. 15 seconds. And Chef Jeff's playing this really nice. Playing both angles. Snow's exactly where Snow is. Coming in on the Solar side. Chef Jeff can play the mirror window as well. 5 seconds. Oh, he's played this to perfection. No chance for Snow to win this round. A little ring around the rosy. It might not be the most clinical siege, but Chef Jeff locks in at the end.
Yeah, it's nice there from Chef. Not overplaying his hand, relying on positioning. Doesn't capitulate under the pressure, was able to remain composed. Just took enough fights here or there where it was pretty low risk. And then was able to identify that playing the clock was his best bet there late. And a good commitment late in that round over towards bathroom. So well played. You know, it was a little volatile a couple of moments there. I think ACOG's march forward there looked the most menacing, but that sort of backline, mid to backline position that was being fortified there by Anios was able to hold just firm enough to get that result across the line. And so now all eyes over towards Dining for the follow-up here for round number 2. And with that mirror persisting in play here into this site, I am intrigued to see how that's going to be leveraged. Whether it's going to be more so for investment up above. You can play some of these mirror positions down below for longer LOS in towards Dining as well. And that may well be where Wizard places that one, and it is. But yeah, curious about the second, if it's going to be invested above to help sort of fortify this extension for the defense. The big commit, a lot of vert, a lot of util. And Chef Jeff probably remains as the only tier 1 player in the world that's played Thunderbird this kickoff phase. I don't know if that's a pure fact. It might take me a little while to actually generate the numbers for that, but typically Thunderbird goes unplayed at almost every event.
I know it's only the one round, but I think just really critical in the way that it was won for Anios. And Chef Jeff clutching up. Played that perfectly. And just gives them a little breather. It's like, okay, look, the first map wasn't great, but a good response to begin on the second. Whereas if you lose that, it's just more of the same pain. Good live drone towards West main. ACOG couldn't quite follow up. Sends Chef Jeff back down. He does love Thunderbird. He's the only Thunderbird player in the world.
Yeah, I was saying that before. He's been played. Thunderbird's been played 3 times since the 1st of March. Oh, very, very low play rate.
Well, 1-for-1 trades. Proxy down, same with Cyro. ACOG again. I mean, you could see back in the opening round, ACOG was itching to kind of get into the fray, but was just kind of stuck in solo while others around him were dying. This time he gets a bit more forward and aggressive and finds 2 kills, gives Rock LFO the early advantage in the second round.
Advantage Rock LFO.
Oh,
but
no,
ACOG's
Chef
outside. That hurts.
Oh, that's careless, though. Just walking past main front door. Kona Station helps out Wizard. Wow, that heal's really, really slow. That
Also,
I need to buff.
We can. I guess. Well, the round at this point is pretty much over.
Hang on.
I hold that thought for 1 second. Hold the thought for 1 second. 1v3. Doable.
Oh!
Achievable.
What are you doing, Snow? What? Did they not know where Shaz was shooting from?
Maybe. I mean, suppressor makes it tough.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of just gave his back. And so Shaz will rotate knowing that the collected kit will look for a dining plant. So he goes back over to office. He's playing this as well as he possibly can. He just can't seem to find, though, where the plant is going down. That's where Lola and ACOG have done a decent job. Yeah, he can't find it.
Oh.
Now you're in the post plant. And he can't catch someone getting off the kit either. Had he been able to get at least one there, now it's going to be the drop. They know he's going to play the drop, and he's pinched. Decent effort from Shaz. But it is Rock on the board, 1-1.
Okay, so Chef Jeff is actually not the only Thunderbird player in the world.
What?
No. So there's been, at least prior to this match, there were 3 rounds that Thunderbird was played. I mean, I'll let you have a guess as to what team or even what region played.
Okay, region.
Yeah, have a guess.
Not APAC?
Not APAC.
I'm going to say EU.
It was EU. Do you want to take a guess at the team?
Oh,
the
I'm not even
double or
bother.
nothing?
No.
It was
it Shifters?
It actually was. It was Shifters. It was Shifters. Shifters G2 on Fortress. It was the final round of that game. Lasmo in round number 9 played the Thunderbird, and they lost that round. Chef Jeff actually prior to this match was the only one to win 2 rounds on Thunderbird though, so he had a 100% win rate both times he picked it against Chiefs. So there you go.
Until then. Until just then. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a bit of it. Like, it's very difficult when you've got so many operators in a game to balance them all so that they're all competitively picked at either equal rate or even at the very least where they get picked at some points. You think about your Thunderbirds, your Rooks, or another one, Jacqueline, its current state. There's a couple. But like, even just in that brief moment, you see the healing from the Kona Station and how slow it is. It's not that great, not that effective. Like, there are buffs you could bring to Thunderbird that could make it more viable in future. It's quite interesting to me how it hasn't gotten attention for so long. Either way, under the 3rd round, no more Thunderbird for Chef Jeff.
I'm reloading.
Bar game as we see for the first time here on Chalet.
Reloading.
Touching by the setup for Rock LFO. I imagine there'll be a decent amount of focus over towards Big Window with the RAUs. Capitata clear out bar stock. ACOG on the blitz will probably look to try and push through. Well, he's just dead. That's a big kill for Anios because ACOG's been playing the blitz really well in this series. Shaz is holding some decent form. Oh, that's a lovely kill from Loyalith. I thought it was Shaz for a second. Never mind. Oh, that literally the timing of the swing from Shaz plus the kill feed. I was like, oh, he's got him. No, never even hit him. Instead, they lose Chef Jeff.
That was, yeah, a little bit trippy. Minute 20 on the clock. 4 versus 4. Shaz, though, still has a good position on this mirror window. Not entirely sure how Rock LFO are going to look about clearing it outside of just a trade or util dump, actually. Okay, that's
big
clean.
Util dump.
And it gets caught.
Cleared him out.
That's nice.
Oh, but 2 fall. Back, Anios have got the extra number again. I like the pacing, though, from Rock LFO. There's still 50 seconds, and Razor is low. And they have now established this library control. Top floor is there for Syro and Snow. I think at this point for Razor, considering his health margins, as he's over towards library stairs, Syro pushing down, and he's just instantly dead.
Yeah.
I was going to say, he could have honestly just pushed in towards Wyan and just sat. And I don't know if he had any yokai. He does have yokais. Yeah, that's an intriguing position to hold. In a 3v2, at that point, the Echo, late into the round, just play off the yokais. And then Proxy just swinging towards Fireplace. Easy kill for Snow. Wizard by himself in bar. And he's just instantly dead.
Jeez.
Rock LFO just clutch up at the end. Cyro and Snow combine. But you do have to sort of pose some questions to Anios and how they played that.
Oh, the reaction of Machine, I looked straight across at him at the conclusion of the round. He's just said, what? And thrown his arms up. And I think that's a pretty good reaction to how that round kind of fell apart for Anios, and maybe a sign that they just don't feel particularly comfortable. The pressure's starting to mount inside of the server. They're trying to force plays where they don't necessarily need to. But that loops back immediately to Rock LFO, who not just here on Chalet, but I think have some kind of planted that seed of doubt based on Clubhouse, where a lot of these high pressure set plays and util dumps that they've been able to execute have generally been pretty clinical. And it's unsettling Anios. As we prepare for round 4, it's the Blitz off the board, which we've seen a bit of playtime from Rock LFO historically, and the Mirror, which has been a mainstay for these defensive holds. But just, yeah, really well coordinated clears, some confident shots being taken. Cyro catches the Echo. Proxy goes searching because they've been starved of information late in the round. That then prompts Wizard to fall out of that position, otherwise he gets stuck.
Bomb located by attackers.
So some good systematic work on the attack there, and Anios are not quite looking as good as we've seen from them.
Volcan's ready. Shoot it if you need it.
I mean, it's early days, 3 rounds played, but the signs are there again, I think, for Rock LFO, that they've just got the ability to outgun, outfrag Anios, even if they're at a deficit. I mean, that was, by the way, the very first round this entire series where the opening kill was not converted. So of the 2 teams, they were the first to overcome that deficit. And you kind of look at the rounds that are played, 1 alive, 2 alive, 2 alive. Like, they've been pretty close rounds. And of course, the first one and the only one for Anios, that Chef Jeff 1v2, where he was then able to play the timeout, add in the performance on Clubhouse, and yeah, Rock LFO have got themselves into a very solid position to take this series. The onus is on Team Anios to just rise to the occasion. They're certainly capable. It's been a close contest on Chalet. They're not that far off it, but as of right now, they are off it. Bedroom and office, 4th round. Back to the top floor. The only site where Anios have been able to find some level of success. And Proxy in bar has a lot of weight on his shoulders in this round, with Machine on the Deimos. Doesn't have access to Deathmark Proxy. Keynote.
Which may lull him into a false sense of security here if he likes to push through Dining Hall. Could come down to a timing as well here for both of these guys. Proxy seemingly does have a read. Sound made. Oh, he could be in trouble here.
Oh.
If he pushes through, he's 100% dead.
Well, Machine now very much knows.
Oh, Machine makes noise as well.
Onto Wizard, though. This is a... Is he trying to bait him? Yeah, I think he is trying to bait him out. Well played from Machine.
Okay.
That was actually so calculated. And then while that was happening downstairs, upstairs, it's a bloodbath in favor of Rock LFO. And Machine gets to play solo lurk now on the first floor, put pressure on from below. ACOG getting the plant down inside a bedroom, through closet, the wall. It's a headshot onto a Racer from Loylith. Chef Jeff sitting inside an office wondering what is going on.
Jeez. They're getting torn to shreds.
Wow. Yeah, they're getting beaten up now, 3-1, and Chef Jeff's not happy. Well played from Machine. And you can almost see the cogs turning in his head, I think, just from what we were able to see from the Ob's perspective. He hears the shot on the drone, so he knows full well there's a player to my right. I'm hiding my laser pointer. I haven't made a sound for a long time. He's got no idea how close I am. I throw out the death mark to insinuate that I maybe don't know that he's there. Bam. And immediately saw Proxy swing, thinking I can catch him here. He's got no idea, but he was ready the whole time for that fight. He never even looked. He threw the death mark out onto the wall. He didn't even care. He didn't look, did nothing off it. He was just waiting for the swing.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good day at the office for Machine. He's had a couple of, well, not a couple, it's actually several moments now at this point, in a similar kind of vein, where he's actually outsmarting the opposition, executing really nicely, and again, just looking comfortable inside of the server, which is good for him and Rock LFO, but for Team Anios, it feels like their chances in this series are starting to diminish from what we're seeing in terms of the player cams and stuff. They do look a little bit quiet and deflated at the moment as well. They need those guys on the team like Chef Jeff to be the ones that are hyping up and about, but I feel like every time we've seen his player cam, he's just been dead silent, and maybe indicative that these guys are running out of answers here in this series. Which is full credit to Rock LFO. Genuinely playing really well today. As for round 5, going to see the Twitch deployed here from Loyalith in an attempt to likely deal with Proxy and his utility on the Fenrir, the Razor Blooms as well. And on the flip side, I like the addition of the Valkyrie, try and give Anios a bit more comfortability, a bit more readability as to what's going on, because sometimes I feel like when they're getting starved of information, that's when they start to panic. And with no IQ on the board, that information should persist for a good while before Rock LFO can find it. Okay.
Ooh, Machine just got to play this careful. Yeah, never mind. Just overwhelmed. 2 players there together. Loyal does get rid of Chef Jeff. Chaz falls to Cyro. Again, anytime we see this kind of conflict mid-round, Rock LFO just seemingly always have the right players in the right positions to win the trade battle.
Position, yeah.
Even though they dealt with the Blackbeard, it's like, oh, what cost? You lost 2 players for it. Now it's a 4v3. Rock LFO in good positions. They got Breach opened up. They got Cyro towards Fireplace Stairs. Down Library Stairs, Loyalith can move. So, I mean, they got a lot of control around this site. And it's forced Anios really far back. It's Hallway and Wine, and that's it. Wizard has slipped back in towards storage. Shock drone thrown out from Loyalith. He knows there's one blue and he knows there's one storage, and at that point you can ascertain the other one's probably Wine. Deathmark onto Wizard. They're just trying to put the pressure on with the utility first before trying to just rush their way in. Cyro, what a shot. And then, yeah, Loyalith at that point, it's like, they're playing some really, really good Siege. Wonderful team breakdown. You push in through Breach or Fireplace Stairs. I know there's one blue. He'll swing the hallway. I'm watching it. Dead instantly. The teamwork, the coordination, they've just been far better than Anios today.
Yeah, absolutely. They've looked super locked in just the entirety of this series. And we prepare then for the final round of the half. Anios lose this. They are done. A 1-5 comeback attacking into Chalet with how lopsided this match has felt so far. I am very, very doubtful, as good as these guys have been up until this point, that they can salvage it from here. They absolutely must win this next round.
Attackers have located a bomb.
But at the moment, Rock LFO are honestly just all over them. Early, mid, late round, doesn't matter. Even in positions where they don't look particularly strong, they're still able to find a win condition and synchronize on it at the same time. And it just feels like that innate synergy at the moment is translating really nicely. Doesn't obviously help Anios that Rock LFO are basically landing every single shot. But they're putting themselves in the best position to capitalize on that.
Loyalith double digits here on Chalet. 22-5 across the 2 maps. 3-0 entry. Has been the clear MVP. And if they go on and win this series, probably MVP for the day. As Wizard is crawling around Solar. In a similar position to Clubhouse as well, where it was 4-1 going into the 6th round, and ultimately we saw Anios get that 2nd round. And at that point thought, okay, well, they'll go defense on Club. That might help them out. And in a similar vein, you win this round, you go attack on Chalet, which is certainly viable. You can't help but get the feeling that it's kind of deja vu all over again, and it may end up just then being the same result where Rock LFO go defense, they lock in, they win the last couple of rounds, and it's all she wrote, and then that's the end of Anios. And if you had to said that, because after map 2 against Enterprise, when they won it, that would be their last map win. I would have thought, geez, you're crazy. They played so well against EP.
Yeah, I don't know how much it would change the storyline for them going forward into stage 1. I'm probably still thinking, at least right now, penciling it as just a bad day at the office. These can happen, and it's a brutal format, so you can get caught out. And also just highlighting how good Rock Alpha have actually played today, and hoping that's not a flash in the pan for them, and this is a performance that they're able to iterate upon and build upon. Feels like this project really starting to come alive for them. Minute 20 remains here in round 6. It's just groundwork at the moment for the attack. Bit of info gathering. All 5 still on the exterior before they contemplate their next move. Probably just unsettling this defense, though, once again. Rock Alpha have shown time and time again that they're willing to play a slower brand, and it's been paying off for them for the most part. A couple of them, though, taking a chunk of damage here, though, yeah, and that could prove fatal. Yeah, Syro falls. Okay.
But it's Chef Jeff. That's the opening death, and that's all that matters as of right now. Because there's every world in which
jumped in. He's just jumped in and got him the kill.
And there's every world in which Syro will just get brought back up anyway. But they lose Snow. Lilith still low. Syro back up. Repel into Solo. How does Machine win that? Oh, Shaz would love that time again. Credit to Machine for hitting those shots, though. Mid-repel. Should have been dead for all intents and purposes, and certainly will now be. And Wizard couldn't quite hit the shots. Loyalith, 1v2, 1 HP. It seems like Anios will at least get to this second round. Unless Loyalith puts in an all-timer. Not going to happen. One shot to the chest, and that's it. So a 2-4 half once again, as was the case on the opening map. Well, time to heat up inside of the kitchen for Chef Jeff and co. Team Anios do what they did on Clubhouse. They win one before the break. But as we saw on Clubhouse, outside of the break, it was Rock LFO that then won 3 straight afterwards. They go defense now and all to play for Anios. They must win on Chalet to stay alive and kick off as we get into the bands.
Yeah, it feels like they've afforded themselves a lifeline, Anios, a bit of a life raft, but it's not going to be around for long. They need to absolutely get off to a good start here on attack. come out of the gate strong. That the second that Rock Alpha are able to consolidate a bit of momentum and confidence here on defense, I can't help but feel that there's every world in which this map can unravel pretty quickly and pretty dramatically. So absolutely full focus here. Second floor, Anios. What can they bring to fight themselves back into this series?
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It's going to be a fascinating one because, I mean, Chalet it has always been the kind of map that plays closer to the 50% margins. But when you go and look at the statistics in the Oceanic region for Chalet, again, along with Consulate, they're the two most played maps, Chalet being number 2. It actually has a whopping 73% defensive win rate right now. Again, small sample size, and we're only talking over the last couple of weeks, and it's all matchup dependent. You know, historically, Chalet has always been a fine map for attacking teams. It's a map where you can flow nicely, you can get early picks at the windows and the balcony positions, open things up. But it will be curious to see, does this second half play to more of what we've seen recently, very recently, the last couple of weeks? Or can Team Anios play to the real strengths of Chalet, find picks early on in rounds, and then take map control and take space? Bedroom and office first up. And while this is not a must-win round, really want to avoid going 5-2 down for the second map straight, knowing full well what then happened on Clubhouse thereafter. The fact that 5 players on your team, though, all going negative is not a good sign. Doesn't bode well.
Quick foothold already. Over through Solar. Raze is not shying away from taking this map control. Defense unaware.
That's a good play. Yeah. I mean, that's what you can do on Chalet, though. You can catch them on the timings, take these gaps that are open. They get rid of Loyalith and ACOG, 2 of the heavy hitters for Rock LFO. This is the dream start for Anios. Now it's all about the conversion. Following through, completing this round, bringing back to 3-4. Scoreboard looks a lot nicer. This is much better for Anios. This will fill them with confidence. Rock LFO have not lost a round like this pretty much all series long. Wizard will get the plant down, and this is going to be flawless. That's much better from Team Anios. Signs of life.
Yeah, a couple of wry smiles as well from Anios, which have been hard to come by in this series. Good little heads-up play there, sending a Razor aggro over towards Solo. Just catches Rock LFO off guard. And, well, Sheffy's getting a little chatty. And that's always a positive sign for these guys. Yeah, I think that style of play, just catching the defense out a little bit. Down to Kitchen for round number 8. Let's see if Anios, if they mean serious business or if that was a one-off.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to frame it, right? Like, is it just sort of like the one big power round where everything just worked? They were able to get a timing into Solar, get good aggression, take space, find the gaps in the defense, and get some really early kills to give you a big numbers advantage to then filter through.
10 seconds to insertion.
Obviously, no repeat for Rock LFO, but will be similar in nature as it's kitchen and dining for the next round. The banter begins in the chat.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It got a little, I mean, it got pretty quiet one way, at least on Clubhouse. Anything else? No, though, that's 2 rounds straight. You know, a 4-1 scoreline looked pretty damning, and while I wasn't putting a line through this series, I probably was starting to think Rock LFO probably got it, but Anios have fired back, and certainly now firing back in the chat. They can be a confidence team. They get going, they can be difficult to stop.
Yeah, if Chef fires up, he's been very quiet, both in the server and outside of the server. If he fires up, I think the rest of the team will really buy into that. About finding that moment. 5-5, still alive into the 8th round. Again, it's an Eraser lurk. Does he find the opener again here?
Well, they're just finding gaps in the defense and where the players are not positioned, but it's sorry that... Well, that's hilarious. Sorry, he's going to say something. Oh, yeah, there. Oh, my God, no. Oh, okay, it's all falling apart. Well, this round's just nothing.
We tried to build it up.
They tried to build it up. Again, they're taking good space, get into trophy, try and see if they can get someone into a position to play those long angles that were opened up by the defense, and they just get absolutely obliterated. Now the run out as well. It might be back-to-back flawless, but for both teams. And it will be.
Wow.
Flawless and then flawless, one apiece each. And that's a quick way for Rock LFO to just know, yeah, we've still got them. We're not capitulating here. From 4-1 to 4-3, but now to 5-3. There's the answer back from Rock LFO as they're 2 rounds away from muting up Chef Jeff for the rest of this stage.
Yeah, very snappy response there from the defense. Anios trying to find pockets of space and, you know, kinks in the armor, I suppose, of that setup, and it almost worked, but you're pretty reliant on timings, and, well, they didn't find them in that instance. And so over to round 9, bar the site of choice. It's not over just yet for Anios, but again, they'll need to try and formulate a response. So far, not too many big trends have been established in this match in terms of like opening kill conversion. It's been a little lopsided. It's also been traded between both teams exactly 1-to-1. So it's been opening kill Anios, then LFO, and it's gone back and forth over the entire course of this map. I suppose the big difference maker, though, it's been those multi-kills, those big performances when the moment has called for it. We've seen Rock LFO with 4 multis over the course of this map, not a singular one from Anios. We saw the 1v2 clutch from Chef Jeff, but it's been pretty limited in scope in comparison.
Reloading. And the pressure back on just like that. If there was a momentary lapse in pressure for Anios, you bring it back to 3-4. It's flawless 2 rounds in a row. You think, okay, we got a little room to breathe here. Instantly smacked back in the face with a flawless round from Rock LFO and the realization that they only need 2 more rounds now. In fact, 1 more to at least secure overtime. So immediately you got to lock back in if you're Team Anios. You got to try and find a way to get some success quickly. Proxy watching. Window towards the library hallway and got a small little tag onto Loyalith, who's repositioned top library stairs. Snow is really the outlier here. He stays office. Yeah, typically bar games we've seen in the past, some teams like to do an office extension, but it's not really an extension. It's more of a office lurk.
This Utah belt from Wizard is key. He needs to ensure that this lands correctly and then the rest of the team can action off it, but elsewhere Proxy able to net a freebie. The big kill for Anios.
Yeah, but I still don't think they're going to be aware of Snow's position in office. Shaz to just send the Volt in off the util dump. Loyalith won his battle top library. Machine gets rid of Shaz. Machine then gets rid of Wizard. Plays Barstock perfectly. They went for a double split entry. Above and below. Machine wins his battle below. They completely outnumber them above. And Cyrus says, you guys have chalked it. It's about to be 3 match and series points for Rock LFO. On the verge of knocking out Chef Jeff and Team Anios.
Well, the theory behind the play was really not too bad. The Mez clear with the util dump, although Mez ultimately never did get cleared. They were disrupted nicely by Machine. Down below, who had the vert line of sight, played that correctly. And so it all crumbled apart for Anios, and maybe a reflection of this kickoff bracket for them where, unfortunately, they haven't quite probably met expectation. Now, to be fair, that expectation grew quite quickly on them, maybe unfairly, but to peter out in a series 0-2 would be certainly a surprise. They'll call a tactical timeout. Again, 6-3, the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a die now into this tactical timeout for Team Anios as they discuss how they can get themselves back into this series. They need to win 3 rounds straight. Starts with that. These rounds, though, have just been very dominant in the second half. 2 flawlesses into 4 alive. What's interesting, I do wonder if the history of Siege, how often you have a match, one map, so within a single map, all 5 players have a multi-kill round. We're at 4 players now for Rock LFO that have had a multi-kill round. ACOG with a 3K, Loyalith, Cyro, and Machine all with 3Ks. Just missing Snow. And it's a good sign, and it's pretty indicative as to kind of what we probably saw back on Clubhouse as well. Just the overwhelming difference in terms of the gunplay. So when you look at the numbers across the 2 maps, Proxy's 14 and 15 after that. No one else has double digits across the 2 maps played for Anios, which is staggering. And then you go and look at the side of Rock LFO, all 5 of them are double digits. So it's 5-1 in terms of double digit plus KDA. And yet 7-2, and for what could end up being 7-3, that still doesn't sit right with me. Like that's almost like 7-0, 7-0 territory.
5 seconds to go.
It's been an absolute beatdown when you break down the numbers and you break down the stats. Like, there has not been a single round that a member of Anios has gotten a multi-kill. Chef Jeff, huge opening kill, but they've had these before. They don't always convert them. Even in the previous round, Proxy got the first pick on the Siren. Chef Jeff himself, the only round that he's had an opening kill prior to this, they did not convert. So, like, this is not a metric that I look at and think, oh, well, they got the opening pick, they're going to win the round. By no means is this round done just because of that one pick. It hasn't shaped up to be that way on Chalet. Because Rock LFO have got the potential of getting all 5 of their players, 3 kills.
Oh, does this land? No!
Oh! Ooh, sharp from Wizard.
That's good coverage. That's very good coverage. Sharp shot. And that's a big advantage now to Anios. 2 minutes on the clock. 2-player advantage. Control Solar. It's their round to lose and their map to lose from here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they've got to at least extend this now to 6-4 off the back of what's happened so far in this round. Machine, good reposition. Juggling the frag grenade thrown over towards Closet. Nitrous Cell, does that get through the gap? That gets shot out anyway. Snow Pain playing the patience game, hoping someone slips in towards Trophy and he can get a freebie. Machine just fighting for dear life. He's under so much pressure. Yeah, this might end up being flawless. Which would be... this has been a very strange second half. If it does end up being flawless, it would be another one. It's not. Chef Jeff falls to Snow. 6-4 seems inevitable. And so you just play out the formalities. Eraser outside on the window. He'll go for the revive on Wadecog. They've got about 13 seconds or so. There's one, but you've got 2 players still on the exterior that are very difficult to clear. Yeah, and at this point, there's just no time to get on the kid anyway. So it will be 6-4. Anios will stay alive a little bit longer. Very good round for them. Started with Chef Jeff. I think where the round was probably definedly won was the Loyalist run-out attempt Wizard with the cover. That moment there was the game-changing moment.
Yeah, it was. Look, I don't really fault the run-out attempt there. It wasn't a particularly miscalculated play. Had info off the Solas, trying to even the man count. Didn't account for the second player on Repel. And then equally, a very sharp shot getting hit. Half a second later, it would have at least been one with him to the grave. You then can maybe reformulate the outlook of the round, and it could have been a little more favorable to the defense. But regardless, not to be. And so now we're down to 2 strikes remaining. At least for regulation here for Rock LFO to get the result across the line. No re-attempt. It's down to Dining. Trap-heavy lineup. Very, very trap-heavy lineup for them. So looking to just try and stall out this push for as long as possible, disrupt the likes of the Blitz, and probably be to aid in them being quite aggressive in terms of contesting all this map control.
10 seconds left.
The 3 of the last 4 rounds, Anios have been able to get the opening kills, and then obviously those 4 rounds, it's all been on the attacking side. So they haven't struggled in that area. That's not really been their downfall.
Reload!
Just failed to convert on one of them and didn't get the other, which was converted. And that's the big difference. Again, the scoreboard, it's been close, but you look at a lot of the numbers and there's not a lot that really does suggest it has been close. It's been a strange old game. And it's probably a factor of the rounds that Anios have won. They've actually won pretty convincingly. Rock LFO's won the close ones and also the convincing ones. Kitchen Dining, 2 more match points that Team Anios need to stave off if they are to force overtime. A lot of utility in pocket still, by the way, for Rock LFO, considering Thorn, Alla, Capcan. You typically will place all of that utility to begin with, but you're still holding an EDD, a Grismore, and a Razor Bloom.
Now they fight. Solo. Shaz to win it out. That's solid for Anios. Still heavily contested though up above. Rock LFO again trying to bleed out this attack as much as possible. And Loyalist hits a sharp shot on that jigsaw position. ACOG as well will hit the scoreboard.
That's insane that he gets that shot with the pressure from Shaz as well. That's a big time swing from Loyalist. That is not easy with the blitz kind of staring down at you at the other end of the hallway. With Machine getting that kill onto Wizard, now it's a 3v2. Proxy and Shaz have got to clutch up. They got 60 seconds to work with. They lose Proxy. Shaz has to go pistol, and he'll need to do so again for the remaining 2 players. It's all down to Shaz. Pressure on. He's got a minute. Doesn't have to panic in terms of time. Loyalist also somewhat low on HP. One thing he does need to be careful of are the goo mines. GG called out from Syro already. But Shaz plays off his smoke. Here's the drop. Goes for the pistol with no vision. Just hopes and prays. Into the Razor Bloom. That's not going to help. Now debuffed. And he just gets overwhelmed. Not much he can do. And all the GGs come out in chat. Nice try to Shaz. Did as best as he could. But it's Anios that fall out of Kickoff in OCE. After taking a map of Enterprise last week, they get 2-0'd by Rock LFO.
That was a definitive performance. Some really good, solid siege played by these guys over the course of not the longest day ever, but certainly a bit of an endurance effort from them. I think they came into this match actually still quite fresh, and if not anything, warmed up to kick things off, and they were able to translate that and transition it across the map too really, really nicely. Didn't allow Anios to gain too much comfortability, certainly not much in the way of momentum over the course of this series. I think their attacks were super duper clean and clearly showing enough there on defense to get the job done.
Well, Loyalty was absolutely insane in the series. 28-8, 3-0 on the entry, 80% cost with a 158 EPS, clear-cut MVP. Poor old Shaz, but he had a lot to do at the end of that round to keep them alive, and well, it can't really all just fall on one player. It's a team effort after all, and well, the team fell apart. 7-4 on Chalet after the 7-2 beatdown on Clubhouse. For Rock LFO, they got a charge here in the lower bracket. They, of course, dropped their very first series against Man Esports. They beat 6 targets today. They beat Anios, and now they're in a lower bracket semi-final where they await the winner of Shy Academy and Chiefs next week. It's going to be intriguing to see if they can continue this lower bracket run. But for Anios, this is not something that we had on the cards for them after their performance against Enterprise.
No, certainly. Sort of as I mentioned before, they did have lofty expectations given what's been achieved by them through the back end of last year and the strong glimpses we've seen throughout this year, taking a map off EP, no exception. Maybe they were inflated a little bit, but I still think they're petering out here in a 2-way fashion, probably still below even a regular kind of expectation heading into that sort of series, right? So I think they'll be quite disappointed that they weren't able to execute on the day. But again, I still think that in terms of like stage 1 and then into stage 2, they have a lot of growth about them. And so it puts a dampener on the team for a little bit, but I'm sure they'll come back stronger soon.
Well, we spoke to him earlier today, and we will speak to him again. Machine, welcome back. I did say that we'll chat with you again, and here we are, mate. Congratulations on the win. You take down Yeah, exactly. You take down Chef and crew. Big result. Curious because, of course, they took a map off Enterprise last week, so you would have had respect for them coming into this series. But to 2-0 them, 7-2, 7-4, total cruise control, dominated all the gunfights. I mean, this was really as good as it probably was going to be.
Oh yeah, we played insane. Olia Loyal played insane. Just so many kills, so many entries. Perfect play from him. Yeah, we're like really happy with that result, obviously.
I want to talk about it in terms of the day as a whole, right? How much do you feel like the best of 3 earlier actually helped you guys warm up? Because come map 1 of this series, you guys were totally switched on. Did you think it was actually a benefit, or were you getting a bit tired towards the end?
I think it helped a bit, but I think the reset in between was also really good for us. A couple of guys went for walks, made food, whatever, just chilled out. But yeah, the game earlier helped us with getting warmed up and stuff.
Now, Machine, obviously, Oceania as a region, let's say pretty much in its almost entire history, has always had at least one powerhouse team. We kind of have that a little bit at the moment with Enterprise, but as Annie has proved, they are somewhat vulnerable. But does that give you confidence as a team that the rest of it, though, completely wide open? There is no dedicated number 2 team. It's not like as if you have to climb this massive ladder of teams above you. You guys are up to it as well. You can easily challenge Enterprise. Does that fill you with confidence that you can go all the way here and kick off in this lower bracket run?
Oh yeah, I'm really confident we can, do a really deep run here and get at least up to the final. I'm really confident in that.
Well, there's certainly a possibility. Machine, congratulations again on the win. Lower bracket semi-final. Best of luck next week.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, that's the point, though, guys, is it's an open region. EP sit at the top. They're not, infallible. They dropped them out to a team that's now been eliminated. Like funny things can happen. But I think that if I was a player within this region right now where we sit today, I think, geez, there really isn't like an absolute powerhouse second team. We're not really, there's not 2-3 teams that are above everyone else. Like, it's just a case of, can you get to a position where you get to challenge someone like an EP in a grand final? And they're not infallible. We could catch them on the day. We could go to the major. Fill us with confidence. We go to our MVP for the day, which ended up being Elements. It ended up being a 33 kill performance from 21 rounds for 2.75 KD. That is quite something for the man out of Man LFO. I think, as great as a day Loyal had, we kind of forget this was an upper bracket game that sees them in an upper bracket final, and Elements was absolutely insane.
Yeah, they didn't have answers for him in this matchup. He was completely dominant, largely playing the Deimos on attack, and that proved to be something that was target banned, as you can see here on the second map. But he was, genuinely really impressive across the board. And on defense as well, as these highlights kind of are alluding to, did a really good job in terms of like slipping in the back line, creating plays, applying pressure, and most importantly, above everything, having impact. He wasn't just farming kills that meant nothing. He was having genuine impact in that match. So a well-deserved MVP.
And of course, Man LFO in that upper final now sat against Enterprise. And as we were talking about, they're not invulnerable. Like, they can have an off day and you can catch them at the right time. And whether that be a grand final or an upper final remains to be seen. And again, reiterating on my point, you think about Man LFO, Chiefs, Shy Academy, and Rock LFO. Is there really much separating those teams?
Separating the teams below EP, sorry, was that the question?
Yeah. Essentially, everyone but EP that's remaining.
Yeah, I think I would probably agree with the sentiment that we're in a phase at the moment where those guys can trade wins pretty much on any given day. It comes down to who plays better on the day. I don't think there's like a huge difference in skill or strategy or anything in that regard. So it comes down to on the day execution. The unfortunate thing is they really have one slot. And so I do hope in the sense that come towards the probably more so stage 1, stage 2, that competitive drive compels these teams to actually get to a level where they can be seriously competitive against the EP. Again, I wouldn't rule them out as being somewhat competitive, but to envision EP still losing in Kickoff is very, very difficult at this stage. So yeah, it's very close for that second place spot at the moment.
As you can see down below, South America League begins in 6 hours and 37 minutes, barring any potential delays there. So you want to make sure that you go and tune in and watch arguably the strongest region in the world. Let's be honest, we can even say that from the APAC region. NIP versus Lost One in the upper bracket. Following that, You've got FaZe Clan versus Flux. So, and as we saw at the top of the day, guys, Team Liquid, Alienware, Furia, both in good positions to qualify for the major. Looking pretty likely they will. And when we say Team Liquid, Alienware, we're talking about that core four, of course, that have been notable throughout the last couple of years. But for the org, for Team Liquid, Alienware, for them, it would be good to see them back at an international event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all my eyes, though, at that NIP lost game. Those two are basically fighting for 4th best in the region and maybe able to snag a spot at the major. So that will be a big one as well.
Well, APL Week 3 comes to a close. We had APAC North on Friday, Asia yesterday, OCE today. We've sent home quite a few teams. We still pretty much have our top teams in the positions we expect them to be, but it all could change next week. We will return, of course, next Friday for APAC North Week 4 of APL. It's been a wonderful journey, and we're getting towards the tail end of this stage. Make sure you tune in again next week to see how it all pans out.